Welcome to another exciting edition of the Collar Nation Radio Show. Welcome. As you know, tonight will be an explosive show. Passions will be raised, tempers will flare, and people will get into their emotions. But we're going to weather the storm tonight and everything like that. So, this, that, and the other thing. Dude, man, dude, how about this, Mr. White Man? If you had a big platform where you could put me viral in the mainstream, I'd have you up here in a minute. But I'm not going to waste time with someone who does not have a platform and like that. I'll give black people a chance because I know most of them ain't shit. But I'm not giving a white guy a chance to talk to me, whatever like that. Now, you come back here and show me you got tens of thousands of listeners and you could plug me into your listeners or whatever like that. Man, I let you one every night. But give me something in return besides a conversation. Don't want to have a fucking conversation unless I benefit from it. Jeez. You tell me all the white people out there, none of you fucking right-wing people got a fucking decent-sized platform. I'm on a different level, man. You can't be like, come here and talk on my level. You got to come up, bro. That's just the way it is, man. You white, you come up here, you better have a big platform where I can friggin' say, hey, it's worth my time. I'll talk what the fuck you want to talk about. Because I know my shit will go viral after that and everything. And I am trying to reach the mainstream. I'm trying to blow up. But, I've been at this for 2 years now. My platform ain't really growing and whatnot. And like I said, don't take it personally. I don't go on a lot of other people's platforms because they ain't doing shit, So I'm looking for the big time. I'm looking for the big time. I'm going to go for the big thing. I'm ready to go big. So if anybody can't get me to that next level, man, leave me the fuck alone. Anyway, I don't give a fuck what color you are. Anyway, tonight we got a good show tonight. I seen on Diana's show, right? People, I obviously listen to this show. Somebody said the fact that in what they're fighting in the Sahel is I said that, right? And people are like, no, Kala, blah, 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 Islam. It's not about Islam. You are fighting a race war in the Sahel, right? The Sahel people, those people that are rebels, that's about race. That has nothing to do with religion, I don't care about being fucking nice. I'm not nice. I'm mean. I'm a fucking hate monger. I hate everybody. I don't like anybody in this world. So I don't want to be nice. I don't want nice people. I want to know if I let you on my show, how could I benefit? If I can't benefit, then go the fuck away. I don't want nice. What the fuck I need nice for? Shit. One more deadbeat trying to be fucking nice. Look, bottom line is this. The Tuareg situation, just like the Janjaweed, is a race war in the Sahel. Those are Arab wannabes and whatever like that. They don't see themselves as black Africans, and they're Islamic jihadis. They consider themselves Arabish. So what you call, look, that now you're talking about hug. I'm about to block you in a minute. You're sounding gay and shit. It's sounding queer. I don't want no fags on my show either. So anyway, so the Janjaweed and these Boko Haram, these Al Shabaabs, these are Arab wannabes, and that's what you're fighting. And they're mostly from Tuareg ethnic group. I said this a long time ago, and nobody listened. You're fighting a losing battle with these people over there because they're never going to submit to the state. When France, see, I said when Europeans, they don't make a distinction between who's a Janjaweed or Arab. They just put them all together when they make these states. But those people really do not consider themselves the same race. The people in the north and the Sahara do not consider themselves the same people or race as the people in the south. Since the people in the south are the majority, naturally they took control over the government. And governments and stuff like that have consequences. That means you have power over fucking people who don't really want to see you, who don't agree to accept your power. So therefore, this idea, we're rooting out the terrorists. You're not gonna root out the terrorists unless you're willing to commit fucking genocide against a race of people like the Tuaregs, and the Berbers and all these other people. That's what who this is about. The Moors, the Berbers, and the Tuaregs and all these other people. These people who traditionally despise Black Africans and resent being governed by them. The same thing is happening. People said happened in Madagascar. The same thing happened in that could happen along the Swahili coast. When they created these states, right? The Bantu Black people were the majority, so they held the government, but the people that lived on the coast never considered themselves as Black Africans. We like going to Zanzibar. Oh, the people over there are so beautiful. They don't consider themselves Black. They're like when people talk about Swahili, the Swahili never consider themselves as part of Africa or Black people. That's when Baruti gets up there and says, we need to learn Kiswahili. And Baruti's ignorant. He knows nothing about the freaking culture. It's just like somebody going there saying, oh, we need to be more like the freaking the Sudanese. Sudanese do not like being Black. The South Sudanese know that. Yeah, in our context of America, people look Black. They're much darker than I am, but that doesn't make you Black. So it's the whole thing. In America, we consider everything that's dark or have African features as Black. In Africa, the rules change. In Africa, in certain parts, I would not be considered Black. I would not be considered indigenous. I know I'm not considered indigenous to Africa. I'm considered mixed or whatever like that in Africa, So, but the thing is, though, I don't go into parts of Africa where that might be an issue, But in Black America, okay, anybody looks Black when they're Black. When I like if people say, "Oh, Ethiopians are Black," no, and Ethiopians don't consider themselves Black when they're in Africa. They consider themselves Hamites or whatever like that. And then when they come to America, a lot of them say, something. I like the definition of Blackness in America. Like a lot of Ethiopians go to Black colleges and they blend with the Black American culture because we have a diverse phenotype. But we try to impose our phenotype and our definition of race on Africa and wonder why. Why can't these people get along? Because in Africa, these people are two different races. The Tuaregs are not Black African. In America, those Tuaregs would pass for brown skin or light skin Black people and whatnot. Yeah, I get that. You look at them, say, yeah, you could pass for a brother with curly hair, whatever like that. Brother with so-called good hair. You could pass for a brother with a pointy nose, and you be part of the Black community. Matter of fact, the ultimate test is come to America and drive through a sundown town, and when you get called nigga, you realize what side of the equation you're on. That's what happens in America. America, as soon as you step on the shore, the racial dynamics change. You could say you're an Arab over in Africa. You could say you're a Muslim and everything. But once you hit these shores, right, it's what you look like, what you look most like. So you go down to Kentucky and Mississippi and Alabama, talk about me no Black. And it's like that. They look at you like, nigga, are you crazy? Are you crazy? You better get over there in the Black section of town. That's what happened. A lot of people just were forced to go where they felt comfortable and they're not going to get stared at. You go like this. That's what it is. And a lot of immigrants don't understand that, right? We made people, we gave people of color a place in this country to be safe at. And these ingrates come over here now like thumbing their nose, like Somalis. I'm not Black, I'm not Black. What if Somalis came here in the 1950s? What would happen? They would have to go to a segregated or Black area because the white area was like, hell no. But when integration happened and whatnot, we still stayed with ourselves for the most part. But these immigrants come over here and they're able to go into white spaces and all stuff like that because the laws favored that. And they forgot the whole rules of America. There still is a white America, right? And white people right now through MAGA is showing you that they still exist. And there still is a Black America. There's still that line of demarcation between Black and white in this country. That's never going to end. It's going to be like that forever. Now the immigrants come over here, they're like, oh well, we're just like a no, it don't work like that. Right now, both sides are pretty hostile towards immigrants. It seems like white America don't like immigrants, and Black America, a growing number of Black America despise immigrants. What are you talking about, Colin? Well, this is a thing. I don't know if this is fake or not, but this guy reacted. This is on TikTok. You gotta be careful. Sometimes it's AI. It could be FBA people doing this stuff like that. So you gotta be careful. They said a Nigerian was drafted into the NFL who never played football a day in his life, and people, these FBA people are going crazy. You know, I believe it's fake. How are you gonna get drafted to the NFL and you never played football in your life? A Nigerian's on his way over here to, I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles drafted a Nigerian. Why would somebody draft somebody without a tryout or anything like that and everything? And so I think just people put that out there to piss, to rage bait these FBA people, right? And they're saying, well, how you gonna have to be a Nigerian? You never played football. We all went through college, did all stuff like that. And you just gonna go. Look, and if they did do it, man, you don't own the NFL. You don't own the NFL. The NFL wants to suddenly recruit all Nigerians, whatever. But then again, you know, I don't see them winning any Super Bowls because the talent is in the Black American. So I've seen guys out here, and particularly here in Virginia, they take football seriously. I seen. I went to a football game. My nephew was playing flag football one time. This was years ago. My nephew was young. Went to a flag football game, right? And while I'm out there, my nephew who's playing flag. Okay, we're just out there having fun, kids like that. There was this one old Black man. I think he was a kid's either uncle, great uncle, or grandfather, right? He had a kid out there, and he had him doing these exercises and whatnot. And basically, he was like, "No, you do this like this." I guess this guy probably played football, and he's passing his knowledge on to his grandson, son, whatever that. But the way he was acting was like, "Yeah, this is our meal ticket. This is our ticket out of poverty. This guy's gonna make it to the NFL." That's the most coveted thing, particularly in the Black South, is making it to the NFL. They take football seriously. They be grooming kids. By the time they're 8 years old, they got the what's they call the shoulder pads on them. You get fitted for shoulder pads at 8 years old, and learning how to play football, stuff like plays and whatnot at 8 years old. I'm like, damn, man, let the kids have. Like I said, my nephew, we're just out there having fun. Kids having fun. But these Black kids that were there were not, you know, it's like a different culture, you know. The Black people from the South were not there. Were like, no, my son's gonna. And then that's why you see fights among the adults and whatnot, you know, when they go out there and beat the referee because they don't like to play or something like that, because they got a lot riding on that kid, right, who should be enjoying his formidable years when not playing football. They got him out there in a serious thing where the adults are controlling it. It's really sick. America's obsession with sports is sick, you know? And I said to myself, man, let your kids just have fun. We're not, you know, 8 and 9 years old. What do they call the Pee Wee League or something like that? You got grown people out there fighting and cussing in the stands and whatnot because they don't like a play or something like that. I'm like, what the hell? You know, they're just kids. Let them have fun, you know? It ain't no fun, you know? So, but yeah, so my point I'm trying to make is, yeah, people take things seriously. Now, on the Black side of town, the NFL, like Michael Vick, perfect example. Michael Vick comes in the same situation. He comes from Newport News, Virginia, right? I met Michael Vick and his brother Marcus, right? They come from abstract poverty. That area, Newport News, called Baton Rouge, Virginia, is just generations of. If you don't got a job in the shipyard, the Newport News shipbuilding, you're just gonna live a life of poverty, right? And the only way out is football or basketball. You know, you can play basketball, go to the pros, NBA, or football, and go to the NFL, or become a rapper. Either a rapper, a basketball player, football player, you know, or something like that. You know, that's the only way. Or become a drug dealer, you know. But other than that, you got people who are never gonna get out of poverty. You know, they're never gonna get out of poverty. They're never gonna know what it's like to live a good life and everything, just a normal life and everything. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. I said, man, I thought I had a rough life, but goddamn, I never had to be like this, man. I'm like looking at these people like, Michael Vick, man, he was not happy either. That's when he was going through that trial thing. He was not a happy kid. Michael Vick, him and his brother, they weren't happy people. He had money too, he was a millionaire, but he was not happy. And then he says father, who was never in his life, right, wanted some money, and I think he put his father on salary, give him like a $500 a week allowance or whatnot. And he said, but his father wanted a payday of $500,000, and all he did was donate sperm. It was like he was a product of a one night stand. That's sad. That is really sad when you look at it. He's a product of a one night stand, and you come into the boy's life when he made it big, and you want a payday. Can you imagine that? And like I said, man, I don't try to judge people, man, because this is a real situation where people just, people are going through some shit. I try to have empathy and stuff like that, have that empathy about people's situation and everything. But get back to tonight's topic is how black women keep the Pookies in charge. And like I said, the reason why I'm doing this show tonight, right, is to follow up on why do I think that we need a movement of just nothing but black men. We need a movement of nothing but black men. The talking points and all stuff like that. Anytime I see women on panels on TikTok, when I cringe because I know the conversation is going to be steered left and into foolishness and nonsense. So I said, if we have a movement among black men, what gets that rid of? It gets rid of that Pookie element, because that's the only reason why the Pookie element is so powerful. It's the black women. That's what it is. The black women keeps the Pookies in charge, because they're the enforcers of the black gynocracy. The Umar Johnsons and all these Derek Jacks and all these other people, that Nada, whatever his clown's name is, right? They're the enforcers of the gynocracy. And the world was never meant to be like that. There's a thing where people think that, oh, the world's patriot. Look, the white man loves beta males and even against his own people, right? You know who the biggest threat to the white power structure is? It's not black people. It's white patriarchal men in this country that's the biggest threat to the power structure. They're the only thing that could bring this system down. They're the only. That's why you got to keep them in charge, keep them engaged when they're on their side. Because as soon as they realize they're being screwed or not, by this power structure. See, the power structure spent the last something years not only disenfranchising black men, but also white men are being disenfranchised. Unless you could turn them on this side. Because like I said, I don't see what the average white man gets out of the system. You're losing your country every day to immigrants and whatnot, and you're losing everything whatnot. And so they tell you that everything's in charge they have white men hating black men, right? And black men is not your friggin' problem. You got a culture that they're telling your kids that friggin' I know I don't tolerate gay people, and get off my fucking show with that shit, because I'm 2 seconds of blocking. I don't care gay people, because gay people can't produce life. Gay is death. That's death. 2 men having sex with each other is death. 2 women having sex with each other is death. A man and a woman produces life. So I get that back to the basics, I don't get gay homosexuality is a deviance, I'll deal with that in a minute later. But you got people out there who are telling young white men that there's more than 2 genders. And you got white men out there. I seen a thing a couple years ago where they had Army Rangers wearing fucking pink high heel shoes. And I'm saying to myself, and you got friggin' them instead of the military being a fighting force, they're doing gender reassignments and all this kind of stupid stuff like this. I'm saying to myself, how are black people to be your biggest problem? You got a power structure That's taking your goddamn manhood away from you, taking the manhood from your boys away from you, for your sons. But you think everything's all right. Like I said, I think the white man in America is in a worse position than we are. At least we're awake. We see this world the way it's going. The average white man's asleep. He thinks everything's all right. You know, he don't see his whole world coming crashing down on him. You know, you can't sustain this much debt in the world, this much conflict and everything like that before it eventually implodes. And you guys elected an orange buffoon up there to make you guys even look even more. And just at the right time, when not everybody decides to be a racist all of a sudden again. Dumb. I don't get it, you know. So it is what it is. But that's the white man in America. I don't know what's his thing, what he wants to do, what's his idea, whatever like that. But it's not us, you know. We know what the hell we want, you know. And getting back to our community, right? We understand that, you know, we have a community that we have lost, or we don't have the authority, right? And what that means is this: you can't tell me as a black man, why don't you do something about your community? I said, okay, well, years ago, we tried to do that to our community, right? And what did the white man do, right? He destroyed every black nationalist, every black militant, every black self-help, every black organization that was about empowering us and franchising us and building with us, make us strong. They destroyed, they vilified. They came after somebody like Bill Cosby, you know, he's a patriarch. Yeah, people out there, this girl had a freaking breast out talking about down with the patriarchy. All right, if you get rid of the patriarchy in Black America, right, now you got Pookies, Ray Rays running the community when they're tearing the community apart. People can't be safe. We can't even have venues anymore without the violence and whatnot. You're like, we ought to do something. Don't call on us anymore. You guys told us that we heterosexual black men, you know, the old guard and whatnot, we're of no more use. You told us that we don't matter. Amanda Bynes told y'all just shut up. Black men just shut up. Okay, now you go out there and give guidance to the community. You go out there and deal with the YNs and all these other people like that. Black men could easily clean up Black America overnight, you know, but our hands are tied. We can't do it. We can't carry guns. We can't do all the stuff we need to do to clean our community up. And then when we clean the community up, what exactly are we cleaning up? You got people coming into our areas that you say it's ours, right? And you don't have black communities anymore. We got whites moving in, Asians moving in. Everybody's blood sucking the community, taking our resources out. You got white men coming in there, dating black women. You got black women. White America has infiltrated the mind of the black woman, telling her she needs to explore her options, and that black men are her enemies. Black men are her oppressors. So after a while, man, the community is dying. There's no more Black America. That's why I say when people say the black men, there is no community. There's nothing. They're just the areas where black people live in. And there's no communion. There's no structure. There's nothing. We used to have these things at one time in Black America before we decided to integrate with these people, you know? So therefore, now, you know, okay, and I really believe, can't prove this, but I really do believe that a lot of women back in the days, secretly, although they did what they had to do, most black women became wives by the time they were 19, 20, and became mothers, and then in the 40s they became grandmothers and whatnot. I think a lot of women were told that was being oppressed. You having kids and bearing children and raising households and taking care of man was an oppression, that you need to explore your careers. Now you got women 50 years old, black women 50 years old, never married, never had kids, never nothing. But they got their careers. They're going out doing their thing. You know how ridiculous that is, where you got 30-something, pushing 40-something black woman out there, and she's getting ran through by the little white boys in the suburbs and whatnot, you know. She's known as that black girl that gives it up, black woman that gives it up. Because every white boy I know has a black woman that they know that, particularly in the South, I believe most white boys in the South lose their virginity to a black woman. You know, and I when I was in the North, I didn't see that. When I moved down here, I had no idea about the relationship between black men. The black man in the South never had a chance. The white man was in the black man's bed the whole time. You know, black women think it's okay to freaking be in a company of white men and stuff like that. And, you know, we don't have a community, disrespect of the black man, the emasculation of the black man. And then you're going to look at the community and say, why don't the black man do this? Why don't the black man do this? Well, you just took his authority away from him. You got a community that don't respect him. The children don't respect him. The women don't respect him, everything. But yet you want him to come in and be the savior when things go bad. Every time there's a shooting, where are our black men at? Where are our black men at? Well, you drove those men away. You told them they were no longer needed. You said that you thought that the state and the county was going to be your husband. You know, and then, you know, between the state and the county, they provide the thing because the Pookies can't provide nothing for them. The state and the county provides the money and whatnot. And the Pookies and the thugs, whatever like that, and the goons provide them with protection. And that's what you have in Black America. There's no men in those communities. They're males. A male and a man are two different things. And so you got black women, they enable this coast to coast, nationwide. That's what you have. That's why you have broken communities all over things. And then when black men do stand up saying, we're going to do something like that, you know, yeah. Well, why y'all getting, I had to argue every time I hear one of these damn hood rats. That's why I said it's going to get to a point when we start having the real discussions, women are going to be cut off altogether. I'm just going back all the times where I put my foot down, say I'm sick of these thugs, whatever like that. Well, you're blaming the victim. They're out there just getting their money and whatnot. The black woman always cuddles the Pookies and the thugs. And they brought that same mentality into the movement. Why do you think you got somebody like a Pookie, that got money and everything like that, and end up raping a 14-year-old girl? Polite has he had like 6 fat wives and whatnot that they uses whatnot, and that's legitimate. He ain't got no credit, whatever like that. He uses their credit to get houses and real estate and stuff like that, while he gets to go play around as some conscious dude and not have a job and nothing like that. He got women taking care of him. That's the Pookie arrangement. And every time you see the Pookie arrangement in Black America, you know what you see? The women go out there and they're the ones that, and I see this all the time. I'm looking back at now all the time. I used to go to these study groups and everything like that. And I got Baba such and such, blah, 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 you know, a guru and whatnot, you know, everybody thinking, oh yeah, I studied under such and such. And so this guy don't got a job. He's just selling knickknacks at swap meets, that thing like that. You know, he's selling some bean pies, whatever like that. And all the time, they always got a woman. They got the real job. She got the job. She working for the city, right? She got that good job and everything like that, while he goes out there and plays Pan-African savior. I remember one time I watched the Angry Man show, and Angry Man got outed with that shit. His woman said, man, if you don't shut up with yelling, I got to get up in the morning and go to work. And he on out yelling. His woman outed him, man. I'm an angry man. He wants to forget that shit, but I ain't forget that shit. You know? She was like, why the hell are you out there yelling on the show, man? I got to get up there and work this job. You and I talking to these fools yelling. I was like, damn, man. Dang, Angry Man, you know? So that's what it is. You got these women that hold these niggas down, you know? And so they're able to go out there, do their lectures and do their all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. So it's just like it's just sad, but it's hilarious at the same time. So the black women, some black women are enabling this Pookie culture. And it's one thing to do it in the streets. Now I'm seeing the movement in the so-called conscious movement, in the Pan-African movement. I see the same thing with the Umar Johnsons. Black women enable this fool. They made it fall. Like Hustle Smart broke it down to me today. Umar Johnson must have like people who listen to him on that, maybe a couple 100,000 people, right? If he can get 1,000 of those people sending him $5 a week, that's $5,000. That's money he gets to go around and travel, and he don't have to have a job. So he's going to keep saying what these black women want to hear. And that's what you have. You have the Pookieization of the movement. That's why I'm putting my foot down saying no, because I know when I'm dealing with a fucking Pookie. I know what I'm dealing with them. They always come with these off-the-wall ideologies and everything like that. And everything is always rooted in them not taking responsibility and not doing any friggin' real hard work. Those two things. No responsibility and don't do any hard work. And what else? Basically giving themselves praise and glory and stuff like that they didn't deserve. You always see those things. So this is what you have right now in the community. You got people who don't want to take no responsibility, right? Like me. People say, Carl, as much as you talk about my movement, have I ever asked anybody for any money? Have I ever said, well, I need to do this, man, send me money? Have I ever begged for money? No, I never did. Everything I've done, what little I've done it on my own. Because I believe a man should be able to support himself. But people can't even distinguish between what's a fucking real man and what's a pookie. Because like I said, a lot of our people are pookies them damn self. You ain't gonna pookie your way out of this movement. Now, if you just want to sit back and be entertained, that's one thing. But if you're really searching for something, right? And I think we people are, if you're really searching for something, that's fine. Well, if you're satisfied with what you got, then it is what it is. Like, so don't get upset when you're constantly being disrespected by the mainstream media. And when people say stuff like Ashley Gonzalez saying something like nigga this, nigga that, why are you not shocked? You have not pulled yourself to the point where people respect you. Look at your community. Nobody respects you. Nobody respects Black America. And also, what gets me is, since nobody respects you, why do you expect African immigrants to come over here and respect you? That's the one thing I can't grasp my head on. It's like Black people are like, oh, no, you didn't with African immigrants, right? They're saying the same damn thing. Y'all a bunch of clowns. So when they come over here and they throw their nose up at you and whatnot, and you get all brand new on everybody. Like, oh, how dare you? Like, you ever see like this Brian Jehovah guy, He always talking about what's wrong with Africa. Yeah, but the bottom line is this. If we had our shit, I hate when FBA people act like we got our shit together in America. And the Africans come over here. They're not stupid. They see what they see. They see a broken community right now. They see women in their 30s and 40s unmarried. They see women are our women are overweight. They see all this stuff like this, and they see our kids getting in trouble in the streets and everything like that. And when they point that out, we get all bent out of shape and mad. Well, at least we didn't flee from our country and whatnot. Yeah, but what are you doing here? And it's because we let, and I try to tell people all the time, Black America wasn't always like this. We were not always like this. And so therefore, I don't want to basically tell you, I came on the tail end of where Black America was still pretty much functioning. Up until like the late 80s, Black America was still functioning as a community. After the 80s and 90s, that's when all this shit started. The ghetto culture took over. The ghetto hood culture took over in the late 80s and 90s. So it is what it is, So when people come over here and they say, oh, I'm not a Black American, like people call themselves Caribbeans because they don't want to be associated with Black America. Black America is seen as ghetto, We let the ghetto culture, we let these Black women bring us community down to the ghetto. That's what it is, These Black women in America, they love being trifling and ghetto, and their kings, the fucking Pookies and whatnot, They're running around. They're running. It is what it is. If you're a black man in America, you don't participate in that. The only choice you have really is to move into white suburbia. So a lot of black people push into white areas. They're not part. Look, 90%, 80% of black people don't live in the inner cities. They don't live in majority black communities anymore. Most black people who could afford to move out of the inner city live in the suburbs or residential areas. So when people talk about we got to do something about the community, who are they? What community are you talking about? The community that 90% of them don't live in, and another 10% want to get out of if they get a chance. What you see in the community are people who can't get out, people who are on drugs, single mothers with like 5 kids, just desperately, chronically poor. That's the one stuck in there. That's not a community. That's just a friggin' situation. So we got to get our verbiage and all that right. We do not have a community anymore. It does not exist. Now, the only community you have really is online. The online discussions, chat rooms, and shows like this, it becomes a community of people like-minded. We have cyber communities, yeah, but physical communities where we dwell at and live in, those things are gone. Now, beauty about is the good thing in our favor is these cyber communities we could sort of control. We could sort of control. In this community that I call the colonization, right? I basically have said what's our core value is black man, black woman, black child. Anything outside of, and also that we are descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. We're called African Americans. If you deviate from that, then you are not welcome on this platform and community. You can have your opinion, but that's the value. But if you can't come up, if you don't believe that, that's fine. But if you basically think you're going to change the values of this culture called the Colonization Show, you are sadly mistaken. On this show, black men are in charge. This show is a patriarchy. As simple as that. We respect our sisters. We respect black women. But at some point in time, we have the final say-so over everything. That's why I think these Pookies and all that can't get up on my platform and take over. I know what I'm dealing with a damn Pookie, I know what I'm dealing with a Pookie. They come up there with this stupid pseudoscience and all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. And the bottom line, when you ever look at these Pookies, especially when you go on TikTok, and also like the Q Butter show. And I mean, I like Q Butter, but I listen to these guys when you can tell somebody who don't have anything, they're just basically talking all fucking day. I like the fact that when I talk to people like Hustle Smart, what he does for a living. He's a truck driver, right? Like me, everybody knows what I do for a living. I like this. We talk about what we do. And we have finites, we have definites, we have goals, we have like that. There's a bunch of people spouting a bunch of nonsense. In other words, basically what I'm saying is a real man has authority and in charge of his life. He has agency. I cannot stand talking to a black man who don't have no damn agency. He just takes on, oh yeah, well, such and such. Well, what the hell do you think? When do you put your foot down? What do you believe in? Yeah, we know we got problems, but you should be saying this is where we ought to go. This is where we're going to be. I hate when people sit there and be like sitting there sticking their finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing and saying, well, let me see what everybody else is saying before I give an opinion. Well, I don't want to say that. Look, I basically say what I need to say. I don't give a damn. There's some people get mad at me when I say shit. But you have to understand, I don't give a damn what people think about what I'm going to say. I say it. I say what's on my mind. I say what's in my heart. I'm not one of those dudes that sit there and while I'm sitting my morning coffee, stick my finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing. I don't do that. I cannot stand when black men do that. What do you think about Kamala? Well, before I do that, let me see what everybody else is saying. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I think I got it now. Blah, 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 blah. Well, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on immigration? Well, let me stick my finger out the window and see what everybody else is talking about. Let's see what everybody else is saying. No, what's your fucking opinion? If you're hosting a show, you should have an opinion. What do you think about that? What is your conclusions? What do you want? You know, ask me any question. I'll tell you my opinion. I'm not going to stick my finger out the window. And that's what people literally do. They go around the internet, see what everybody else is saying about something. And then they form an opinion because they don't want to offend nobody, whatever like that. Because God forbid if they lose like 5 subscribers because they piss somebody off. We don't give a damn about the subscriber dropping off your thing. Like I do. I don't give a shit about people dropping a subscriber. You just lost a subscriber. So what? I'm not changing my mind. I'm not changing my opinion. Simple as that. If you want to go, go. That's how you can tell you're talking to a real man. And unfortunately, nobody wants to see a real black man. They want to see people getting up there tap dancing like Step It Fetch It, for you. I'm not going to tap dance for you. I'm going to tell it like it is because I believe Black America, our community, is in serious trouble. I really believe that. I believe we have to make drastic measures and whatnot because other than that, we just sit back and say, something, it was nice, but we're going to die. We're literally going to die. Black America is literally dying, So like I said, it's just a matter of time before Africans come and take over everything we got. These Africans come over here taking over. They took over that mall, that flea. It was a flea market, I guess. Hustle telling me in Atlanta and whatnot, and drove it to the ground, just like they did Essence Fest, whatever like that, But I can't get mad at Africans, right? Because Black America is so freaking weak right now, Black America is so weak right now, so everybody could come in and just it's like a grab bag. People just come in, Jamaicans will come in and try to hijack hip hop. What can we do? We're so weak. We're so weak right now. We've been spending the last decade hating ourselves to the point where we don't think we're worth defending. That's why everybody comes over here and they can just basically take what they want from us and talk down to us, whatever like that. We can't do nothing about it because we talk down about ourselves. We got to start having some self-pride, self-respect. The Black woman in America, the only woman in the world that consistently puts her man down. Black men are the only men in the world that constantly mocks their own women. So what is it about these Black men and Black women that what makes us hate ourselves so much, And I can only draw the conclusion that it's the system or society and the culture we're in. We're trying to operate within a framework of a racist country. And eventually, right, to get along in America, you have to think more like them. To think more like them, you got to be anti who you are. And say, well, what can we do, Colin? And I said, look, man, long term, we need a nation of our own. We need to start all over again from scratch and build something from our own, whatnot. That's what it is. And we can't do that right away. An immediate, like I said, even the building process will unite us to the point where I think a new culture will be created out of the building process. But we're just sitting here doing what we got to do. We have no communities. We have no culture. We have nothing here in America. We have nothing left. There's nothing left. We can't go on the way. I saw this shooting today at Granby High School. I noticed today, I looked on TikTok. I said, first of all, I said, oh no, the shooting. Pop, 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 pop. And I said, man, I really feel sorry for whatever state. And then I looked down, Norfolk, Virginia. I said, God damn, that's here. I said, that's my region. I said, damn. Pop, pop, pop. I heard somebody say, oh, they killed him. That happened today, this afternoon. Somebody had it on TikTok. And so I'm saying to myself, I said to myself, what you see all the time is this, is the fact that you see Black women, oh my God, whether they're crying in court over their son getting 100 years in jail, or they're crying at a crime scene that their Pookie got shot and whatnot, no men around. No, none. It's just women. That's the community one. And the people, it was outside of a school. So you got all these women, nurses, aides, school aides, school crossing guards, also all running for their life and whatnot, all women. No men in sight. No men around. What if the friggin' school system had hired the Nation of Islam, right, to patrol the school grounds, right, and say, do what the hell you got to do. We're giving you the authority to do what you got to do to protect these kids like that. If you got to do random searches, do what the hell you got to do. You have the resources in Black America. You have strong Black men, but nobody wants to do it. Nobody likes strong Black men in our community, right? The women don't like them. The white power structure is afraid of them, whatnot, this, any other thing. So you'll have a situation where you got venues, gatherings, and everything like that, and you can't control a crowd because you don't want to acknowledge that the key to controlling Black America is putting Black males, strong Black men back in power. You don't want to spend the money and the resources engaging the Black male community, the Black men community. You don't want to do that. You don't want to engage Black men. You don't want to empower Black men. And then when things go wrong, everybody wants to point the finger. Why don't y'all do something about your community? Why don't y'all do something about your opinion? And Black men are like, something, to hell with it. You guys basically, the Nation of Islam tried with their security units to police and secure housing projects for Black people in. Had the power structure, the Jews, and all these other people said, nah, we can't give state money to racist organizations and all this like that. So the bottom line now, the community's out of control, because there's no strong Black men running shit. There's no Black men that's authority. You don't have Black man authority in these communities and whatnot, because they listen to Black women. Black women never liked groups like the Nation of Islam. They never did. They really despised the Nation of Islam. They thought it was a patriarchy. They thought it was male chauvinist, all stuff like that. But when time comes, they're like, man, we would love to have some protection. Yeah, you want the protection, but you don't want to submit to their authority. You want to give them that respect. See, I'm the realest there is, man. I tell it like it is. I tell things the way it is, whatnot, and people don't like me because I tell it like it is. I can't candy coat this no more. I can't tell you, I don't come here with this. Collar, Black men heels put down Black women. I said that. I said Black men and Black women put each other down. It's a two-way thing. Black women put down Black men. Black men, it's like a bad situation. So the bottom line, what you call Black women do it the most. They put Black men down and whatnot, because one thing for sure, right? The Black man in America does not have any partnership in the community that they can elevate. Black women will go and elevate. What they do is they always elevate the worst. They know who, like Black. Let me tell you something, folks. Black women know that there's a tension between conscious brothers who are doing the right thing and the niggas that are no damn good. Guess what side they 9 times out of 10 they side with? The niggas no damn good. They know for a fact of the matter is, like, the dudes that's doing the right thing, what they call lames, that work a job, taking responsibility and everything like that, they hate that Black man. So therefore, they'll do anything they can to humiliate that Black. It's like, I would say like this. If you really feel about that man, why are you using him? Why are you putting him in a situation, whatever like that? They basically go out there, they look for these dudes to deliberately humiliate, right? Get his money, get his time, whatever like that, humiliate him, and then sleep with the dude that's a thug. And they all have a good laugh at that lame dude. So the dude that really cares about his community and want to do the right thing, the role model, he is attacked on both sides by the people, the dudes that don't want to do right, and his partner, the Black woman. But Black men got to recognize these women when they see them, because a lot of them appear like A lot of them have this facade going on that they appear like they're good women. They be having degrees and everything like that, but they still, that hood rat culture is in them. I said Hustle Smart video where this judge, hood rat judge, was on a fucking bench twerking. She was on the bench twerking, and so one of the guys walked in on her. She was, oh, I'm sorry, And I'm saying to myself, this is a judge. This is the fucking females, right? You got female black women going into corporate America. It's that Fannie Lewis, whatever her name is. You got black women going to corporate America on benches, judge benches, prosecutor's office, police cats, whatnot. They're still in that ghetto hood culture is in them. That's a difference. That's a difference. Usually when a black man gets a certain he leaves that alone. Now, unfortunately, a lot of times a black man will get with a white woman and so they leave the whole community alone. Black women will elevate the Pookies, the thugs, whatever like that, and then get with a white guy, whatever. Black men don't sit there and participate in the destruction of it. They just leave the whole community altogether. Sometimes I think that's more noble than what a lot of black women do. They come in, they be getting on community boards, they be getting funding. When I think all these black women always getting so goddamn they're always in charge of some funding or some grant association and whatnot. That's how they live. They're always in a position to get money from these liberal think tanks and everything like that, and they're like that, dude, I'm about to fucking block you. I'm going to delete your comment this time. Next comment, you're getting blocked, permanently, I'm not here to joke around with this fucking cracker in the platform, Anyway, a lot of black women are in these freaking groups and everything like that. And, and I don't know if they're serious or not, whatever like that. I have not seen any. He goes, I'm like this. You got so much money is spent in cities like Baltimore on programs, self-help programs, like that. But yet these communities are war zones. What the hell's going on? They said, we need more money for the community. Where the hell's all the money? It's mostly black women running these organizations, these NGOs, and these nonprofits and everything like that. And the community looks like hell on earth. And people are like, Carl, you bashing black women right now, but I'm just going to tell it like it is. You got your little nonprofit somewhere. You're getting money and whatnot. And you're taking that money and you're taking Pookie and Ray Ray out to dinner. Look, tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Bruce says strong black men should not mean arresting the potential. What potential of black women, Broody? Arresting potential. Black women have reached their potential, and our communities in a bind because of it. Black men didn't want to be under. Shut the hell up, We're living in the United States like you are, We're living in the United States, We're living in the United States, We're living here. Doesn't matter what you say. I'm not under no damn Mzungu nuts. We're living in the damn United States. So the bottom line is this: we have to basically navigate. This is the hand we were dealt with. This is the hand we were dealt with. We're not fucking weak. Black men are strong. You don't produce billionaires and millionaires being fucking weak. We're still the strongest black men on the planet. That's the truth. We still got the most degrees, the most education. We're still the strongest and the most influential black people on the planet. So I don't know what you're talking about, Broody. My problem is we're doing that as individuals. We don't have a community anymore. And the bottom line is, I'm saying going forward as the next great movement, which I think this is, the black nationalist movement and the colonization movement, right? The next great movement has to be done right. I cannot afford to be sitting down with women and not knowing who they're with and whose side they're on. What I'm saying is I know my people better than you do. There's so many black women. You got to make a choice. Either you're going to be on the side of the college genesis and what I represent, or you just go with the friggin' thugs, the Pookies, and that, because there's no more in between. You can't serve two masters. Right now, the line's blurred. I used to have women call the show or call me, whatever, over the years, not just the show. And I didn't want to say nothing all the time, right? But, you know, all the time when I was with the BAIO group, the first group, we had women that come in, right? And I was like, so tell me about yourself. Well, I got 3 kids and whatnot. So wait a minute here. You got 3 kids from 3 different baby fathers, right? What are you talking about nation building? Why am I discussing nation building with you? You know, and people are, Colin, man, you hate women. No, I don't. I'm asking a serious question, right? You know, because a lot of, and I was right, a lot of these women, right, they come into these movements, right, and they want to flirt, they want to do all this stuff like this. And I said, I'm a serious person about this movement, right? And you know, so they always come in, they always talk all this nonsense, everything. And then, you know, I don't want to hear about what Beyonce and Jay-Z is doing. I don't care about Beyonce and Jay-Z. You know, I don't care about fucking Lil Wayne. I don't give a damn about the rap record or BET awards and shit like that. That's what usually happens, right? I want to be real focused, right? Because I'm like this. And it's come a time where I'm like this. I don't want to hear what happened at the Oscars. I don't give a fuck who or the Oscars. But a lot of black women, they're vested in this system. They're very vested in the system, in the white man's entertainment world and shit like that. They're very vested in it, you know, and they like all the stuff that comes along with the entertainment and stuff like that. It is what it is. I'm looking at this thing like, you know, I'm looking at the entertainment industry and whatnot, and I'm like, yo, you got to be kidding me. You know, and it's so freaking obvious. So freaking obvious. Me, if I never seen any of these entertainers ever again, I would not lose no sleep. But it's the black women that keep all this stuff going. You know, if you're a black man, I don't care what you say. Why is anybody like? Who cares about any of this stuff? You know, black women keep this stuff, this nonsense going. That's what it is. They keep this foolishness going on in our community and everything, and the values of our community are gone down. You know, the values are coming. When's the last time you seen a movie where black women? There was something that happened not too long ago, right? Where I think it was a kind of think of what reference I'm talking about. It was something that happened not too long ago where somebody made a comment about black women made a comment about traditional wife and stuff like that, something like that, and then black women just basically went ham. They went crazy. You know, they just went crazy on this. Oh, well, I forgot who it was, but like that. But I remember that, right? It was like, oh well, blah blah blah, and all stuff like this. And I'm saying to myself, that's where we're at right now. It was something to do with a family. Somebody made a comment about family life and stuff like that, you know. And so, black women, no, she got her career and all stuff like that. You got women out there, 50 years old, like Shania Latham, you know. You got that Tracy Ellis Ross, whatnot. These are old ass women now with no children, you know. Never bore child. No, like Vivica Fox, 63 years old, you know, trying to finally look for love and all this kind of stuff like that. And we look at the who black women are falling behind, Oprah Winfrey and all these other people like that. And you say to yourself, you say to yourself, what the hell's going on with our sisters, you know, our black women? You know, and like I said, maybe we don't have sisters, you know. So it is what it is, you know. The idea of the wholesome black girl that we grew up with, you know, that was wholesome, beautiful, and whatever traditional is gone. Now it's okay to get your money, be a hood rat. But really look at it, man. These women look demonic. You look at Lil Kim. These people look demonic, you know. And you see who they're with, you know, these demonic ass rapper looking dudes. You got people literally It's almost like the gates of hell are open and the demons are walking the earth. That's what Black America looks like now, you know. So that's what Black America looks like right now, you know. So it is what it is, you know. Black America looks like the gates of hell have opened up, and friggin' demons are walking the earth, you know. And so you say, look at these people. I look at this NBA young boy and what's the other one? 21 Savage. I'm like, what the hell is going on, you know, in our culture? You know, all these people. I'm looking at these people, you know, Poochies and all this kind of clown shit like this. You know, and it's so far gone. And look, if you don't care, that's fine, right? You don't care, that's fine, because that's what you have in America. I have a different vision, right? I think we could build civilization, start all over and build civilization from the ground up. I believe we need that. I do believe white America has won this battle. They completely destroyed our women. They destroyed Black marriage. They destroyed Black relationship. They destroyed the Black family. They won. Just give it to them. Let's give them a round of applause. The white man won. But we're not going to admit defeat because it's not over yet. And the way out has always been nationhood. Nationhood means that we part ways with this white devil forever, you know, and build a civilization where a Black man, a Black woman, Black child could thrive. That's the only way it's going to work. We don't need nothing else but to get away from this devil, you know, and have complete control over our context of our reality. Everything we see, we eat, we do, and everything we control. Then you'll see a beautiful culture and civilization emerge from the ashes of defeat. But you got to admit, America is a defeat, you know. Yeah, thank you, Afro Theory. You know, you have to admit when you're defeated. And then when you admit that we're defeated, you can move on. Look, going on right now is not going to work. Keep doing what we're doing is not going to work. The context of America, right? America was never for us to thrive in. That's why we keep losing. You know, the Black man and the Black woman are never going to come together in hell. That's what it is. America is a Black man's hell. They say the white man's heaven is a Black man's hell. A white man's heaven is a Black man's hell. So why do people expect peace and everything? I was looking at it today. I'm sitting there scrolling TikTok, and I hear, oh, I think they're shooting. All of a sudden, you hear pop, 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 and you got women, decent women. I know that are hall monitors and crossing guards, everything running for their life. That, oh, he got shot. Get down, get down, get down. Why is it that we have to do this shit? You know, I'm not being scared of the white. Who's scared of the white man? DK. I said the white man's heaven is a Black man's hell. I ain't scared of him. Being scared of him is you're scared to leave him. You're scared to leave. You're scared to part ways with him. You don't think you could build civilization. You know, and anybody running to Africa, right? Is DK is mentally getting away from the white man. I don't mean, look, DK, you don't seem to understand. That's what I said, man. You know, I'm gonna take your Black American card from you. You know, the bottom line is this: that don't mean we have to participate in their world. That don't mean we have to participate in their sports and their shit like that, their stuff like that. When I talk about withdrawing from white America, I mean everything. You know, so it is what it is. You know, so we got this. Like I said, these people come here. And like this, you put the NYGG. Okay, wow. You call me the nigger word. Oh, wow. My feelings are hurt, man. You know, and the white people need to understand when they're talking to me, you have no power. You have nothing you could say, whatever like that affects me. You have no power. You're nothing. You guys are nothing but fucking ants to me, you know? So it's like this. It's not even about running to Africa, DK. It's about withdrawing from the white man's world. You know, if you think that we're going to have a future with the white man, That's fucking being scared of the white man. You don't afraid. You don't think you can work without him. I know for a fact of the matter we can. Not based on the fact that anything we did in Africa thousands of years ago, but I believe Black America because I know my people. I know we're capable of doing it. So it ain't about that. So if I don't need these people, the fuck we need to be around them for? What? It's over with. Black culture is dynamic and destroyed. Yeah, Black America, but we allowed it. We allowed it because we allowed Black American culture to be destroyed. Nothing freaking works in Black America. So it is what it is. Why do I got these fucking white devils in my chat? I don't care. Go the fuck away. Go the fuck away, man. God damn. I wish I had some moderators tonight so I wouldn't have to fucking do all this shit, right? God damn. I gotta start giving more people a moderator pin. I gotta start giving out more moderator pins and everything like that. My moderators have been fucking been lax lately. Anybody want a moderator pin, inbox me, I'll tell you. So it is what it is. 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 Bottom line is this, bottom line is why look, me personally, I don't go to white people's platforms. I don't give a fuck about them, right? Why do they come to my platform? I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. What the hell they want to hear from me? It's not, look, DK, that's bullshit. Black men have been fighting for 400 years. It's got no place. Now it's time to build. It ain't about fighting no more. It's about building. We can't build anything under duress. We can't build anything here in America. It is what it is. I know you're comfortable here, but the bottom line is this, and I'm comfortable here too, but I know for a fact, I'm looking at my community. I'm looking at Black America, right? It's a fucking mess. And the bottom line is we need something else. Or we just sit here and let the community die. That's the only thing like that. Because in a few years I'll be gone, I'm at the age now where I don't, I got to move on. But all I'm doing is my piece while I'm on the show every night, whatnot, to tell the thing that we need, and more people are starting to agree with what I'm saying, because I put it to you like this: Black male, Black female. The one thing you could say this: if we had the community we had 100 years ago, when 90% of us were married and stuff like that, it's not about Liberia. I would say Liberia is probably a better situation than Black America is. I do see people being married over there. I do see couples and families and shit like that over there. I don't see that in Black America no more. I can see, look, that's the sad part about it. Over there, you don't see kids out there disrespecting adults. You don't see people out there engaged in violence. And I said to myself, how is it that you got people that's poor as Liberia is, they people are decent, they're clean, they're nice, they're friendly and stuff like that. In Black America, every time I look around, I can't turn on the thing without people fighting in public and shit like that. The whole community. I'm looking at Atlanta, what they're doing. Me and Hustle's mom were talking about this today. Atlanta's a mess. You can't even go to the mall without shit popping off. It's gone. It's over with. I'm sick and tired of people fucking defending America. I remember the time, DK, where America was great. We can go to the mall. I was around my fellow Black people. We would have fun and everything like that. That's not there no more. I'm telling you like this. Kids are dying in groups. Kids are getting shot. It happened today in Norfolk, Virginia. That's what made me so angry today. It happened in Norfolk, Virginia. You tell me this is normal? Outside of a damn school, guns coming out in a junior high school, and pop, everybody running for their life, 2 people killed. That's normal to you? And this is happening nationwide. I don't think Liberia is a bigger mess. I don't know. Black America is the worst. I think out of all the people in the world, I think Black America is the worst off. Other people ain't killing themselves like this. I'm saying, you can't even have, look, we can't even have venues anymore, right? Because of the violence. You can't have nothing anymore. The carnivals and everything, all that shut down because of violence. We can't do anything anymore. Create our own culture, we have families and everything. We don't have any families anymore. Yeah. So, but we can't basically have values if we don't have authority and power. That's why I'm calling out these females, and I'm watching it. Right. A lot of black women know more than they let on. Afro theory, right? Let me say this, right? There's a lot of black women, right, who know. Like I said, I'll show how smart that lady, that judge that was got caught twerking on the table. There's a lot of black women right there that got education and stuff like that. They know that there are dudes out there that are doing the right thing. Look. There's always been black men that did the right thing, hold the community down, did everything. They're in the church, they're in everything, they're participating, they're mentoring, they do all that stuff like that. But the black women have decided that these men are lame. These men are nothing. These men are clowns. These men are a joke. The dude out there doing nothing or not, the Pookie and all like that, those are the guys that get them all hot and bothered and they want to be with. And so that's fine if that's their choice. Everybody has a choice. But they deliberately go and try to destroy the black man who's doing right, to humiliate him, to emasculate him or not. And I've seen so many black men destroyed like that. And I would tell them, man, don't get with that chick, man. She ain't the right one for you. And they deliberately, this is what they do. They pretend like they're the decent type of black woman. They have this thing now where you got women that go around pretending like they're educated middle class black. That's a new thing now. You got a lot of hood rat black women who try their best. And I catch them all the time. Try their best to sound like they come from decent families and they're educated and like that. And then after a while, you talk to them, that hood booger culture comes out of them. I could expect them a mile away. That's why a lot of them don't like coming on my show, because I know them. I've been around them. They got this thing. Black women, see, at least with the men, when they ain't no good, they're no good. You can see them a mile away, ain't no good. Black women have this thing where they want to dress up, especially in front of white people, and make it seem like they're some virtuous and all stuff like that. And they're the most nastiest hood rat thing you ever think. And these people are destroying our fucking community, because it's not just that. It's the fact that they get in there and they're deliberately destroying good black men and turning good black men away from our community. That's what I've had. And they deliberately empowering the Pookie, and the Ray Ray and everybody like that. I know it for a fact because I've seen it with my own eyes. I'd be like, yo, you're in a nice neighborhood. I say, how this nigga doing riding around his neighborhood? They'll say, you look up, that's not that nigga's car. He got some woman's car that got a good job. She got a degree, good job, whatnot. And she found some thug with a do-rag on. He's driving her car to the store and whatnot. Now, he got a free entry into the middle class and everything and didn't earn it. With that brother out there still struggling and whatnot, and he might be able to get a condo or whatever like that. She's looking at, oh, he's a lame. He ain't got no money, whatnot. But yet the Pookie ain't got two dimes rubbed together. She gonna put him on a pedestal. Come on. I know what I'm talking about. I was born at night, but not last night. I say this, John, because I know what I'm talking about. I'm your big homie over here. I know what I'm saying. That's how far gone Black America is. That's how far gone the culture is. We don't have anything left in America. We don't have anything, So it is what it is, So bottom line is this: we're gonna expose this whole culture. I remember Nas had a song out called "Black Girl Lost." Go look at that on his album Affirmative Action. He has a song called "Black Girl Lost." That song right there really did something to me because it was basically everything that I was thinking, right? That song put it in perspective. And the skit in the beginning, right? The woman said, you know, the Pookies don't got the money, bro. The Pookies only look like they got money because they're not paying bills, Rico. The Pookies, if you got Pookie and you ain't paying a car note, you ain't paying insurance, you ain't paying rent or electricity and whatnot, and you just laying up on women, yeah, of course you look like you got the money. But the average brother who's making sure his bills are paid and everything like that, you know, bills are paid like that, you know, yeah, he goes. No one gives him credit for holding out two or three jobs or whatnot. You know, you look at a Pookie, it's like they got money. They only got money because they're living with their mama. You know, they're living with their baby mama. You know, and they're not paying bills. They're using Section 8 and all stuff like that. Man, look. Bottom line is this. I know what I'm talking about. Pookies ain't got no goddamn money, you know. They appear like they like flashing and everything like that. They like appearing like they got money. You ain't got money. Even when they're doing drug deals and whatnot, you know, they get one case and whatnot. That lawyer is gonna eat that up. Court costs are gonna eat that shit up, you know. I'm not telling fairy tale. I'm talking about a life that I know about. Pookies don't have no fucking money, bro. The drug dealers have money. Average 90% of black men in the hood are Pookies. They don't got shit. 10% of them are drug dealers, and that 10%, only like 3 or 4% of them actually got money. I've been out there. Niggas are dusty, they're grimy, they ain't got shit when not, you know. They're bumming food, bumming cigarettes, bumming beer and whatnot, you know, bumming weed. You know, trust me, Rico, I've been out there, you know. Ain't impressing me one bit. You know? So it is what it is, you know. It is what the fuck it is, you know. But you know, it is what it is. My point I'm trying to make is this, you know. You got women out there who basically, for some reason, you know, it's one thing if that's what you like, well, hey, that's fine, right? But I've seen so many friggin' women. Hey, what's up, Dark Migo? I've seen so many women, right, who deliberately target good black men and string them along just to destroy them. I've seen it happen. And they go run with the Pookie. That's one thing, right? But what I am not going to happen is, right, as I build this movement, right, I am not going to have these same women coming on here and elevating Pookie. Like, let's see, Polite. How do you think Polite got what he is right now? He got so-called hood rat black women and decent black women, because now these black women got money. And he got black women who got money. Instead of going out there, getting a husband of their own, they're all out there being his wife. They're one of his wives. And they're using their money and credit score and everything to boost him up. Yeah, Polite's a fucking great example. All those dudes in the conscious community are a great example. They all got that woman that holds them down and whatnot. Any one of the women could probably get a decent man. You can always, every woman in America can find themselves a decent man, right? But the bottom line is what turns them on is a Pookie, that thrill of the Pookie. Why? Because women do not think long term. They're not thinking nation building, community building, and whatnot. They just think of how they feel in their emotions at the minute. You know? That's why I say when I'm building a movement, right? It's not based on emotion. It's based on what I believe that we could do in the future, right? Emotions have nothing to do with it. If you put emotions in there, going out, yeah, you're gonna be emotional and stuff like that, you know. So bottom line, it'll be steered into the emotional thing. Like the reparations movement is emotional, you know. The reparations movement is emotional. It's not based on reason and logic and everything like that. You know, it's emotional, you know. I am not no retired Pookie, New York Pookie. Shut up, Tandria. You know, so my whole thing is this. Emotion is a reparation movement, right? Because it's easy, right? You don't have to really organize nothing. Or you just show up on somebody's platform talking about reparations and waste 3 hours talking about something that's never going to happen. And that becomes the movement. Why? Because I believe in my heart the reparations movement like this. It's not a factual. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Tandria is one of those types. She with the Pookie, her and the Pookie brigade. That's what they did. That's the end game. They can't build nothing and whatnot. All they do is like wasting our time talking about goddamn reparations. That's never gonna happen because they got no skills, they got no education, they got nothing. Just sit around talking about reparations and whatnot. That's not gonna happen. You don't got no political power, no nothing. You could barely fucking get 30% of the black population to get out there and vote. And you got a political machine in this country. It's like this. So it's like Africa is not a failure. We haven't even started yet. The what you call reparations is a joke. Reparations is a joke. And like I said, if people want to talk about it, that's fine. But all I'm saying is, I will never have a show where we're sitting here wasting 3 or 4 hours talking about reparations. It's not going to happen. Now, if somebody wants to go on another show and talk. That's how people know when they come here, we're not going to be talking about reparations because I know it's bullshit. Since I know it's bullshit and I'm the captain of this platform, I say we don't talk about it. And I know for a fact of the matter is, and I'm looking around who talks about reparations, it's mostly single mothers, Section 8 people, welfare queens and all these other people like that. They're the ones like this. These are the people that live off the government their whole life and whatnot. They're the ones that believe it's possible to get a payday from the federal government. Me, I never got a payday from the federal government. However, I did get, and back in what year was that? That was 2002. 2002, 2003, 2002, 2003. George W. Bush gave everybody a stimulus, right? A tax relief, right? And if you filed your taxes before that, they sent you a check. I never forget that, man. I got that $500, man, sent to me, and when I was like, man, that came in handy at the time. That's the only time I ever got any money from the government, man. When George Bush gave out that stimulus to the public, stimulate the economy, during the Iraq War. That's to shut everybody up about the Iraq War. I got that $500, man. I couldn't believe it, man. I actually got something from the government, Yeah. Black women are ones spearheading the reparations thing. Wasted a fucking 5 years talking about this nonsense. It started with that freaking hood rat Yvette Carnell. As black and they're Pookies and whatnot. Yeah, we need to reparate. What are you gonna? They all thinking about they're gonna take a carnival cruise. Tandra, what are you gonna do with your reparate? You gonna take your favorite Pookie on a carnival cruise and shit like that? Y'all gonna go on carnival cruise. You're gonna go to fucking the Gertz Mall in Queens and go shopping and whatnot, What the hell like this, So the bottom line is, what are you gonna do with your reparations check? Don't tell me what I do with my money in college. Yeah. And people like, Collar, I already said this. If the reparations check comes, y'all can have mine. And people like, I'm gonna hold you, Collar. When the reparations come, Collar, we're gonna come sue you for it because you said we can have it. Yeah, you can have it. $150,000, y'all can split that up among yourselves. I don't want it, But I know because I can say that because I know confidently it ain't never gonna happen, Shit. Wait till it comes, Colin. You're gonna look stupid when the reparations check finally comes. Oh my God, So it is what it is, man. But now Tandria and all the FBA people, they think Africans are coming over here to get your reparations check. They think they're coming over here to get your reparations check. And I'm loving this. I'm loving what other kind of devious thing could I do to stir up trouble, right? Yeah, man. I think the Africans deserve reparations too, man. I think Africans, for all that, I think Africans should get the reparations money for the loss of manpower in Africa and whatnot. I think Africa. I wish Ghana would get the money and whatnot. How about that? So it is what it is. So what you call it? So Marsha, you want with your reparations money, you buying a farm, So how am I a sellout now? Because I'm just telling you reality You will never see a dime, of that reparations check. You will never see a red cent. I wish I could tell you different, man. I wish I could give you hope and whatnot so you can get some money and buy some nice things for yourself, Tandria. You could trade in that Honda Excel and get yourself an Infinity and everything like that. You could do upgrade. I wish you a lot of well luck. I wish everybody could get a reparations check so we can all have some money and whatnot. We can all take a cruise. We could all go to Vegas and whatnot and play some slots and everything like that. Living high out the hog. The Negroes, we coming in. Yeah, look, I'm hopeful for black man, but it's not going to work in this civilization. We need a whole new civilization. We need you have more black people moving outside of America. I heard that there's people America is moving to Mexico, right? I think if we get out of this American culture, right? That and let me say this. American culture has a vested interest in elevating black women for some reason. They're like a sacred cow. Nobody ever tells a black woman to sit the fuck down, shut the hell up. Really. Who's the biggest voice on CNN, MSNBC? It's always some black woman, running her goddamn mouth and whatnot about shit she don't know about. And now, what the white America did? They're now tired of Candace Owens. They told Candace Owens, get your fucking nappy. They don't kick Candace Owens because, like I said, ain't but too much you're going to keep talking before they get tired of you. Now they're tired of you. You could be conservative, liberal, everything. Sooner or later, people are going to get tired of you. They're getting tired of black women. Really. And people are starting to say, you know something? Why are we always acting like we're scared of these women? Why are we acting like we're scared of these women? And our friggin' people in our community, right? It's like the Democrats and everything like that. They use black women to keep black men under control. I don't give a damn about no goddamn looking at the agenda of the Democrats, right? Flood the country with illegal aliens. What the hell do I care, right? Now I'm not against immigrants and nothing like that, but why? Since you asked and you asked me for my vote, right? Okay, like this. Let me give you an example, right? And I hate to tell you this, right? When I go to the polls and vote, I am not thinking about the fucking black community, right? I'm thinking about what could benefit me personally, right? Last election, I was upset about the Inflation Reduction Act in the business that I do, right? So I thought that it would be repealed and whatnot. It hasn't, so whatever. But I do like the fact that the current administration got rid of Title IX, That's another thing I did not like. So I vote on specific stuff. I don't give a damn about all that other stuff like that. Somebody telling me, vote Democrat. I don't give a shit, I don't give a damn about whatever happens, whatever like that. I only care about what happens to me, So, in other words, basically, why should I care? Tell me, Tandria, in your simple mind word, why should I care about anything other than myself? Since you don't care about the community, I'm a heterosexual alpha male, a patriarch, right? An alpha male patriarch, right? I'm a black man who believes in traditional black America, black family. Your party, the Democrats, and all these other people like this. I'm not disrespecting black women, Nac BZ. I'm telling it like it is. Tonight we tell it like it is. Ain't no disrespect to black women because the black women who know what I'm talking, like Afro Theory, know I'm telling the truth. If any black woman is feel disrespected, I'm talking to you. So the bottom line is this: I'm a black male. I believe in traditional black family, black values, everything. What built Black America? I'm a black man of the John Johnson era. I'm a black man of Black Wall Street era. All these things, the black banks, everything like that, was built by strong black men with only black men in the room. And black men make a decision. And women supported that. They sat back and supported that. That Black America is gone. So what the hell do I have? A bunch of freaking immigrants come over here telling me what to do? No, that is not my Black America. This is not my Black America. I don't know what the hell this is. A bunch of lesbians, LGBTQ people and whatnot. That's what I'm supposed to be voting for, Tandria? Are you crazy? Well, I don't know. I don't know what kind of Black America you come. I come from strong black family. That's the Black America I know. I come from a strong black family. I come from with strong black men. We didn't get welfare. The men, every time I go over either my cousin's house, I go over my house, my grandma's house, the people who put the food on the table were black men. I didn't get welfare. My mother wasn't a freaking single mother. My mother had a husband. My father came home to my mother. My grandfather came home to my grandmother. My cousins, aunts, uncle, they have families. They sent their kids to college. That's where I come from. So don't get brand on me. This Black America I'm seeing right now, I don't recognize. So it is what it is. So this is not my community anymore. When that it's a community of Pookies, Ray Rays, single mothers, and all stuff like that. So I'm like, hey, look, it is what it is. You could y'all vote on one of your interests. So I have nothing to do with it. You're like, y'all feel y'all gonna do that when you think they're gonna give you a reparations check? Hey, vote around that issue, right? But I basically vote on whatever I think is gonna basically benefit me personally. That's it. The political process in America is broken. We ain't got no bad political process. Although I know my father apparently used Supreme Court ruled against black voters. So I don't have no idea. What do you mean voting against black voters? Did they take my vote away from me? Am I be able to vote in November? So how would they turn against black voters? What do you mean by that? See, people just talking vague and abstractions, well, they're talking vague abstractions. Nakmeezy, I'm not concerned about white America. I don't care about them. I say everybody else is whataboutism. What about white people? I don't care about it. I don't study white people. I don't care what they do. I only know that the Black America is what I care about, what I want to build. I don't give a shit. What do they talk about? This, that, and the other thing. These are my talking points. If I say something, I really mean it. I don't give a shit about no conservatives. I don't give a shit about no MAGA. I don't give a shit about America. These is what I saw and what I observe. As simple as that. I don't sit there and care about what people say. So it is what it is. And just reading off the social media reaction to Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, that's what social media does. Oh, black people like this. Like, let me give you an example. In New York, a couple of years ago, they were talking about, voter suppression. Then when you look at the real thing, right? All they said was, in my area, sometimes I'm an election official, right? When you come up to cast your ballot, you got to show ID that you're the person voting. And then once you put cross that person's name off, he can't go to another precinct or whatever or vote again, right? It's done. You got your ballot. That's it, right? What they wanted to do was take away you checking people's ID. So, like I said, you have people in places like Philly, they were what they call ballot harvesting. Let me tell you something. When we do an election, right, you're there. Once you get sworn in, you're there from like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? 5 o'clock in the morning, right? You get the election stage 5 o'clock. The polls open up at 7, right? You're there 5 o'clock in the morning. We're setting up the polls, the voting booths, everything like that, right? You cannot leave. Once you're in, you cannot leave. You can't lunch. You want to order lunch, whatever like that. You cannot leave. You cannot leave, right? And then after the elections close 7 o'clock, right? We begin counting do the readout and everything, count the ballots. We have an official from the Democratic Party there, and an official from the Republican Party there, right? Once we show them the results of the machines, right? They sign off on it, and say this election is verified. We give the count, right? The official count and everything like that is put in the envelope, sealed, right? And is sent to the electoral board right there. Everybody watches the process all together, and we witness what we saw, right? When that's over, now you're dismissed. and be lose like 10 o'clock at night, from 5 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. You know that thing. That's how serious the election things are, right? But now, what you had in places like Georgia, it's every place where we got black people running shit, right? You have people just basically not doing that process, right? And not verifying everything like that, because the poll workers, the Democrats and Republicans are watching the votes the whole time. And they're certifying that there wasn't people getting back in line voting and stuff like that, or multiple ballots. They're watching all that. So when at the end of the day, they say, yeah, we observed this one night. When they said, no, we don't need to do that anymore and whatnot, and then when said, no, you need to do that. You need these safeguards in place. Then they start calling, and you need ID. They start calling it voter suppression. Now, they know the average person is low IQ. They don't understand what they actually mean. Yeah, there's a certain procedure you have to follow, because I was part of that, right? They spun it like, oh, man, they're trying to suppress black people's vote. Most black people have ID. That was the issue. They were trying to make sure illegal aliens and people like that, or people from other states coming down, voting in one state and going down to another state and not being checked. That's what they were trying to do. And so therefore, when you have ID laws, they put it as voter suppression. Like I said, and you know who's running all this? Black women. You know, the Stacey Abrams and all these other people like that. You know, it is what it is. We're so good at wrecking our community. Now we're wrecking everybody else's community and whatnot. You know, our community is already gone. You know, Black America's already gone. You know, so it is what it is. So it is what it is. Kala, you wonder why whites are not attracted to are now attracted. I have no idea. People coming to my platform saying a bunch of racist stuff and whatnot. You know, I don't think they're attracted to my platform. I think people are just coming here to be a troll, Rudy. You know. So I don't know what you're talking about. Ain't no white person coming here giving serious commentary or anything, you know. So I don't know what you're talking about, you know. You know, so it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know, so but that's what it is. That's what it is. So my whole thing about tonight is this, you know, I knew this topic was going to be explosive, right? What do we do about this situation? Is it going to change? I have no idea. You know, I have no idea. I'm just looking at this thing. And then I always see our sisters, right? They're like, man, I'm 40 years old and I'm not married. You know, they're like, I'm married. When I'll say, well, okay, you're 40, you're not married, right? But I'm sure over the years, you had Leroy, the janitor, you know, or Rufus at the gas station that was trying to get your damn money, you know? You know, I'm not elitist, right? So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not elitist. I don't know what you're talking about, elitist. I'm not elitist, you know. You know, I'm not elitist, you know. So I don't know what you guys are talking about, you know. You know, so as far as money, I got enough, right? I can do everything I want. I got everything I want. All the cars I want. Got a house. I can travel anytime I want. So I must have some money, you know. I gotta have something, you know. Let's not be a fool here, you know. So it is what it is. I got enough money in life, you know. I got enough I need, you know. I know, yeah. Don't listen to Nack Mees. He's a clown, you know. Kyle's bitter. He couldn't get a black. No, it's not. That's what I said. People always want to bring things down to the common denominator. You know, I'm bitter because I couldn't get a black. And it's not about that. I'm not bitter because I've had black women my whole entire life. You know, it's the fact of the matter is, right? When people, what's wrong being elitist? I don't know. You got to ask Nack Meezy that. You know. So my whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. You know. When people say, right, and I'm saying this for the longest time, people are always talking about coming in my face, right, particularly while white supremacists, white devils, white racists, they come in my face and saying, when are y'all going to do something about your community? And I'm setting the friggin' record straight. We do not have a motherfucking community. That was taken from us systematically over the last 100 years. That's what I'm talking about. There is no goddamn black community without the black man in charge and head, without the black family structure. They did everything they can to destroy that institution. That's what I'm talking about tonight. God damn, people are stupid. People keep saying, well, Kyler, why, you're very intelligent, man. Why your audience is so fucking stupid? I said, no, not all of them. People are telling me, they say, well, you got people that are stupid. You say stuff and they don't understand what you're saying. They twist your words around. I don't know. I think people are just trolling me. I think what it is, people just like having fun. But I'm getting to the point where I'm getting tired of playing games with people, really. I really am. This movement I'm doing is serious. I could be doing be doing stuff anywhere in the world. I could be doing anything right now. I could be in a bar right now chilling, right? But I choose to be here because I got something to say. The topics I think, I engage people. I give people a chance to talk and stuff like that, Yeah, I know. I could link like did not let the IQ level and the intelligence level of my show goes down. People are telling me, Knack Means, I shouldn't let anybody up on my show when I'm cooking like this. They should. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start having shows where I'm just talking for 3 or 4 hours until I start getting people up here that can freaking talk on my level and have and I don't care about people debating me, stuff like that, but sound like you're intelligent. That's all I ask for. Because people tell me that. Like, damn, people, I guess, we have our thing, but why your people sound like they don't fucking never read a book in their life? I said, I don't know. But everybody want to come up here and challenge me and whatnot. And they're like they fucking never read a book and whatnot. I know what I'm talking about. What the fuck I want with Sanaya Latham for? What do I want a 50-year-old woman? I got a woman, so whatever it is. My whole thing is this. Like I said, the topic of tonight is this. That some black women, I should have said some black women, keep the Pookies in charge. Now, I gave the example of Polite. Perfect example. You would think people say, yeah, Collie, you're right. Every last single one of these gurus that you see on 125th Street, same ass story. They got some woman out there who got education. And what gets me is this. It's not even the hood chicks. Because a lot of hood chicks, right, they'll give that lame dude, that educated dude, a shot. What you have now is you got people, what you call, I don't need any loving, man. I don't need no fucking loving, DK. What do you say up there, hate monger? I have more peace when I hate than I do love. I hate more than I do love. I really do. I think hate is more stimulating and more fulfilling than love. So you can keep your love in someplace else. Go love on somebody else. I don't need no fucking love. That's why I'm tailor-made for this movement because I hate everybody. I literally hate everybody. So it is what it is. There's women out there in the hood, right? Like my last girlfriend before I got with my wife. She knew I was not no thug, whatever like that, but she loved me. She knew I was no thug, whatever like that. She says, no, I know what you are. I know what you could do. You're no punk or nothing like that, but you're not in the streets. Don't act like that. She hated when I was trying to act like a thug and tell you're not that. That's not you, and she always protected me like that. She wouldn't let me get out there with her brother and do all kinds of stupid shit like that. That's a woman who cares about you. And she was a street girl. But she like this. Then you got females out there, right, who come from a good family. They have so-called had nurture, but I think a lot of females, I seen it. I said, that girl had a father in the house, gave her a sweet 16, car for her birthday and everything like that. Why the hell is she running with the worst thugs in the fucking world? I can never understand that shit. I could never understand that shit. So, look, it's not education anymore. You used to give a black woman education. It's not that. There's something in our culture that's making our women act like this. That's why you think you got women with degrees and stuff like this. And then you got women who don't have education and don't have that. And sometimes they turn out really good. So it's not, so what has education done? I saw Hustle Smart, that video where a judge was twerking on her bench. The guy walked in and said, "Excuse me, Judge." She said, "Oh, I'm sorry." She out there with her ass up in the air twerking and shit like that, you know? Yeah, look, DK, if they want some thug look, that's fine. But I'm just saying, if I'm gonna build a movement, if I'm gonna build a movement, right? I gotta be careful because the first BIO group we had, right? That's exactly what happened. We let a lot of females in, whatnot, and then they start bringing their Pookies in and shit like that, and it just all went left. Now I'm very careful about who comes here and whatnot. What we're talking about. I want to find out what you do for a living. I want to find out what you are, what you're about. I don't want no boys around me. I want men. I want men around me. Like I said, how I respect you. If I haven't talked to you offline or called you offline and whatnot, man, that means, I really don't respect you. I have to talk to you one time or off the air, then I respect you. But the bottom line is this: it is what it is. Most hood rats got degree education. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. We have bought into this idea that you get degrees in education that's going to change everything. And actually, it's the community has gotten worse. Because if you got a hood rat and whatnot, and she knows about how to money launder, hide money and stuff like that, the drug business exploded. As more people got educated, the community exploded, Answer my last question, Carl. What was your question, John? What was your question, John? I'm going to put the link in the chat room that people want to debate. Come up here. I'm going to tell you right now, warning everybody, from now on, you could debate me, disagree with me, but you disrespect, your tone, anything disrespectful, you're gone. That's just a fair warning, because like I said, people are telling me now that, Kala, you're at the point now where you got to start getting respect, because people are listening to my show and they say you listen to the show, but they don't like the way my guests disrespect me and talk to me a certain way. So I got to check that. So it's going to start tonight. I'm checking people, the disrespect. You can say whatever you want. You can disagree with me, but being disrespectful is not it. Do it. Last time you're going to be talking to me. So it is what it is. What's the question, Ja? Yes, I don't understand. We want responsible men to lead. Yeah. So the bottom line, I am trying to lead a movement. This movement I know is going to grow. This colonization movement is grow because all these other movements are going to die off. Soon I'm going to get a Patreon. I'm going to really expand this platform. This movement is going to grow. Movement is going to start a revolution. Because I'm seeing all these other platforms dying off. They're falling off left and right because they don't have any direction. So the bottom line is I'm seeing people listen to me. They're taking what I say seriously and whatnot, and the last thing I'm going to have is people coming up here acting a goddamn fool. So you want to come up, you want to talk, we can discuss, we can debate, we can be passionate, but don't come up here being disrespectful. That's being forewarned to everybody. Today starts a new day. So it is what it is. Somebody has to be the leader. Somebody has to be a role model. Somebody has to put their foot down. I don't believe a lot of black people know what it's like to have a real man. Elvis did it to himself. Elvis wants to be disrespectful. And the bottom line, he did. I gave him chance after chance. I didn't say he's banned, but I gave this fool chance after chance, and he always comes up here being disrespectful. And people tell me all the time, they're sick and tired of it. They say, Carla, we take what you say seriously. We see you as live. We listen to you. You're like an elder. And so people come up there, they cannot friggin' you can't let people disrespect you, talk to you any kind of way. I let people get away with it, but I can't do that no more. It is what it is. Because out of respect for my audience, because people vested in me and whatnot. I'm looking at the analytics on the show, right? We may not have a lot of live people, but goddamn, you like one night, 500. One night, the other night, I did that show, The Monkey Kingdom. That was almost 1,000 views in one night. Holy shit. You know, these shows be hitting, man. Your bottom line, people's listening, you know. And now that I'm looking at the analytics of the watched hours, right? The watched hours are so freaking low. That means people are listening to the show for not just stopping by. They calculate how long the show is being played. The watch hours are so fucking high. I'm like, God damn, you know, so high. I'm like, damn, for a little platform like this, the watch hours are fucking high. I'm like, God damn, you know. A lot of times people do shows, and when not, they may have views, but you look at their watch hours, right? People may listen to like that's why they say a lot of people have a lot of views with their shorts because people's attention span is low. So if you do a short video clip, you're going to get more views on it, right? But your watch hours go down. I don't have any shorts really up there, and I have this huge. That means people are actually taking my show, listening to their car, and they're listening to the show for 6 hours. I have to do 6-hour shows, and they're listening to the show for 6 hours. You know, I mean, tens of thousands of people are listening to the show. That means the messages, the talking points are getting out there. And they're getting out there. But yeah, like I said, I appreciate my audience, the people who support the show, my moderators and everything like that. You guys help me with this, you know, everything like that. So, you know, I appreciate everybody who participates on this platform. You know, I really do. It's not, I couldn't have done it without my audience and supporters, you know. Colin, you had Ebola cough since you been back. It's not Ebola, bro. It's just fucking, I got bronchitis. I get this every time this time of year because we got a lot of pollen. You know that green stuff that's all over your car. You know, I cleaned my car the other day, my Mercedes. I cleaned it the other day, right? Black, beautiful paint, you know. I come back 2 days later, it's fucking green again. I'm like, God damn. You know, it's like pollen. I get this time of pollen year, I get this, you know. I must have been infected with the pollen. I get the bronchitis, but it goes away, you know. It goes away, you know. Well, green, yellow, same thing, you know, same thing. Green, yellow. It looks green to me, you know. I guess it is yellow, but it's green. But you know, it's all over my damn car, both my cars. You know, I'm like, damn, you know, wash the car, right? 2 days later, it's back on there again. You know, I'm like, damn, man, please stop. You know, what can we do? You know, Kyle, you had the Ebola. Yeah, so yeah, I know. I'm a Ebola. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. People say stupid stuff, Mary Shine. You know, it's stupid stuff. People wish harm on me and stuff like that, you know, and whatnot. You know, it is what it is. You know, it wish harm on me, whatever, all the time. 2 years ago, I had malaria. Man, God, I was hospitalized. 2 years ago, I was in a hospital in intensive care for malaria, you know. But this time I took my malaria medicine, man, thinking I'm invincible. You know what it is? I thought to Africa thinking I'm an African and whatnot, you know. African said, man, you ain't no damn African. that malaria kicked my ass, boy. God damn, you know. I said, shit, I ain't like this, you know. I said, damn, man, like I'm I guess I am American, man. That's what I realize now. That, yeah, you know, I guess I do got American blood in me, man. You know, because the way I caught malaria like that, man, I had a worst case of that shit, man. I got really sick, you know, like damn, you know. But you know, it is what it is, you know. But yeah, but yeah, so I want to know how did somebody like a fucking polite get elevated so high up so fast? It's black women. And it wasn't just hood black women. I look at some of those women that polite were with, they had degrees in some of everything. Agreed to be one of his wives. Do you understand the foolishness we have? That's why, and the other thing, I'll be honest with you, right? I don't like when a lot of black men, we live in a Western culture, America, right? A, a lot of men think they're going to go to Africa, and get more than one wife. It's the same freaking thing, you know. It's degeneracy. They're gonna get more than one wife. It's all about sexual exploitation and shit. You know, that's all it is. Let me get Nack Measy on, and we'll see what he's talking about. Go ahead, bro.
How you doing, good brother?
Go ahead, man. What's on your mind?
No greeting.
I said, how you doing? What's on your mind?
The black woman is on my mind as usual.
Yeah.
Why
So
why they catching strays?
okay.
The
See, like I
black
said,
man is the
oh,
runner of the community, and you
hold
blaming all the
on.
women on.
Nack Measy, you haven't listened to a damn thing I said,
I
right?
did,
The black man is not in charge of the black community, bro. We haven't been in charge of the black community for like 60 years. What are you talking
and
about?
that's our problem. That's
Well,
our problem. It's not the woman's
Nack Measy,
problem.
Nack Measy.
Wait, did
It's
you just tell me
listen,
to shut the f up?
no, I
Come
didn't
on,
say
man.
shut
Don't
the F up.
start.
I did not say shut
Oh,
the F
okay.
up. I
All
said
right, cool.
Nack Measy. I said this is a systemic problem, right?
Hmm.
You had black man who built Black Wall Street, right? You have
Hmm.
black men who built in places like Detroit the first black banks, Harlem first black banks, right? This is all black male patriarchy, the black institutions,
Right.
black insurance companies, all across the black America, black men were building, right? He had black women by their side, right? We were in a community, right? A community, right? 99% of black households, who was the breadwinner?
99%
99% of black households, who put food on the table?
right now or before?
Before welfare.
Oh, black men.
Black men. All right. Now in the 60s, right, you had a large number of black women that was growing. That who was the breadwinner? The state, right? Black men became
Uh,
less and less important in our community, right? Because we basically the world, and not just black community, right? It's all over the world where the state has basically, and it's not just our community, it's all over the world, but I see like other
subsidize
people
the role of
basically
the man. Yes.
this. But the only thing we really had in Black America was that authority, right? See, other white men still had the fact that they were white and they still had their image and they're still in power. Black men, the only thing black men ever had was the authority they had over their own community, right? You take that away, now the black man is obsolete. That's what I'm talking
But
about.
how did they take away our authority? They never took
Well,
away our authority.
okay, it's like
They
this.
took up. They hold on. Let me say something, brother. They took away vulnerable black women's dependence on a man with low sexual you know control. The reason why the government had to step in is because black men were making babies and running off on a plug. That's what happened.
Right.
So when the woman was no longer financially dependent on that black man, then the government stepped in when the black man bounced. Okay,
Let me
so
ask
I
you a
mean the
question.
government can't stop a man. No government can stop me from grinding and providing for my family. So I think that's a very weak excuse to
Okay,
say
let me
that the
ask you a question. Let me
government
ask you a question.
is hold on. Let me finish my point, brother, and then you can ask me whatever. Um, the government is not responsible for me creating Pookies, impregnating women, and then leaving them. How many black men have more than 5 kids and 4 kids? Because we have low sexual what's the word I'm looking for? Responsibility. We just slaying seeds all over the place and then want to blame the woman when we leave and expect a woman to do a man's job. That's weak shit. Now I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, now these women that I was talking about tonight, right? I'm not even
Hmm.
talking about the hood women. I'm not talking about black
That's
women in the
fine.
hood. I'm talking about the fact
Okay.
that now we have a situation where it's not even the hood, whatever like that. It's middle America black women have decided given up on the idea of the family and the relationship. Family and the black
Okay.
in a relationship, right? And it's not even about the who they you can get with whoever you want to get with, right? And I'm saying like this, you can get whatever you want like that, right? But at the same time, right? If you have a community, right, where a lot of black people, why do you think? I'm not a MGTOW, I am not a manosphere type of guy and stuff like that.
Right.
But I listen to a lot of these guys, like me and Hustle was talking about today, that black women are not complaining. There's no black men in the church. Black men are not going to the clubs. They're not engaging them. They're not in meetings and stuff like that. They're like, where all the black men go? And then you got black men who are saying, you know something, I'm checking out of Black America because I don't feel like I'm a part of this community, right? Now, if
Coward
that's,
shit.
hold
Yep.
up, let me say this, let me finish, right? If that's the case, right? If you say, you admit that black women are doing that, right? Do you know less than 50% of black males have children? Less than 50% of black men in America have children. The women are having children with the same, like 30% of black men. So you have a situation where the women consciously said that, you know, whatever it is, right? You know, they don't need the black man, whatever like that. And then you got another thing, right, where you got black women saying they want to explore their options outside the race, right? Take all that in consideration, right? If black women got the Pookie and they got the white man Brad that they're trying to get and everything like that, and they advertise it, right? It's one thing to do it, right? It's one thing to put that on a showcase that, you know, I'm trying to get Brad or I'm trying to get Thug Love and everything like that. The black man that everybody expects to come and build a career, like for example, I'm talking about today we had a shooting in Norfolk, right? And I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at the video, right? It was outside of a school ground. And I'm seeing the crossing monitor, you know, lady jumping, diving for her life or whatnot, black lady diving for her life.
Right.
School aides, whatnot, diving for life, whatnot, this young thing, right? Somebody got shot and killed, right? One of the kids got shot and killed, right? In the playground, right? Well, outside the school bus, right? When school buses were hit, whatever like that, it was right when they were lining up for the bus. I didn't see one male in sight. Now, I said, years ago, right? I said, like this, because I know I used to do club security and stuff like that. And I had guys tell me they want to do cleanup where they get paid. They could do school monitoring, they could do cross guard, but the powers that be, particularly black women, did not want that, right? They're like, no, no, no. Just like they got rid of the Nation of Islam contracts in security and lots like that. So they basically said to the black male, you know, the people, the men, that strong black men who could secure the school, walk the kids home and stuff like that. You don't matter, you know. And so you have a community that's telling the black man that you can't be a man. You know, we can't be a man in this community. But okay, if the community goes down and white people are like, why don't y'all get your community together? Why don't y'all do this? And all these races are coming around talking about why y'all doing this? Y'all out of control. Y'all kids out of control. Well, years ago, we had a guy named Elijah Muhammad, right? You know, Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, all these people, all the stuff Black America's going through right now that I'm watching, they predicted all this. They predicted all. They said, look, if we don't have empowerment of Black America, the kids, the youth, Malcolm X said that in his book, the youth are going to start following the criminals and the gangsters and everything like that. If you don't help us put the black man in charge and empower him and everything like that, that's what's going to happen in America. And was he right? Absolutely, 100% right. He said he knew the females were going to go to that element. He knew the children are going to go to that element. Who the kids worship? The NBA young boys, the 21 Savages, the Gucci Mans, the Pooh Shiesty, all this stuff like this that we go on. And the bottom line is all this stuff was predicted decades ago. That the community right now, if they don't have anything positive to rally around, they're going to go down to the old, down the wrong road. And were they right? They're absolutely right. They predicted this. All the stuff right now we're going through right now in Black America is predicted. Everywhere you look in this country right now, you can't
Whose fault is it?
gatherings of Black people without people getting killed. Every day it's happening.
Are you suggesting that it's Black women's fault?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you putting words in my
Well,
mouth.
that's what you've been saying.
No, I'm saying
Like
I'm saying
that they create the Pookies, they're choosing Pookies,
no,
they're supporting black men with no jobs, but you're failing to leave
You're twisting my word.
responsibility.
You're twisting my
No,
word.
I'm not twisting. Okay, tell me how I'm twisting it. You literally said that about polite.
But yeah, I'm saying like this with polite, right? I'm saying that somebody like him, right? The Pookies, if we did what we were supposed to do and what would happen in the 60s and whatnot right there, there'll be no need for a freaking polite. That's what I'm saying. You know, the polites only exist because this is the way our community went down. Our community went down this road. You know, we don't have
Brother,
strong.
can I speak? Can I speak, please?
We don't have a Malcolm X. anymore.
Well, we don't need a Malcolm X. You know who's the Malcolm X in my house? Me.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you don't.
Wait. Hold on. Let me speak, brother. There's a million me's in America. Okay. If you are not a father, a husband, if you hadn't had to do homework and prepare your kids for a state nationalized test or standardized test, then you can't speak on it. I do
Yeah,
that every goddamn day.
okay.
But
That's
hold on, brother. Let me explain. You
personal.
can't complain about a problem
That's a
that you're
personal.
not in a
Let me
position
say
to
this.
change.
Let me say this. It's not that. The problem is we have a
But let me
community.
finish though. Let me finish. You're always cutting people off. Someone that can speak on Black American women, the fall of the Black family, and what can we do is someone that's actually doing it. You're not in that position, brother.
Well,
Respectfully.
I am in that
So,
position. I am.
but you're not though.
Yes, I
You're
am.
not. You don't have a wife. You're not married to a
Look,
Black American woman.
look, anybody.
You're not a father.
Hold on. So it
If you're
doesn't
not a
matter.
father, you can't
Hold
speak
on.
on to the
Hold
challenges of
on.
being a Black
You
father.
can't just basically try to attack me personally. That's not going to work, bro.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying,
So
in
that's
general,
not going to
you
work.
can't speak
Look,
on it. But let me finish. Let me
I,
make my point, brother.
look,
But let me make my point because I'm driving. Let me make my point, please.
I
Because
made a
you
whole
speak, but
problem.
then you try to drown me out.
You
Let me
take it as
speak, brother, please.
Black women or whatever. So in other words,
No,
basically, it's
let's go for
absurd.
Black women.
So I cannot say what I see in front of me.
No, but it's not in front of you because your romantic
You
interests
know,
are not in Black America.
I got nieces, nephews. I got people in my family that's going through all this shit. You know that?
Wait, but all right, so let's deal with that. Let's deal with
I lost three
let's deal with a Black man
I
dumping
lost
the ills of the Black society
Look,
at the feet
I
of Black
lost
women.
I lost three cousins to the streets, murdered. Right?
All right, that
So
those were those
give me
people's
more than-
choices.
I lost three cousins to the streets. Right? I see everything in my family. I'm like because if my father died, I'm like the patriarch of my family. You know, my nephews, my grandnephews, whatever like that, nieces, whatnot, they all come to me. You know, because I'm like the elder in my family, right? They come to me for wisdom and guidance, right? Yeah, you can use that against me. Oh, you don't got no kids, but I got nieces,
No,
nephews, and all kinds
no,
of.
but brother, can I? We having a conversation. You want to talk over and put your point
But
because don't be
I had to
afraid.
clear that
Don't
up.
be afraid of. Don't
Hey,
be afraid of the response, though.
but you made
Don't be afraid of the response.
well, I just cleared that up because you made
No,
an
I understand. You're the patriarch of your family. I get it, and salute to you for that. But that's not the same thing as being a father. Okay, it's
yeah,
not the same. It's not the same as having conversations with your daughter. Why she has to sit a certain way. Why she has to take a certain route. It's not the same as having a conversation with your son who's constantly lying to his wife, to his mother about what he's doing. They can't run that shit on me, which is why the Black father is important and he should be at home because we see
all right,
shit
all
that they
right.
will try to run off on their mothers. Now, back to the Black woman. A Black man that lays the ills of Black society at the Black woman is is mistaken. He's misguided.
I never said
Why? If I compare the ills of the Black community and I trace it back to who's committing those ills against us, it goes all back to Black men. You talked about Black people getting shot. Show me the Black women that was busting the
all right
trigger.
now. All right now. Are you gonna let me speak?
Yeah.
Are you gonna let me speak?
Wait, wait, wait. But can you answer that?
You gonna let me have a
Well, the problems that you talk
hold on.
about in our
You
community,
made a point.
show me the Black women that's doing it.
Hold on. Let me answer your point. Then you go on the next
Yes,
point.
sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right? No one's saying that. I'm saying that the problems in our community, right? And this is the truth, right?
Hmm.
The our Black women, our sisters, right, have decided, right, to make a sanctuary for that. The Black men are destructive in our community. They're destructive. I get that. They're the ones killing and doing
Who's
all.
more destructive?
Hold on. But the thing is, though, and like I said, me and
No, but
Hustle.
answer who's more destructive?
Hold
Black men or Black women to the
hold on.
community?
It's not. Hold on.
Hands down, it's
You,
Black men.
Nat,
We fucking up the community.
Nat, hold on. You
And
said.
you're making excuses.
Hold on.
You're
You said.
providing a sanctuary, a Pookie
I,
sanctuary, by giving these niggas
Measy,
excuses.
I'll let you talk,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Let me finish
Okay,
what
go
I'm
on, bro.
all right, right. What I'm saying is this though. It takes two to tangle, right? For the most part, right now, the Black men are absent. Black males are present in the community. That's not a man, right? A man has authority, you know, no matter what. If you can have a man in the community, right? He has a certain aura about him, right? When you see Mr. Such and such and whatnot, you know he has a
Right.
stuff like that. He has an authority, and you respect him. You know, you straighten up when he walks down the street. You know, he asks you a question, it's yes sir, no sir. You know, that was the community we once had before, right?
Right.
Now, yo, you say like you don't know how to distinguish between black men and a black male. Just because somebody has a male gender, that don't make him a man. A man is a role model. You know what a man does right there? You may say, talk to me like this. You know what a man does? I take my friggin' like my father, right? My father has so much disappointment in his life when but you know what he'll do? I watch him, right? Man, this big man, 6 foot something, right? You know, big black man, you know, good looking, right? My father would basically just lick his wounds and just sit back and be quiet and deal with it. He didn't get that promotion on his job. He did it. And that taught me that you cannot get whatever you want. Being a man is knowing how to deal with disappointment. So you have males that are running around emotional in our community, right? That's why they're killing each other. They're acting like their mother that they're raised by. My father taught me that, son, you're not gonna ride your bike on the first try. You're gonna fall. You know, and the basketball game when little league game when I struck out, you know, and everybody's like, "Oh man, you hope the little game." Guess who was in the stand, man, cheering me on and whatnot, telling me it's gonna be all right? That was my father. My father was there for me as a man, as a role model. He got up every day to go to work and whatnot, and put food on the table and make sure I got Christmas tree presents under that tree and whatnot. My father was there at my graduation, everything like that. What I'm saying is, there's a difference between being a male and a man. And you know something?
I never made that point, brother. I agree with you 100%.
Let me say this. I remember last year, right? I remember my father because he passed away, at the age of 60. He was young when he passed away. I remember I said, "Damn, I'm only like 3 years away from my father when he passed away, right?" But I
Right.
remember when every time we go someplace, right? My father has such an aura about him, right? Everyone call him Mister This, Mister This, Mister That, and how you know your father he's a good man. But I'm saying to myself, damn, I'm almost my father's age and whatnot, and people still call me by my first name, right? That's because my father showed me what a fucking man is. Everything he is. He didn't have a lot of money. He didn't flash stuff like that. He wasn't cool, whatever like that. But you know what my friends tell me? He said, every time we saw your father around town in New York, he said, he's always with your mother. He said, a lot of my friends, you see them fall with their girlfriends and whatnot. You know, you see it's like that. Yeah. He said, your father was always with his mother, and I respect it. My boy Chris, I have him on the show. He said, my friend Chris, his father died in Vietnam. My father stepped in and became a father to him. My best friend Chris, to this day. My father stepped in and became a father to him, by being a role model. He said, my boy Chris said, the reason why I have a wife and kids right now is because of your father. I wanted to be your father. He said, my boy Chris is a DJ. We're not with DJ, and we have a DJ crew. He said, man, I could go anywhere, do anything like that. He said, but what always attracted me was I saw your family, I saw your father, and I wanted that. That's what we need in the black community.
100%. And the fact that we don't have that is why the community is going to shit. It's the black man's absence that's causing this, not the black woman.
I'm not saying,
The black woman,
hold up. You
and
said,
then you cut me off, brother. I listen to you. Can I speak, brother?
good.
Please. We both from Queens, man. Show me some Queens love, man. Southside, man. Look, it's the absence of the black male. That strong man for me was my father and Mr. Durham in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Big ass arms, black man. He would just have to look at you. Everybody want to ride their bikes past his house and kick it with Mr. Durham. You see what I'm saying? Mr. Durham doesn't exist anymore. And it's not the black woman's fault. Your father left a great impression on you. My father left a great impression on me. When my father passed, my uncles were there. There was a strong black male presence in the community, and we cannot lay these wild pookies at the feet of black women. We can't. They're
So
not
who's responsible
equipped
for them?
to have the convers. The black man that created them and left is responsible for
The
his
black
creation.
males.
Look, black males, black men. No, they're males, men, whatever. The ones with penises.
I'm a black man, and I'm no Pookie, because I like
No,
this.
and that's fine, and I respect that. I know you're not a Pookie. We all have a little Pookie in us. No Diddy. We could get there if we have to, but for the most part, we don't manifest ourselves as Pookies when we're being serious. So the black, for your sake, the black males that created these Pookies in their image, these are the gods of the ghetto, creating Pookies in their image, leaving, creating more Pookies in their image with another woman and just unleashing these hellhounds on the hood.
And so
The gods of the ghetto release hellhounds on the hood that black women have to now deal with. Okay? And they're not equipped to deal with it because a woman is a nurturer, a woman is a matriarch. She's not wired to spot all the bullshit. The same way we can run game on a woman, tell her sweet shit or appeal to her feminine side. They have a soft spot for their sons, so their sons run game, but the father has to be there to be able to see and spot the bullshit. And if we're not there, it's our fault that the community is in turmoil. I'm going to pass you the mic, but give me 20 seconds, brother. I challenge you right now in front of your whole audience to let's stack up the issues that the black woman and black females cause that have a negative effect on the black community versus what black males and black men cause that have adverse on the effect of the black community. I'll be first. Shootouts in the hood. Your turn. Give me the ills of the
Well,
black
well,
woman
my,
that
my, my,
compared to shootouts.
my
Let's
whole thing
go.
is this. My whole thing is this. I think what you're doing, you're framing this wrong way. You're thinking that I'm trying to blame black women. I never said that in the title. When I said, but I said black women keep Pookies in charge. That's all I said. So where does this idea that you saying I'm blaming black women for
Your statement right now, black women keep Pookies in charge.
people? Yeah, I stand by that.
You laid that at the foot of the
Yeah,
black woman, but
that's what
you're not
I,
ignoring the source.
that's what I've been arguing about for 2 hours. I never said that the problems in Black America is really, if you really want to know, right? Since you want to know, the problem in Black America is trying to be black in America. That's the problem. People don't want to have that conversation. You
No,
women,
that's a great convo. But black women suffer under the same issues
right,
that black men
right,
do,
right.
except
So my
that they
point
are.
is never about
Mhm.
blaming black women for being in the situation that we find ourselves in. I never said that. In other words, if I said that, I would say that Black America is in a perfect position, and I laid it down earlier, right? If you don't know if you're listening, right?
I listen to
So
you.
we basically had the Great Migration, right? We had the Great Migration. Large numbers of black people start flooding into cities across America in the north and whatnot, in the west, whatever like that, right? You had black people that were basically moving into areas, right? And then people said, something, you got black people with this huge concentration of money and everything like that. But guess what? The white man said, something, we're gonna basically not give them loans, we're not gonna give them business. Redlining means we're not gonna, if there's a business in this area and we know it's black, we're not giving it. You know who they basically gave the loans to open business in black community? The Chinese. They told the Chinese, if you want a restaurant, whatever like that, or a business, whatever like that, this is where you open it up. And so they deliberately put Jews, Chinese, everybody else in the black community. That was not our fault, right? So my point I'm saying is,
That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense.
that's what happened.
They didn't put the Chinese and the Jews in a community. Their own communities support each other.
Yeah,
I know for a fact
but hold on.
Chinese people do not patronize banks like that on a small level. They
Hold on.
have Chinese associations
I know
that bankroll their own people.
the government was actually working with those Chinese associations to give them loans and stuff like that. The first Chinese that were getting loans, they get loans from the government for businesses. That's the truth. Yeah, they got these Joey Association with that, but they did like that. Same thing with the Koreans. You know, the United States brought the Koreans over here, the Palestinians, all those other, and they set them up in predominantly black areas, right?
So they denied black men loans, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so yeah, you ever start what redlining is?
Yeah, I know what redlining is, but I also know that
Redlining
there are
is that they were
plenty of
not
black
gonna,
businesses.
it was called benign neglect. We're not going to give black people business loans and everything like that. We're not going to, the FHA loans and whatnot was made for white people to buy houses. Black people couldn't get that. So therefore, you had a situation that was not under our control. That's not black women's fault. I'm giving you the context of the reality. We did the best we could in the context of the reality we're in. And so I resent you telling me that I'm saying it's black women's fault. No. And
That's what you said. You've been. This whole shit is how black women. What's the title of the show? How black women.
You jumped to the conclusion, right? Now, in order for you to think I believe that, you have to also believe that I believe America is some perfect system, and I
I
believe.
never said that. You're trying to put words in my mouth. But can you tell me what the title of this show is? Maybe I'm wrong.
Black women keep
How black women
in charge.
Right. You're laying the you're just right there saying that black women keep Pookies in charge of the community.
Yeah. Well,
If I ask you and everybody on this panel,
what I meant was movements.
what group of people have their woman running the community?
Well, I'm like this. I gave you an example.
Exactly.
I gave you an example of Sinetta, Polite. These are all Pookies. We're not,
Neither one of them are black Americans. Let's use black Americans for this.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
No, they're not. Neither one of them are black American.
Okay, Umar Johnson. Who puts him up there?
He's a Cuban.
No, see, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, okay. Umar Johnson, what's up?
Issues. They're talking black issues, and they're involved in the black community. Let's just assume they're black. Whatever they are, it could be from Mars.
Right.
Like no. So let's go like that. Look. The bottom line is this: if you have a community, right, a so-called community, right, and you have people that in the so-called community that speak for the people, talk about the issues and whatnot, he could be from fucking Mars for all I know. He's part of the community until the issue that comes along, like immigration, and they take the side of the Caribbean. Then you can say, "Oh man, you can pull the tether card out." But for right,
I got you.
For right now, Polite, like I said, I never heard about that. Polite, Sinetta, and all them, but they're in Harlem. They're in the black so-called community. They talk about black issues. Same thing with Umar. So let's assume they're black. These guys, I watched them for years. I used to go to a lot of meetings and stuff like that, meetings and stuff like that. And I used to always say, these guys, these gurus and whatnot, Dr. Such and such, whatnot, they always sell their oils at the end of it and their little trinkets or whatever like that. And they got the books that they got, the tapes and whatnot. And I used to go broke buying these books and tapes after these lectures and shit like that, right? And I noticed one thing looking back, every one of them had a solid, these motherfuckers didn't have no real job, whatever like that. Every one of them had a friggin' woman that had a job with the city, a job with the bank, a job at the credit union. They had that good job holding shit down while you going out there playing black nationalist leader. And
so you just described a black woman holding the community down while black men are being bums.
They're not holding the community down. They're holding.
They are. They are.
I'm glad you said that because you just made my point, right? My point is the fact that I said the reason why I led with this show tonight, right? I said I'm trying to build a movement, right? I want a movement with black men, right? I want a movement with black men that came up, right? The way I think black men ought to come up, right? On their own, finance themselves, everything like that. They got a job. Me and Hustle Smart talked about this today, and all stuff like this, right? I see too many of these black men, right? And they tried to get me to join these. They're doing the George Floyd thing, not George Floyd, Michael Brown thing. Motherfuckers tried to recruit me and say, yo, there's females. They said females out there, join such and such. I said, who is he? Well, he got a movement and whatnot. I said, why am I joining him? Well, he got a platform. I said, I got a damn platform. And so they send these females out there to recruit men. And so that's how they do. Same thing with Nation Biz, all these people, they send women out there to recruit men and stuff like that. And then you have being led by somebody that's a beta male. Now, the strong male, the alpha male, you know what the alpha male is going to do? He's going to tell you what you don't want to hear. You know what alpha male is? Somebody like Joe Clark. You know, a lot of women in that community hated Joe Clark, right? Because he said what they didn't want to hear. You know, anytime you have a strong black man that puts his foot down and says, "This is the way it is. This is my authority," you know, you got women out there that don't like that. You know, that's what it is.
I totally disagree. And you
Uh,
have you
hey,
started?
that's a point,
Let
though.
me look. I'm not going to ask you questions I know the answer to. You haven't started any grassroots, boots on the ground movement in a black community where black women
There's no
would
black
not show
community,
their
bro. Don't you get it?
but hold on. But hold on. Let me finish, brother. I have, okay? And I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you, a strong black man in a leadership role is a chick magnet.
Oh, bro,
You have
bro.
to wait, but hold on. Listen to me, brother, because I did it. You know
Matt,
my track
Matt,
record.
everybody
The
else, I
women
did
love
too.
it.
I was part of all types of organizations and stuff like
You
that.
are part
So,
of it. I owned
so
it. It's
bottom line is,
mine.
every last single one of
But
them,
and it's
are
not
part,
about me. Black
last
women or
single
women in
movement,
general
every
will
single
appeal to
I was
power.
part of every
Women will
time.
appeal to power.
And
Women will
hey,
appeal
yo,
to power, brother. And
in
the
the
fact that you won't let me get it out says that you are afraid of having this conversation.
I'm not
If a
afraid to
woman
have
was
a
listening
conversation.
to
Go
you
on,
and I, they would say, why won't he allow him to finish his points?
but
He's
go ahead.
scared.
What's the point? I'm a mute.
Well,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, brother. I appreciate it. Wow, he's
All right,
muting for me.
well,
This
okay,
is
we're gonna
it's a
time
new
it.
day.
We're gonna time it
All
down.
right, thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. So when you title a show that says paints a negative image of black women allowing or empowering Pookies. When you say that black women are empowering something, that means the black man is absent. Just like we
Yeah,
both agreed that men like your father, men like my father, are now absent in the black community. We cannot lay that at the feet of black women. Okay, we cannot,
I never
because
said
then we're saying that we as black men are not running it, and we're not. And that's the issue right there. We're not running the community, we're not managing the community, we're not managing our families a lot of times because we create and vacate and leave the black woman to raise a young black man, and they can't do it like a black man can. And shout out to the women that still try, but their sons run game on them. You've seen a lot of black mothers, and shout out to the black mothers who dress their sons up like who they think men are. Little gold chains, waves, finger curl, what they call that shit, baby hair on the side of their face, because they're doing what they think they know how to do. When a black man will say, nah, we're not doing that, but we're absent, brother.
all
We're
right,
absent. So you
all right.
can't
So, all
lay
right,
the problems of the black community at the feet of the black
Matt,
woman.
1 minute. You got 1 minute. Let me get 1 minute. And like I
You
said,
got two, brother. Go on, rock
okay.
out.
So my whole thing is this, right? Let me get 2 minutes. So I'm gonna start the clock. Start the clock. Start. Now my point I'm trying to make is this, though. No one's saying that it's all the black women. I don't know why you get that in the title or not. I'm saying the black women keep the Pookies in charge because that's who they basically look to as power in the community. You know, that's power. You know, they basically remember the song. You ever heard Nas' song "Black Girl Lost"?
Yes.
Remember the opening skit?
Yeah. Yeah, you talking that righteous shit though. Yeah, that God body shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he loved that off the wall, back to Africa shit. Whatever.
Right,
Yo,
right, right, right,
yo, bro, I was a young man, 5%er, and I had a community study group back in there when I started the College Nation back then and whatnot. And the bottom line is this, man: the females, my friends that were thugs, we're all people and whatnot, right? But every time when I would start talking, when I was talking about righteousness, you know, the woman and whatnot, my wisdom and all stuff like that, the women would be like, look at me like, let's go pop some bottles, let's go do this, smoke some, light up the L, whatnot, this, that, up there. And I saw back then, that that's who they were attracted to. And so I saw it in 97, no, 96. I got almost killed in a fight at an IHOP. So almost got killed in a fight. I was stabbed, almost died, right? And then I freaking threw the whole Black Power national shit away. And I said, yo, you know something? This is what people want. I'm gonna become a thug, right? And I became like a worse thug, right? My thug years is when I had all the women, I had all the fucking girls, I had all the this, the respect, everything like that. You know, I was a man. When I, you know, and then when I get older, I start selling insurance. When I all that shit disappeared. When I said I want to become a respectable man, and this and the other thing, it all disappeared. You know, when I was a thug, when I was out there trying to do the righteous thing, the Million Man March, and also like that, sitting at my study group and whatnot, you know, all the females just looked at me like, oh, man, you're weird, you're a weirdo, and all stuff like that. And then next thing what happened was I almost got killed by a bunch of thugs, right? And then I said to myself, you know, and the reason why I almost got killed because while these guys were acting up, I'm saying I'm calling them my brothers and all that. Next thing you know, dude punched me in the fucking face and I fucked them up. And then next thing you know, people are like, why were you walking up to those guys trying to shake their hand? You know, those are thugs and whatnot. You know, so they looked at me like, man, how you let that happen? You're a punk, you know? And I said myself, those are my brothers. They ain't your fucking, they look at me like you're fucking crazy, you know? You're calling people brother and whatnot. And then I realized the street culture has taken over, right? We're not brothers and sisters no more, you know? And so I tell you this, Knack, I ain't just talking off my ass. I'm talking about shit I lived, you know? And so therefore I saw, yeah. Well, that was a long time ago. That was actually this October will be 30 years that happened. That was in 96. That was October of 96, right? It was on the news and everything. I still got the bloody shirt. To this day, I still got that bloody shirt, you know? And which
This was in New York or down south?
in Virginia. The fucking it won't happen in New York. I was here in Virginia, you know? And so the dudes that were down from fucking Newark, they were from Newark when that drug dealers and whatnot, you know? You know, one of them was wanted for murder in Jersey, you know, Jersey City. And so they were down here and whatnot. They came in there, just came in the fucking restaurant, just start hitting everybody, you know, and whatnot, you know. And they came up against me, and that was the last thing they fucking did. They tried to run out, and I freaking ran and caught them and dragged them back into the fucking restaurant and beat their ass, you know. And so that's what happened. Then they all jumped on me and started stabbing me with knives and shit, you know. And I almost bled out, man. They said, you lost a lot of blood when they had to freaking stop the bleeding, put me away in the ambulance, and you know, like that. But I went through a lot of shit. After that, I burned all my Final Call newspapers. I burned all that shit. You know, I said, fuck this movement, fuck everything, fuck black people, this, that, I said, I'm out here doing mine. I started studying martial arts hard, man. I started training. I started fighting all the time and whatnot, you know, just like underground fights and whatnot, you know. And I said, man, so the bottom line, I gave up on the movement. Then what got me back into the movement? Oh, yeah. What got me back in the movement was around 2000, right? Forgot where I was working at, right? I went to this brother's house, right? And he comes to the door and he had a Afran Fest shirt on that was like old. And it had the African people holding the stuff on their head. And I said, yeah, I remember that, man. I've been to that. And I just looked at him, looking at that, right? And it triggered something to me. I said, something told me, don't forget who you are, you know? And then seeing that shirt, I started getting back into the movement, you know? I said, man, I remember those were beautiful times, man. I remember I was talking to the guy. I said, remember I used to go to study group. We were just talking about different study groups, people around town, whatnot. I said, yeah, brother. He said, what even? I said, man, I didn't want to tell him I was out in the streets all these years, you know? That was like, 2000. I guess that was 5 years later, something like that. But I was like saying to myself, I'm going to get back into the movement, right? And then 6 years later, right, I got online, in 2005, 2006, I got online, and started my Blog Talk Radio. And I've been doing this ever since, I got back into the thing. But I was out there. I just gave up on this whole movement and everything like that. Because I said, don't give up on your people. Don't give up on your people. Right. And so therefore, I'm not just saying stuff to pick on black women. I've seen the shit I've seen. I've been through a lot of shit, say Rico says, college, nobody want to hear that 5% shit, men and women. Well, I saw that, man. People were like, they didn't want to hear it. They want to hear gangster shit, That was Big Willie, Big Bologna. I hated that shit, you know? Everybody was a Mac Daddy, a Big Willie, and whatnot. The movie How to Be a Player was out, you
You
know?
were in the Nation of Gods and Earths.
I wasn't in them, but I was studying with them. I never officially joined none of them, you know? But I was with the Nation of some Gods and Earths. And down here, my boy, there was a rap group here called, out of Norfolk called Junibus, right? My boy Jason, man, I saw him not too long ago. He looked like an older version of when he was a that dude was 5% like hell, you know. And he was the head of this group called Junibus, you know. That was a rap group. They're actually pretty good. They had a record out, you know, and they were 5%ers out of Norfolk, you know. So I used to hang with them. We was having a group 5%ers, and we would just all we wanted to do was build our community, right? We wanted to be with our women. We want our women to love us. That's all we wanted, you know. A lot of brothers. I seen this one brother, right? He got in trouble because he lost everything, right? He had to go to jail because I guess he was driving on suspended license, something like that, right? He lost everything. My boy Jay said, "Look, man, you know the bigger brother." He's like, "Yo, man," Jay said to the big brother, "Said, look, yo, just take 6 months, sleep on my couch, stack all your money, and get yourself together." That's when we had nobody. It was nobody. It was just a bunch of us young black men looking out for each other. You need a ride home from work, we got you. You know, you need this, we got you. You need money for this, I got you. We encourage each other. That was real. I remember that was real brotherhood. You know, and I remember those days. We weren't like the thugs we actually loved and cared about each other. You know, and we cared about our women. We cared about our sisters. You know, and then, like I said, we watched that beautiful culture. You know, the nation of Gods and Earth was really beautiful. You know, really beautiful. We used to have these meetings where the Nation of Gods and Earth and some Pan Africans get together, and we have Kwanzaa festivals when not with the drums. Women coming there with their fucking hair braided in cornrow. It was just so fucking beautiful, beautiful time period, right? And then this thug gangster culture took over, you know, and that was it. You know, so
Can I? Cause you turned your 2 minutes to 9 minutes, but
okay.
I was quiet because I'm listening and taking in everything you said. The issue is that alongside Black positivity and all these movements, whether it be the 5% Nation and Pan Africanism, Black nationalism, they run concurrently with the social ills that plague our people as well. So you can't save everybody, right? So I've gone from trying to save everybody to just focusing on young people under 30 whose ear that I have. Okay. If I'm speaking to a group of five dudes, it's the one that's nodding his head and asking questions who I'm gonna pull to the side at the end. The rest of them could kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? This how you avoid, a lot of the nonsense. But at the end of the day, I can't reverse what the absence of his black father and all this has done to him. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I say being a black father and creating life that is going to push the needle at least in a small percentage in his contributions to black society first and the society as a whole. That's my control. That's my community. My community is under my roof first. You got to keep your house lights on before you try to keep the street lights on. But back to black women, when you make a title like this, brother, it it appears that you are putting the ills of our community at the feet of black women. So if they say black women, uh, what is it? How black woman keeps Pookie in power or something to that effect.
In
The
charge.
actual issue in charge is the Pookie, and honestly, Pookie is a very disrespectful term for what we've named, some children in our community. Okay, we'll call them, I guess Pookies are criminals, right? Let's call a spade a spade.
No, not criminal.
Um,
Not necessarily criminal. Just when we say Pookie, what we're saying is the brother who don't know any better. That's all we're saying. The brother.
okay, so let's call them the brothers that don't know any better, right? The one who's gonna teach them better are us, is us. Okay, so when we're absent, then they run roughshod. And I say this, and there's a piece of me that doesn't want to say it, that doesn't want to keep repeating it, but a black woman can only do but so much to teach and curtail a young black man from making the wrong decisions. For the simple fact that they run game on their mothers. My son, he told his mother, yeah, I'm going to Rotterdam to meet up this girl, right? And then he sent us pictures. I'm like, that's not Rotterdam. Where the fuck is he at? He was on the other side of the country, trying to link up with some Turkish chick. I'm like, dude, uh, a bunch of Turkish dudes see you with that woman, it's a wrap for you. Get your ass home. His mother wouldn't have never seen that. So we need to be there to be able to, for those that are listening, because we can't raise everybody, get in their ear and not blame our women. We impregnate the women. Women choose, yes, they choose. And look, human nature is to couple. We are social beings. So sometimes men and women settle. We settle. The thing is that the man is the so-called hunter. We go out there looking for the women, right? And a lot of times we choose these temporary mates to physically couple with that we have nothing in common because we don't practice reproductive responsibility. That's been our narrative for the longest. But we just trying to smash anything, and when we smash it and then we realize we don't even like this woman, then what do? We leave. It falls back on us. And I'll make it very simple for you. Having a child for a woman is, in many cases, a near death or a deadly experience. Creating a child for us, we could do it twice a day and 3 times on Sunday because it's a pleasureful experience. Delivering a baby, a lot of women don't make it. So it's not that a lot of these women are being lied to by men. A lot of them are, working in their lust and they're not practicing safe sex. I get it, but it goes back to the man to make responsible choices and to lead and teach that woman, or at least in the minimum, choose someone that he can uh, rear a child as a team. But when we try to bash our women as if women do not deal with the same issues that black men deal with it. You know what they deal with it, but they deal with it doubly because they're dealing with it as women.
And that
So while the
would
black
you say that that it's only like 35% of black men who make like 80% of the children. That's just the
oh, I
fact.
mean that may be a true statistic, but
So
I want to finish. I want to finish my point, brother. You
more
you
than what half
you
of
went
black
on
men
for a
like
minute, but let me. I didn't interrupt you, my brother.
that.
You said you was gonna do 2 minutes. You did 10. That's
No,
cool.
it was like more
I'm
like
not gonna cut your wisdom. I'm not gonna cut your wisdom. Please don't cut mine. Thank you. I appreciate it. So this is my point. It has to be come down to the men. Any man that complains what a woman isn't doing his job as a man. If you have contact with that woman, if you have that woman's ear and she respects you and your decision making, there will be times that she's gonna question you, or she's gonna shit test you. But as a man, you should be wired to deal with that. Woman is going to follow behind the man that she believes in. A lot of our black men do not present as something that should be believed in, as something that should be followed. A woman, when she lays down with you, do you understand how vulnerable she is physically and emotionally to a man? She's trusting you at that point. And if you violate that trust, then they're going to turn away. I'm going to drop the mic in 20 seconds on this. Black women dating out, black men dating out in other races. I don't know who does it more, but I think that there is a level of them trying to not whitewash. I think with women, they're trying to level up in terms of an appeal to power because of the talking points that are involved with it. Yeah, you black men haven't created shit. There's a tinge of truth to that. And on the other side with the black men, they're only doing it for phenotypical reasons. They're trying to get something damn near white with long hair and a fatty. So that's why they keep traveling to these third world countries trying to get these women that don't want anything but their money. I rest.
Well, I think that's a little more complicated than that. But I would say this, right? I would say this. It used to be a time where black men, the black woman was a black man's dream. It was a black man's dream. And like I said, less than majority of black men don't have kids. Majority of black men don't have kids, but they said those same black men don't have kids often act as surrogates, their uncles or whatever like that, mentors, and they're involved in their, like, so a lot of black women, children, although they may not have the father figure, they have male role models in their life. That's not the problem. And like I said, if a female wants to get with a no good Pookie, that's fine. So long as I was like this, so long as if you have a male figure in the house, like an uncle or a grandfather, whatever like that, yeah, that's me goes. I see a lot of women, they may like that lifestyle, thug lifestyle, whatever makes you happy, right? I know nothing against that. The problem I'm having is that when we start talking about movements, right? Movements, right? I say my whole thing is this: women elevate men. Whether they like it or not, they elevate men. And so therefore, when a man gets like in the black church, who's elevating Jamal Bryant? Is it black men or black women? It's black women. They elevate Jamal Bryant because he says what they want to hear. Jamal Bryant's nothing but a Pookie. They elevate him and stuff like that. My point about this show tonight was the fact that if I'm talking about building a movement, right, I have to be very clear, right? When I said I made it clear, like last night's show, that when I do try to do this, I am going to do this movement, right? And I'm going to go to around this country in America, right? I'm going to go around this country. I'm going to be meeting with people, whatnot, and people saying, do you support this idea of an African? Like I said, if people don't support it, I'll give up on it. I'll say, you know something? Okay, it's fine. People have spoken. It's fine. But my point I'm trying to make, and listen to this very carefully, I'm only talking to black men. I'm not talking to black women. And if I build a movement, whatever like that, it's only going to be black men in it. That was my point of the show tonight, right? Because I know if I let black women in there on a big thing, right, the Pookies will end up being in charge and they will basically take over. Like I'm looking at all these movements right here and whatnot, the black church and whatnot, and stuff like that. I'm looking at every movement, right? How these people get so in charge? Black women. How do we got somebody like Jamal Bryant in power? Black women. Creflo Dollar. Black women. I'm watching the pattern here. All the movements that were led by black men, when black men were taken out of the black church, that's when it went down. When black men were taken out of HBCUs, now what you have in HBCUs is them talking about LGBTQ stuff, multiple genders and all like that. You got Ketanji Jackson that friggin' saying that she don't know what a woman is. They're more likely to believe it's not just about the Pookie. They're more likely to believe in this nonsense about multiple genders and all this kind of stuff like this. And I'm saying that if we're ever going to get the Black America right, the Black America we want, we have to start building a black patriarchy all over again. And for that, you need black men, strong black men in charge, strong black men instead of fighting with each other, right? Me personally, I will never raise my hand to a real black man, like this, because to me, the unity among black men is more important than anything else. I'm like this. I need my brothers, other women, black women, they're our sisters like this. But the black male to me comes first. That's what I believe. Black men, because the relationship with our black men come first. We have to build first. If something ever goes down, we go to war, whatever like that. I know it's one of my brothers that's going to be by my side. I can always count on that. I can always count on my brothers being by my side because everything I've known my whole entire life, it's always going to be black men that's going to be with me. My whole entire life, whether it was my uncles, my father, everything, it was always black men, and I believe in black men. So therefore, when I see what's going on in the community right there, there's something wrong. I know most black men are good. I know most black men are decent. So there's something wrong in our community, right? And I'm not putting it all on black women. I'm not putting it all on black women. But when they go out there, and like I said, you haven't asked me, I asked you about that Ashley Janae, right? She basically went on a tirade in her that black men are this, black men. Now she's getting with Pookies and whatnot. She went with a white guy who I believe killed her. But her whole thing is this: you have these black women, they don't make a distinction between Pookies that they're messing with that screwed them over and black men. Why is it all right for them to talk about black men, that easy, right? But yeah, I gotta be careful about what I say about black women.
Okay. So here's the thing. You can speak about black women. We can. They're our sisters. They're part of us. We can speak about it. But to try to lay all the blame on
They
them
do it.
is
They do
not
it to us.
correct.
They do it to
It
us.
doesn't. But you see, you asked me the question, brother.
But I asked a
A
question.
man,
Simple
a
answer.
man. Yeah, let me answer your
Yes or
question.
no.
It's
The
it's
simple
not
answer is
it's
yes
not
or
a
no.
simple. You see, brother, I'm very astute at debating. I don't answer simply because they're loaded questions. I recognize your loaded question from a mile away. So let me finish answering your loaded question. We can always critique, have conversations, engage our sisters, right? But when your points start sounding like white supremacist talking points, or when it's like, but they do it to us, that separates a boy from a man. There's certain things that women say to me. I'm gonna say, yeah, okay, she's a woman, she's emotional. She don't mean that shit,
No,
and I let it roll off my back.
that's
I let it
bullshit.
roll off my back. No, it's not bullshit. You
Because no,
can't say
why?
it's bullshit.
Because they're speaking to our enemies. Our enemies are looking at that, right? And the bottom line is, you got white guys picking
Our
it up.
enemies.
You got,
Uh
hold
huh.
on, you got white guys
Are
picking
white
it up.
people our enemies?
Yeah, white people are the fucking enemy. You know.
Okay.
So they're
Oh, and
basically they're
those
picking
white
at
dudes that poked
she.
you up,
Hold on.
them white dudes that poked you up in IHOP, right? The
She
white
got
dudes
killed.
that
She
poked
got
you up in
killed.
IHOP,
She got killed in freaking Tanzania by a white man, right? And then her
right? And black men
whole
tried
profile.
to kill your ass in IHOP. You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
I know it. But the bottom line is this: that's one thing, right? But I never trusted white people to point like this. My point I'm trying to make is this:
But you trusted those black men. You tried to shake
I
their
know
hand,
that
and they
was,
poked you.
but that's not the same thing, bro. That's not the
No,
same.
but it is. It
No,
is.
so you equating black
Because
people.
your brothers that you extended an olive branch to extended a buck knife to you,
Hold
and
on.
it's been happening to me as well.
So, in other words, you're saying that black on black crime is equivalent to fucking white people killing black people?
What I'm saying is that all the issues that you relate to the hood right now, that you've gave examples to, is black men pulling those triggers.
I know.
Absolutely.
My point I'm trying to make is this. I
No,
said,
but don't jump over that because you asked the question.
I said, Ashley Janae, right? Ashley Janae,
Yes.
and on her in her wake, right? All this stuff came out. She was basically bashing black. She didn't say certain black men, whatever, like that. They just go to the thing where people feel that they could talk about all black men. I'm like this. When you
Right.
talk about
And
black
she
men,
wrong for that.
hold on. When you talk about black men, you're talking about my father. You're talking about my
Hmm.
grandfather, honorable men, right? And so therefore, it seems like when it comes to black men, and you got white people joining in, black men ain't shit, black men. What is it about black men? Everybody thinks they can have a field day and say what the fuck they want about us, right? But you, when it comes to black women, this shit doesn't
Hmm.
stink. You say,
This
okay,
shit stinks. But
so that's
Kyle, let me explain to you,
and
brother.
night. The
That you're
black
doing
women
the
shit
same thing that
stink,
they do,
man.
though.
The black
You're
women
doing
shit
the same
stink.
thing,
Oh, the black women shit stink, and I'm just calling it out because they call out. Like,
and that's fine.
you
But
go to Cynthia G's channel. You go all these channels. They talk about
oh
black
god,
men. They don't make a distinction between black men. They're saying we're all no good.
right now, check this out. You don't. It's the correct answer is not to do what an emotional being would do.
I'm not. That's
That's
not
what
being
separates
emotional.
us from men. So if they say all black men are pieces of shit, they don't control nothing, da 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 da, right? The answer is not for you as a man to say, well, all black women do that too, because that's what separates us from women.
Okay, okay. So in other words, basically, if a politician, somebody says, you know something, that guy, I know he's in Epstein file. He's supposed to just sit back and just say, let that fly because he doesn't want to sound emotional like a man. He's supposed to let it fly.
Uh,
What should use
no,
it
so
for?
that was a horrible analogy. What I'm saying is
No,
that
it's exactly an
if a
analogy,
woman,
right?
if you
Hey,
understand the
what
nature
you're
of
saying is,
women,
what you're saying, hold up. What
and
you're saying is black men should just sit back and let people talk shit about them because you got to be the big man.
absolutely
No,
not,
that's
absolutely
exactly what
not.
you said.
I cursed out a black woman on your stream
Yeah, so yeah, so,
vigorously.
so
Wait,
what
hold
I
on,
make a point was
vigorously,
when I
because
made
she was
a point
calling us
was I said
niggas.
that black women, right? Black women, and I'm gonna stick by this, right? The bottom
Now,
line is
is
this:
it all black
I don't
women?
know how to
Is
shop.
it all black women?
What I said, look, my thing is this: there are a
Yeah.
lot of black women basically want to keep Pookies in charge, and like I said, I think going forward in the community, right? If we're gonna build a community, right, they could do all they want, right? Do all they want, but like I said, when it comes down to really building organization and stuff like that, you gotta leave those type of black women alone. That's all I'm saying. You know,
And that is something that I would not give you pushback on, because there's a caveat. You're saying some. You started with many, but
but
your original title means all, and we
no,
cannot
I said all.
typecast
If I
all
said how many
black
people, I
women.
would say all in the title. You know, I said
No,
black.
but when you say black women,
I said
that
how many
means
people.
all.
And
When
you
they say black men, that
and
means all. You just said
you know
that.
what I would love to have, Nat? I would love to have when all these black women talk about black men, there'd be a female
Yes.
version of you out there saying, don't talk about our men like that. Now you do got people like Six the God
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of women that defend us.
Hold on, so you do got some black women doing it, but not enough. The bottom line is this: if I'm talking like this, people listen to my show long enough knows that I do love black women. I do love black women, right? So what I'm saying is, people know
No,
that.
you love African women. You don't
Oh,
love
I love
black American
I love
women.
black women. My mother's a black woman. My sister's a black woman. All the women in my family are black women. I love black women. Those are my sisters.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is this: what I do say is this because I talk to my sister about this all the time. We talk, and they'll tell me they don't like the way a lot of our people act. And people say it under
Hmm.
their breath, but they don't really come out in public with it. But they're like a lot of black people, like the term black fatigue started with black people. They're like, man, why are some more people acting like this? And I try to give people a grace that it's not all of us, whatever like that, just some of us or whatnot. That's fine, But my point I'm trying to make is this: if people want to go down this route, you want to do the Pookie, the sister and the Pookie, or not, that's what you want to do. That's fine. But don't get up in front of Black America and talk to me about politics. That's what I say. I don't
Hmm.
want to hear your opinion on Donald Trump. I don't want to hear your opinion on the Republicans, Democrats, stuff like this. I look at
Who's the black women's?
look, if you're out there and you're with
Wow.
that ratchet culture and you're with that ratchet life, everything like that, my thing is I don't want to hear what you have to say about anything else. Go live that life and everything like that. I'm not taking what you say seriously because you got a lot of women in positions of power now, right? And they act in that ratchet lifestyle. They're running the streets and whatnot. They're doing all stuff like this, and there's no checks and balances in the community. So I say that's fine. You want to do that, right? But don't expect us to sit there and be like, okay, what do you say like this? No, that's your life. That's a crowd you deal with. That's what you'll do. I don't want to hear what you.
I understand that point, and I would agree. The issue with your delivery, my brother, is that you put out a general statement, and then you make afterwards, then you make the caveat. Then you say black women, and then you say
I do that all the
afterwards
time.
when you get pushback, ratchet black women. If
No,
you
no, look,
start with
I do
ratchet
that all
black
the time.
women, then you get no pushback.
No, look, I
You
do that.
get no
I
pushback.
do that. You know why? Because a lot of our women, right? A lot of women, listen to this
Hmm.
carefully. a lot of our women think what they're doing is normal. They don't think it's ratchet. They think it's normal, right? We got to the point now. If you call it ratchet, they get on you like, well, blah blah blah. They'll always deflect and talk about something else. And we're saying we don't want this ratchet culture representing our black womanhood, right? And then if you say that, right, black men are not allowed. We're the only black men in the world, right? Like when somebody say, you know something, I don't find Leslie Jones attractive, right? Whatever. She acts loud, whatever like that. How dare you say that? Ha, blah, 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 blah. You ain't allowed to say that. Black men are like this. You know, I was embarrassed by such and such when they did that. You are not, as a black man in America, allowed to voice any sort of displeasure of the behavior of any black woman. But they are allowed to critique us all the time, and even in public.
No, you can, and we do. You can critique our sisters, but understand you're critiquing our sisters.
Yeah, and that's what I
Especially if
do.
you come from a wait, but I'm saying you can't compare yourself to a ratchet woman because you and I operate on a higher plane of black consciousness. You
Right.
can't we can't handle them like the idiots among them that handle us. So look, I'm gonna keep it 100. Like Cynthia G, these toxic black swirlers, they don't even come up in my feeds because I'm not interested in that bullshit because I don't deal with people like that.
Yeah,
So I can't
my
lower
whole thing is,
myself.
my
I
whole
can't
thing is,
lower myself. Hold on, but let me finish my point, brother. I can't lower myself to having an argument with an idiot. And I'm not going to assume that the rest of our women are idiots like that by using blanket language saying all or just saying black women, because then you're including our Marie Shies in with our sexy reds. And you can't do that.
yeah, but Marie Shy, she listens to me enough. She knows where I'm coming from. Marie Shy, I'll tell
Yeah,
you. You know,
but words matter, brother.
but everybody
Words
knows.
matter.
Everybody's been listening to me for years. Know where I'm coming from. They know me. They know what
Your title is going out to new audiences, and when
and,
a black man
and
puts
they
the
listen
ill of
to the
black
show.
society on black women, it's weird.
So when I say how black women are keeps the Pookies in charge, right? Now
Right.
you have to understand, right, that well, just by that statement, I'm not talking about all black women. I'm talking about those
No,
who are
no, but the statement means all black women because
no,
you don't say how some
you know.
black women
If I say
or
all
ratchet
black women, I'll
black
say all
women
black women.
or
I know
immature black women.
I would say, look, it's not even immature. You got black women out there, right? And it has nothing to do with education, nothing like that. You got women out there that are, like, how smart tell you, that are lawyers, prosecutors, and stuff like this. And they are putting the Pookies in charge. Pookies in their house cooking dinner and whatnot, you know? And they're putting these things, putting these guys, elevating these guys. You
But
know
the Pookies are you.
what?
The Pookies are you.
Pookies are not me, you know?
Oh, so there's a difference
Yeah, yeah.
between you,
You
a
know why?
positive black man, and a
You know
Pookie,
why? You know
but
why
no
the Pookies
difference
not me?
between
You know, you
a ratchet black woman and a regular
look,
black woman.
I don't need a black woman to pay my bills. I don't need them to freaking do anything like that. I'm not dependent on Pookie is somebody who's dependent. I see it all the time. They're dependent on the woman. She got he has nothing in his name. She got all the credit. She got all the bank. She got all the stuff like that, the paperwork, everything like that. And he just walks around and does what she handles everything on that. And then what happened when she gets tired of him? You see them put them on the street one night. He got all his clothes out there, and she don't put him on the street. I see it
Right,
all the time.
black bums.
You know?
Those are bums.
And so
Those are bums.
what I'm saying is this, I see it all the time, right? And I have no problem. That's what they want to do. Fine. You had fun like that. But what I'm saying going forward, right? Going forward, right? I don't think that has anything that should be anywhere in the movements, right? We got to get rid of the freaking people like the Jamal Bryants, and all these other people that I think are nothing but glorified Pookies and whatnot. You know, that black women, probably Umar Johnsons, the Polites, and all these other people. That's what I'm really talking about. You know, when I say in
Right.
charge, I'm talking about movements. I ain't talking about whatever what you're thinking. You know, I'm talking about movements, right? And I said my goal was this show was to say if we're gonna have a movement in the future, that it has to be strong black men in charge. Absolutely. You know?
Now let me agree with you on that wholeheartedly. I think any movement to retake the black community has to strictly be men. 100%. Not because
And that's
women
all
are
I'm saying.
bad
That's all I'm saying.
decision makers, nothing like that. But we have to reclaim alone our position as the leaders of the community. And you can't do that with a mixed group. I had women in my group, and you know what was happening? These dudes is arguing over who's gonna smash this one. Or
Yeah,
this
and they
the
bring that
female
energy.
was
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
well, listen, and those women, and I had a whole vetting process, interviews before, and soon as they get in, it was like it came to the point where the bigger the head wrap, the bigger the problem. Okay, so we had a whole bunch of like conscious thoughts that were joining the group because they were attracted to pro black men that moved how I needed how we moved, so to speak. So I agree, and that wasn't all of them, but there was a lot. So I agree that the movement should be a FUBU for us, by us, and that's it. And once we get shit how it needs to be, then we can start working and forming like Voltron. But now we gotta take care of our business. So
Yeah,
I
and,
agree with
and,
you with that
and
100%.
that's all the point I was making, you know. And the bottom line is, what I hate is the fact that you got these movements out here now, and people are like, oh yeah, we're gonna have, like, especially on freaking TikTok, right? You got these people running around TikTok right now, and I'm saying to myself, and nothing against women, we can have a conversation or not, but it comes down to actually doing stuff and whatnot, and stay like that. My whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. Now, there's certain people who come around me, right? You know me, I break people down and feel like what they want and this, that, and the other thing. But a woman is not going to do that, right? She's not going to do that. That dude that comes on the platform and act a fool and act stupid and ignorant and whatnot, all you have to do is say the right sweet words to her and whatnot. And next thing you know, he's a co-host and all stuff like that. She done elevated him, you know? And I said, I get tired of hearing that. I'm like, how do we get rid of these dudes? Right? I said, how do we get rid of these dudes that they get in movements and whatnot, and they act a fool? The movement I'm trying to build, right, is going to
Hmm.
require the most serious thing people in the friggin' in our history. You
Right.
talking about negotiating with foreign states and stuff like that. We need serious friggin' men. And I want everybody that comes to me to be 100% serious about everything. I'm checking everybody out. Now, if if people come to me and they've been elevated by organization of black women and whatnot, I can't. Now, if you have a movement and you had nothing but black men, strong black men, and I visit you, you got strong black men in your organization, and you were doing work and whatnot, strong black men. I see a lot of brothers, right? I see the brother the other day, man, bigger brother. And I was gonna get, like I said, sometimes I'll be busy. I was gonna get his card, but I'm so overwhelmed with everything like that. He says he does mentoring, and he says he had a van out there. He said, "Yeah, I do mentoring with our boys. I think he has a football team, whatever like that." And I said to myself, "Man, I should have told the guy, where can I volunteer?" I said, "I'll see him again.
Right.
Where can I volunteer and be a part of this? I wanted to be a part of this guy. Like, he was serious." Now I said, "That's a man that I could respect, that I would get with, and say, yeah, you think now he's gonna be at my level on this movement, but that's somebody I can confide in because I know he's a black man and he's running a mentorship program on the ground with youth, whatnot. That's what I'm talking about. But I am not gonna tolerate these dudes that come around and whatnot, and they've been, especially internet dudes, right? They've been having females send them money all the time, whatnot, and they're this guru.
Right.
And, that's what I'm talking about, and I know who put them in power. It's these females, because black women put Umar Johnson in power because he panders to them. They put people like Derek Jack in power because he panders to them, you know, and that's why I say Umar's a Pookie, and like Hustle was telling me, I said, well, how much money can you make? He said Umar got a couple 100,000 followers, right? If he gets 1,000 of those women to send him $5 a week, that nigga's living good. Think about it. So he has no intention of changing his MO, what he's doing. And I heard he abandoned those properties.
He did.
Yeah, that's what Lena Orange said on the show yesterday. He said he completely abandoned the properties.
Wow.
So
2 months ago, he was like about to open it.
yeah, I
So
know.
I don't
Yeah,
know what
that's
happened.
what we got. It's all showboating, and who does that? Black women. Yeah, Dr. Umar, because he says what they want to hear. He talks about bashing black men. He blamed Ashley Janae's murder on black men. That's what he
Ashley
said.
Jeanette.
The girl that got killed.
Ah,
The girl that got killed in Tanzania.
by the white dude. How was that black men's fault?
That's what he said. He says our
Nah, he
fault.
better hold that cracker
And he
responsible
said
for that shit.
it's black men's fault because we were not there for her. And so you just throw
Nah,
your
I don't
hands
agree with
up.
that.
It's like, look, the next thing you know, they're going to blame us for the Titanic. I'm like, damn, if me personally, if I'm the only one that will defend black men, I'll be it. I'm like this. I see everyone's going to defend attack black men on everything. Black women could do no wrong. They don't make a specific thing. Oh, the hood black man did her wrong, or this black man did her wrong, or not. They just say black men across the board, right? And naturally, you're going to defend yourself, right? I say, I don't want nobody walking around. If a white man walks around and he's given the benefit of the doubt, his individuality, that's privilege. His individuality, his own agency, right? Why can't I have agency? Why do I got to be walking around bearing this crutch to bear called this yoke called blackness when I haven't done anything? I haven't made no babies all over the place. I haven't did all that. Why am I with this yoke? Why you black men? I didn't do anything. Why should I feel guilty about what happened to her? That's what I'm talking.
What's a bigger threat? Black women or white men?
Well, I'd say the relationship between black men and white women is the number one threat.
No, I said, what's a bigger threat?
The
Black
relationship,
women or
I
white
say
men?
the relationship right now where you got white men. I don't know why they're doing it. There's a large numbers of white men who are penetrating into our community, trying to get with black women and whatnot, and they love this stuff, this anti-black male stuff. They get up on it. And you got black women
No,
all
you're misunderstanding my question. Or as a danger to black people, maybe I should have said that.
men, of course.
Who's more of a threat, black
Well,
women or white men?
it's white men, but the bottom line is this: before the whole thing happened, that was we used to have a community that was insular. That means most black men knew I'm gonna have a black woman, black wife, and everything like that. Now I'm looking at these kids nowadays. I'm seeing little black girls, whatnot. They're cute. Whatnot. White boys think they're cute. When I was coming up, no matter how cute a black girl was, white boys stayed away. We didn't date your thing. You didn't date our women. That's how it was. Now you got little black boys, man, 13, 14. They ain't gonna have their first kiss, their first date, and everything. Because you got little black girls, 13, 14-year-old, with 18, 19-year-old white boys running around, and society.
You have the same for black men, for black young
It's
black
not.
men.
Look, I'm watching it, bro, and I'm honestly tell you,
Mm.
it's not in real
Uh,
life. It's
uh,
not happening.
the reason why I asked the question, and you essentially just proved my point. You bring in all the problems right back to black women. Obviously, black
No, I
men,
never said that.
especially from your thing, but then you bring it back to black women. Oh, it's white men, but their relationship with black women. No,
No.
no.
What I'm saying is, Nat, listen to me carefully. What I'm saying is, before we did not have to worry about certain aspects of the white man because we were insulated, right? Now there's a way into our community, right? Through a lot of black, well, not just relationships, right? We have the people like the people in the media and stuff like that spewing white supremacy talking points and stuff like that in our community and whatnot. Black men and black women. And it's not even so much as white. But before we was a strong community, we didn't care what white people say. Now, we don't have the media apparatus. We used to have urban radio back in the days. We used to have people like Tony Brown, Gil Noble, and whatnot. Have like that. We used to be a people. You know, we had Ebony magazine and whatnot. Now all those mechanisms are gone, right? So we were pretty much insulated from white America, no matter what they did. Now it's not like that. Now more and more black people join the mainstream, and it's left our people vulnerable. That's what I'm saying. Before, yeah, white people always a problem, but we were always being able to shield ourselves from that. Afro theory said if black men are the leaders or supposed to be leaders, they have to take responsibility for a lot of the failure. Yeah, look, I could take full responsibility for a thing, but Afro theory, right? The white man was not going to let black men be leaders of their community. That's why we had, them destroying Black Wall Street. Do we understand
That's
history?
then we pussy. We pussy then.
Okay, so now hold on, let me ask you a question,
No,
Nat.
but black men is bitches, straight up.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Nat. Let me ask you a question, right? Now you say that, right? Um, they came and destroyed Black Wall Street, burned it to the ground, right? Killed like three
Yep.
thousand people, right?
Hmm.
Nobody was ever compensated. What exactly were we supposed to do?
No, we did what we were supposed to do. Those brothers that lost their lives, they got armed. They
No, no,
got
no, no,
busy.
that's
They
not what
just
happened.
lost.
Hold on, hold on. That's what happened. We lost everything. White people took their property. It was a complete loss.
Wait, did the black men fight back?
No,
What?
white
That's
people,
cap.
black people tried to fight back. Right? They came down there.
Wait. Did black men fight back with rifles or not?
Let me tell you the story. They
No,
came.
wait. Yes or no? They fought back
Hold
with
on.
weapons.
You can have weapons, but if you ain't gonna shoot them, what's
No, wait. But you made it just. You tried to paint the picture that we didn't fight back. We
hold
fought
on,
back.
wait, yo, look,
That spirit of fighting back does
hold
not
on,
exist today with
Nat.
black men.
No, we didn't fight back. No, we
We
didn't.
did.
No, we didn't. We got hold up. The one white person that no white person was killed, and the one white person that got injured or not, he was the only one that got reparations. He's the one who started it. He got reparations, right? They literally wiped out 3,000 black people. The homes, everything like that.
With the use of airplanes.
Yeah, and all that stuff like that. So the bottom line is this: 100 years later, black people still didn't get reparations for that. You know, so it is what it is. So my whole thing, we fought back, but we lost. We tried to, we
So
lost.
we fought back.
Yeah, but we lost though.
What I'm saying now, it's like we look for easy, low hanging fruit.
But my point I'm trying to make is this: the
You know,
reason why
I love the points that you try to make when I'm trying to
it's
make a
just
point.
lost
Those are the
because
best points
look,
ever.
100 years, 100 years, and the place never got rebuilt. So it was a loss. We got our ass kicked. Same thing with when we
So
took.
whose fault is it for not rebuilding?
Oh, look, Nat, right? You were the one who told me that this is our country and shit like that. And
Wait, but no. Whose fault is it that we didn't rebuild?
look, bottom line is this: I think the fact of the matter is
And
we.
I want to answer to that question.
Hold on, I think the fact of the matter is you try to build your kingdom on shifty sand. That's what happens. That's what I believe.
Oh, okay, well, so we didn't build it, so that's on us. You build it once, you can build it again,
You know.
and arm yourself for more guns. But
So, so, so
you yeah, go on.
But what I'm trying to say is this, you 100 years of a matter of fact, those after the Civil War and physical warfare against Black America. That 100 years, other races of people making progress, building industries in their own land and country and whatnot. We spent 100 years, right, from 1965, just trying to secure the fact that recognize that we're even human beings. Forget about building Black Wall Street. We didn't have our goddamn humanity, you know? So he said, look over the black left their towns and Black Wall Street, but the state team, but well, yeah, they wiped them out. They literally wiped out those we try to fight. When you're fighting against the government, you can't fight against the state. That's not gonna happen, When the state came in, the federal government came in, started bombing black areas like thing when that, and it is what it is, So it is what it is, it is what it is. So we just take our losses and whatnot, and even after that, 1940s, we were recovering. We had black businesses and banks in the Midwest, and even in the Southeast and whatnot, and Black America, we had our own Negro leagues and shit like that, in the 20s and 30s, they had Negro leagues when that were making money, millions of dollars. We had our own green book that black people were a motorist guide and whatnot. We were doing all right, but eventually these people shut all that down, man. And then they told us that they put the yoke of integration on us, right? Where they said, "Oh, you don't need your own Negro leagues. We don't need like that. We're trying to be American, right? There can't be two Americas. There only got to be one America, right?" And we bought the idea of one America. We're all Americans. So this is what you
We
got.
are.
Yeah. You wanted one America and whatnot. One America meant white people own everything, and stuff like that. White people took charge over Black America and stuff like that, and the rest is history. This is what we wanted. You know, So it's what it is. What it is. We want to be American, and we got it. So what price it came was the power that black men once yielded in their community being isolated is gone, right? And with that, the respect of your children, the respect of your peers, the respect of your women, all that shit is gone right now. There's no way. Look what they did to Bill Cosby. Nat,
Now, look what Bill Cosby did to them women.
oh, I don't believe that bullshit.
Man, he was.
I don't
See,
believe
a black man can do no wrong in your eyes,
that. What? I don't believe it. It happened in the 70s and shit.
and he was spiking women's drinks,
Okay,
bro.
so the bottom line, it happened in the 70s and they can't prove it, right? And it happened in California. So what did Philadelphia and Pennsylvania have to do with California? It was garbage. They wanted Bill Cosby out the way because of what he stood for. That's all that was. And the
What
bottom
did
line,
Bill Cosby? Oh yeah, he did stand for some good stuff.
let's say so. Bill Cosby basically gave $100 million of his own money to black education causes,
Hmm.
in colleges. $100 million. That man was the father of Black America. Now, people talk about Bill Cosby like this, but why is it that Thomas Jefferson, who y'all love so much, right? This man has sex with an underage girl, 14 years old, his body slave, and y'all worship him. George Washington pursued a black girl who wanted her freedom and tried to bring her back and whatnot, put her back in chains, the founding father of the country. But that's okay because they're white men. But when it comes to the black man, we can't look at his faults and say, something, Dr. Cosby is a good man. He's a father of Black America and whatnot. Let's give him
No,
some grace. We know white America will tear him down. We know he did wrong and whatnot. We condemn that, but we're not going to let you tear him down. We throw.
no, I'm condemning. I'm not tearing him down. Like what he did, that was some
Well, I
foul
condemn
shit.
that. Look, I condemn any wrongdoing too. He cheated on his wife. I
Right,
condemn that. But the bottom line is, what people want to do is tear down his legacy with it.
right. Nah, we ain't doing that.
And so that's what I'm talking about, right? And they had a woman out there, some crazy ass black mixed race woman talking about we gotta be down with the patriarchy. What was patriarchy about Bill Cosby talking about the damn black man? He was talking about the black family, a father in the home, right?
Hmm.
They label him the hated patriarch. That's what I'm talking about. Bill Cosby's an enemy. But all the rappers, everything, Snoop Dogg, all these other people, they're fine, But Bill Cosby's the enemy. We gotta hate Bill Cosby. That's what I'm talking about. So when I say these things and whatnot, and Kevin Samuels, right? We could disagree about Kevin Samuels. What he said, now
He's a
people start
bossy
saying
boy.
a lot of stuff people saying was right. Say what you want. A lot of stuff
Like
people
what? Like what?
well, he was basically saying a lot of women are delusional. You
Son.
know, he said a lot of women are delusional, and they were basically doing a lot of stuff and whatnot. And he was basically saying, telling the truth about black women. They're delusional. They want a high value man, but they don't deserve it and stuff like that. He said you got to get within your means and whatnot. And black women hate. They didn't want to hear the truth. And women call him. I'm 50 years old. You have a husband? No. I'm holding. I want a man making 300. He goes. Well, how much you
Yeah,
weigh?
that's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So he was just telling the truth. Black women celebrate his death. A lot of not all black women, a lot of black women celebrate his death. We're celebrating the death of Kevin Samuels, Vivica Fox, all of them, man. Oh man, he's gone. They celebrate. and stuff like that. So and you can talk all you want, but I know what I'm talking about. What's up, hustle? The
Just
smart.
say it, Collar. You was gonna say it.
What?
Say it. You was like, man, fuck these black bitches. That's what you
No,
wanted
no,
to
I
say
don't talk.
just
I
now.
don't. I don't talk like that. I say I know some of these women ain't no damn good. Some of
All
them are no
right.
yeah. Because I say these, like, I'll be talking about my mother, my sister, all these women I respect and love, my business partners and whatnot. They're all black women. They do amazing stuff. I got a lot of black women in my business circles and friends and whatnot. Black women, that are amazing. Their mothers and everything,
Yes.
and stuff like that. So I'm around a lot of black women, but they, who's most tired of all this stuff? Them. They are really tired of the way some black women act in this country.
So I think we should allow the black women to police their own ranks.
Well,
Like we should be
They
checking
they
brothers.
won't they won't they won't do it. They won't do it, knock me. Like they
Hustle
won't
smart.
do it.
Salute, brother.
Shout out, first of all, shout out to Colin, man. He back from Liberia. Shout out to Knock Measy, man. I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times, man. Anybody that knows Knock Measy, and I'm telling you, he's a man of his word. So I'll give
Thank you,
him
brother.
credit for that. You got Collar OG in the building coming back. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is that both is it's a two things can be right at the same time. You get what I'm saying? One is right that when Collar said that black women keep Pookie in charge, that is 100% right. So of course it's not gonna be all because you don't even have to set the premises of all because nobody knows all of nobody. You get what I'm saying? Like just like if a woman say black men ain't shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't need her to say not all. You get what I'm saying? I don't need her to say that. So if you think that it means all, that's just how you think. You get what I'm saying? But nobody knows all. So most of the things that people say they generalize. But I'll say this because I was raised up in the gutter, and I'm telling you that it was black women that was holding the dope, that was holding the guns with several kids by several different baby daddies. So that's the thing that you're right, not Measy. It was black men that was leaving, but at the same time, you're talking about a particular black woman that's only dealing with one black man. And a point, Collar actually interrupted you with a point. You get what I'm saying? But you get what I'm saying? But the point was lost because he interrupted you. And me and Collar talks about that. I tell Collar about you know what I'm saying, letting people go ahead and talk. He might talk for 10 minutes, but then you might say something and it reminds him of something. He just feel like he has to get it out. But I told him that's still overpowering the conversation. I'm a
Right.
fair person. I'm a fair person. I told Carl about that today. I told him about that today. You get what I'm saying? I said, you'll make people not want to come on the show because they feel like you intentionally doing it. And I don't think Carl intentionally do it, not me. You've been coming on this show long enough. You can see that that's just how he is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't even get mad no more. I just try
Right.
to say, brother,
But
please,
it takes. But
please.
what I'm saying is that if you don't know him, you
Right.
would it would offend you. You know what I'm saying? So, but let me show you why what you was talking about, not me, Z, is just talking about a particular woman. The problem is what Carla said is that there's 35% of black men is getting 80% women pregnant. So what does that mean? That means that like the neighborhood that I grew up in, you get what I'm saying? It was like 6 guys getting all the chicks pregnant. You get what I'm saying? So when you got a group of women that pride themselves on having different baby by different men, not me. Black women are not the only group of women that do that, but do it at the highest rate out of any group
Nope,
of women. White
absolutely not. Nope, nope.
that got multiple kids by different dudes. I'm talking about 3-4 kids by different dudes, all different dudes. It is black women number one. Number one, that ain't even that's not even that ain't even a question, bro.
You going to hell, man. You going to hell.
Listen, that is black women right there. Another thing, abortion, not measy. Black women are number one at that. Our birth rate. One thing that I agree with you on when you said that the woman The man lays the seed, the woman has the choice. So if the
Right.
woman has the choice, then that just shows you that they pick and choose what dude they want to have a baby by. And the funniest thing is that they choose that want to have a baby by thug dick. Pause. Black women,
You were slaying thug dick though.
I'm finna get to the, I'm finna get to that point. I was shocked. I was shocked on how when I got it. Me and Cole was talking about this today. When I went to court, it was dudes, regular working dudes that was in there. I'm talking about the judge and the prosecutor. I mean, they crucifying them. But all of us that was convicted fellas and coming in there, it's society fault. And you know what I'm saying? We got off. The motherfucking prosecutor came to me and said, hey, if you having any problems with any officer in the neighbor, she gave me her motherfucking card. She didn't get a hard working black man her card. She was giving all the thugs her card. And while we in the hood, you know what I'm saying? It's girls from Spelman. These girls pre-med, going to be doctors, lawyers, they coming in the hood, raw dogging, thug. And this is the most important thing, not Meezy. When you said that black men are not there, it's a lot of women that will raw dog a dude after the club and don't even know his name, have no contact with him. It ain't just the man. The problem is, and I'm only speaking about Atlanta. Women chase dudes. This is the only city that I know is like that. DC is a close second, not Meezy. Atlanta is the only place that a woman will walk up to you and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? Let's get a hotel room. Let's do whatever. Let's go here. You know what I'm saying? I just want sex, nothing more, nothing less. And we'll get pregnant and then have the baby from a guy that she don't even know, have no type of way to get in contact with. You get what I'm saying? So that's a lot of that going on, because one thing about Atlanta women size dudes up. I'm 6'3". 270 pounds. Women go for that. They ain't finna go for no nice dude. They don't want them type of dudes. They don't want them type of dudes, not me, so they don't kick that 3 or 4 kids by 12 baby daddies. So it's not that you put it in a way that these women are vulnerable. I'm telling you that these women in Atlanta are predators. They are literally
God
going
damn,
from.
bro.
I'm telling you, they're literally going from the 150,000 jobs, going in the hood hunting for dudes, buying them
Question,
Jordans.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you, my brother.
No. Go
I
ahead.
just want to ask you this. Um, are those type of women the minority or the majority in Atlanta?
They're the majority in Atlanta.
Well, you need to move out of Atlanta then,
But,
and
but, but
remind me
see,
never to even land
but
in Atlanta.
it's a cesspool. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a
Mm.
cesspool. It's where women can go and be and liberate. Not Measy. These women walk out the house. We talking about these women, and this is the thing that I noticed. When you couldn't tell the difference between a prostitute and a lawyer at a bar. That's when I knew Atlanta was changing. And that started about 6 years ago, that you can tell the difference how a prostitute dress and how a black woman is going to the club dressing. And we ain't talking about no hood chicks. We talking about women that have good jobs. They walking around with these cat suits. What they call them, see-through rompers, with just a band-aid on their nipples and some panties and high heels. These women are 6-figure, whatever. You said it on their Instagram. These ain't no. It's the liberation. Atlanta is one of those places where women can walk around damn near butt naked and nobody ain't gonna say a thing, because the ratio in Atlanta is 19-1.
Okay,
So
so I give you that for the women, but what about the brothers in Atlanta? They slinging bussy, they slinging drugs. I think it's a whole black Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'm
The violence.
But what
I
I'm
think
saying
New
is that
Yorkers ruined Atlanta. To be honest, I think New Yorkers ruined that shit. But I think that the brothers got some is contributing some nonsense to Atlanta too.
the brothers, not me. That's why I say we're doomed. I'm not saying
Mm.
we doomed because of the black women. I'm just telling you that the black women is the one that's the lead. They're in the front of the train. The black dudes is in the caboose. The black women are leading the community because the power at B picked them to be they're the best guard dogs. They're the best guard dogs for the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party chose them to put them on the forefront. So when you got a whole political party that's worth billions, they propping the black women up. You got businesses propping the black women up. You got businesses that give them black women grants, building shelters for women. They don't build them for men. They got one shelter in Atlanta for men. They got 12 for women. And the one that's for men, not measy, is like goddamn being in jail. So they favor, especially in our community, it's favor that like that. You get what I'm saying? And black women are okay with being favored. They okay with being separate. So it was a thing that y'all was talking about earlier when you're saying our women. They don't talk like that. They don't say our men, not measy. They say you men, you black men. It's black men that say our women, our black women. They don't talk like that. It is a 100% separation. It is white people, black women, black men. They're not vulnerable at all. They're only vulnerable when they need you to go beat up somebody or they want you to go crash out for them. That's the only thing that they needed. And the last thing I'll tell you is that you think that they're vulnerable to the point to like they are in a submissive role. No, they are taking charge. Like the whole game is flipped. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't even have to call chicks. Like they calling me. They calling me. Like, when you getting home? When you coming off the road? Where can I meet you at? Just pull your truck over. I come and fuck. That's how they act. They are aggressive, bro. You get what I'm saying? And then they trying to compete against other women because the ratio is so high in Atlanta. And then you got the gay dudes that even make the ratio go up. And the funny part, and the most important part of it is why the revolution is not even, can't even be mixed together and formulated. It's because the best friend to the gay black men is a black woman. And the gay black man is competing. He's watching, sizing up the black woman because he's trying to emulate her so he can get with a black man. But the black woman don't see it. She'll make a black man her best friend, and he's her enemy. But he plays the role. He imitates her. Why you think the gay man is more feminine than the woman?
Hey, Hustle, let me say this, right? You ever notice that every time you have any sort of black organization, how is it that the gay guys get in black women? You know, like that. What's that guy that be on Dynasty Show? You know,
the one that every time he talk, I go in. It's two of them. It's that dude Shy, and it's that other dude. I forget the other faggot name.
Dynasty won't get rid of these people because he don't have a lot of black women that travel with him. And they all got gay friends when he don't want to piss them people off. That's
yeah.
So you got these women out there that's not what they are. They got gay friends and weirdo friends, crazy ass women. It's a mess. It's a freaking this whole movement is a freaking mess.
But see, let me say this, Carla. I told Dinus that. I said, first of all, anytime you start a conversation and you can talking about a revolution, Pan-Africanism, and you got a gay black man is just like the KKK to black people. Right. A gay black man is not a friend to any type of revolution.
He's not.
He is the enemy. He's the enemy of black men, and he's the enemy of black women. You get what I'm saying? It's no type of unless he's gonna play the down low shit. And it's women that still will have sex with their gay best friend.
Yeah, the
That's
whole
the
community
that's
love it.
the that's the hyper that's how hypersexual black women are. And the only reason, not Measy, the only reason why I put the blame on black women, because black women are in charge of the black community. So I'm gonna put it at the feet. Now you can say, hey, the men need to take charge. That's true. But right now, I will be the first one to admit black women run the black community. In any type of society where black women is in charge, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, hustle. Mark, check this out. Remember back when Stacey Abrams was running when she lost, thank God?
Yeah.
Remember she said the thing is in Atlanta, right? They say white people saying, well, y'all need to stop having so many kids and whatnot. Stacey Abrams said, look, we got single mothers out here who need an extra $800 a month on top of everything on
Yeah.
taxpayer to subsidize their lifestyle, because they can't do the things they want to do. They need $800 a month. That's what they wanted to do. She would
Hold
have
on, Colin, you missing the caveat though. This is well, you might didn't know this, but I ain't gonna say you missing the caveat.
right.
The thing of it is, it was some of that Lyndon B. Johnson shit, not Measy. She was saying that the women have to be single.
Yeah.
They can't be in a relationship. They can't have a man. They can't have a boyfriend.
Get to that. I was like, what if somebody gonna have a conversation? Well, why don't you encourage these women to reconcile with their baby father and build a family? That's off the table. The taxpayer is supposed to do this, because the bottom line, God forbid, you tell a black woman she got to get with a lane, and when she can't have her Pookies running throughout her procession of Pookies running in her house and whatnot, you can't do that. That's what the problem.
It just the point that is that a black woman's idea of having fun at a younger age is to be around danger. Do you get what I'm saying? They crave that danger. I never understood why the chicks that went to Spelman, Morehouse, because all the in Atlanta, Clark, all the colleges right there by is.
You know why? Because that danger is the only thing real.
Yeah.
They've been cuddled and everything like that. They've been told about Martin Luther King. That's not real to them.
The funny part is, I just remember that I used to be talking to chicks and they was like, yeah, I'm pre-med. Yeah, I'm online at AKA. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be a lawyer and everything. And she's sitting up here getting fucked on an air mattress with roaches. And you get what I'm saying? She thinking that the best thing in the world. And then on top of that, later on in life, that good guy that she turned down after she done been ran through by the whole trap house, she gonna come to him, and then she gonna give the nice guy hell because he's not the thug. Her first choice is the thug. That's why people give Sierra so much pushback when she get with Russell Wilson. You get what I'm saying? But look at all the guys she dated before Russell. And I ain't even no Sierra. I ain't even no celebrity junkie. But it's just like how women say about men.
You see her doing these booty videos and whatnot.
Yeah.
You still got that shit in her, man.
And because he sits back as the simp and think that that's okay to have his wife of 3 kids still out there shaking her ass. They're putting a camera in her face in front of everybody. Ain't no, and people always use the term real man loosely, but no real man wants to see his woman, him standing there watching her shake her ass in front of everybody, and everybody like, oh, he's a good man. He knows that he ain't getting it. Well, why you advertising it? Why you popping pussy? Why you popping pussy on Instagram to your 3 million followers? And then you got kids. And one thing about kids are ruthless. I got 2 of them. And I hear how they talk to each other. And you talking about another child that don't like one of her kids. Like, look at your mama. Look at your mama sitting up here shake dancing and shaking ass like this. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how that shit is. So
Hey, brothers, if
you
y'all don't
got
mind, I gotta be out.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm about to go work. get this money. I can't defend black women to y'all two toxic Tyrones. This
Mm,
is like a Hotep hyena attack. But
mm.
No.
Hustle Smart, you know my talking point's been the same for years. So
Yeah,
I'm a defender of black women, you know what I'm saying? But it
Hey,
was
yeah,
good having a conversation with
like,
y'all.
you're the champion of the black woman. We get that, man. But
That I like that. Champion of black American woman.
but let me
Yes.
say this before you go though, not Measy.
Yes, sir.
The thing that you said earlier about how black women they can't raise a black man the way black women won't even agree with you. They will tell you they don't need a man to raise her. Now I'm on your side to say that
Right,
they
right.
can't do it the same. I'm telling you that if you get 100 black women up there and you tell them, you say what you say, and you sit up there straight up defending them.
Hmm.
They will sit up here, they will sit up there and they will listen to everything you say up to that point right there.
Also Smart. Can one of your sons run game on their mothers?
No, well, he can't because I just don't allow that. You get what I'm saying? I
Oh
don't
well,
allow him to
because
do
you
that.
don't allow it. But if it was up to them, he could lie and run game because
Right.
the mother's motherly love will allow her to believe some bullshit,
True.
which is why I say black men have to be there.
True, but what I'm saying is, I just got lucky that my son's mom only have one child, so therefore we just came up with a decision that hey, before he goes anywhere, just talk to me about it, just run it past me, and then I'll drill him. You get what I'm saying? I'll drill him on it. You get what I'm saying? I like you play the nice guy, I play the bad cop. You get what I'm saying? And that's just the dynamic. But at the end of the
Oh,
day,
that's good.
you can't make that deal with a lot of black women. A lot of black women, if you ain't in the house, they don't want you to make no. You ain't got to notice it. They just want the money.
and don't even probably be the stepdad because I see
Oh,
sometimes where women like, don't you say nothing to my kid? That's my child.
yeah,
Like, well, he did this, but I'm paying the bill. I don't give a damn what you pay. You can leave. Well, now don't be trying to discipline my children, whatnot. It's just a mess, man. And when they
Well,
do,
before I go,
when they get that lame in there and they give him a chance, they treat him like shit. You know,
mm.
yo, did y'all say that Dynas had a bussy slinger on his
he always had
panel?
that guy.
He's a frequent guest.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I
It's
mean,
two, and not Measy. It's two. Let me explain to you, not Measy. As soon as I jump on the panel and I see them, I immediately call them out. I was like, I don't understand why it's two fucking faggots on here. You get what I'm saying? Trying to tell black men. And I said, any of y'all sitting up here calling this faggot a brother, then goddamn, I don't call you a brother. I don't call no faggot a brother. He's not a brother. It goddamn not. And that is be like, well, man, you know what I'm saying? The sexual Hustle Smart views is not of the host. You get what I'm saying? I said, no, I'll say it. It ain't no type of revolution. There's no type of. I don't give a fuck if a faggot gonna give me the numbers of the lottery. I don't want it from him.
yeah. What about it?
Well,
I'd
nah,
rather
I
starve
appreciate
and
it. That's the
I'd
kind
rather
of
starve and
energy I'm
I'd
on.
rather starve and grind on the street before I take aid from a black man that's a faggot.
The bottom line, this movie right
Well, you
here.
know, Dynas was on the Dr. Bronner's hair show with his ass out with assless chaps. You saw them pictures, right, Hustle Smart?
I he had like the little boy shorts, right?
Yeah, nigga
Yeah, I
kept
seen it.
pushing a magic carpet with a whole nigga on top of it. But yeah, Marie Shaw don't believe it. That shit is true.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
I
y'all, I'ma
saw it.
holler.
All right, dog.
I'm
Yeah, that
on
was
it.
it. He was trying to model or whatever. You get what I'm saying? but but that is true. I don't know if you saw the picture, Carla.
Something like that. He was in like a swimsuit. I don't know, so
Nah,
years.
he was greased up. He was
Yeah,
greased
yeah.
up.
Let's do that like
But
back like 7 years
you
ago.
know, so but I ain't gonna call it. You know what I'm saying? He'll say himself he was going out to be a model and an actor. Just guidance just don't give. He don't give vague. He give vague details. You get what I'm saying? But that was it. But the thing about it is that the thing about it is that not Measy sees the black race as far as when he's talking about it, Colin, he's talking about the black woman that the virtuous one that got done wrong. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm with him on that. But what I'm saying is that is in our society is celebrated to be more ratchet than be a good woman. They call a good woman a pick-me.
Yeah.
They no other group of women. They don't call Latinos women pick-me's. The one that sit up there, the one that watch they men sit at the Home Depot and do day labor and wait for them to get home to make them some chimichurri.
About this today. I said the average Latino woman, right? She be fine as hell. 25, she's married with already 3 kids, whatnot. You know? She out there fixing breakfast, her husband dinner and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, you know, that's a woman that's going to be respected by her community and whatnot because she's doing the right thing. Our sisters and whatnot, you know, also the only women that got problems with men like that are Black American women.
Only Black American women. Only Black American women demand something like that from from Black men. It's because it's not one thing I will say, Colin. You said this on the other show. Is that the same way how we want to imitate white people? You get what I'm saying? So Black women see white men buying women, put them in yachts, put them in houses, put them in all type of stuff, and they just think that Black men gonna, you know, they want it from Black men too. Like it's the craziest thing in the world when Kevin Samuels came out, and you had Black women sitting up here saying that they want a man that's 6 feet and 6 figures. And I was like, what type of shit?
They're every bit of 400 pounds or whatnot. You know, like
683 pounds, the looking just like if they were standing next to your refrigerator, you wouldn't know which one to open up to get some orange juice out of. You get what I'm saying? So you got
one time years ago, remember that TV show Scandal was out?
Yeah.
I did this event, a Christmas party at this senior home called Gen Care Senior Clinic. Anyway, in the front was a TV in the lobby, right? A bunch of women were there because we was lining up to do the Azalea show. We could put people on the bus and go see the lights, right? All these Black women, older Black women in their 70s, right? Watching Scandal, right?
Mm.
Yo, talk about that's what I need. I'm getting me a white man. I'm like, look at these old ass women. They really were serious too. They thought they were gonna get. They're talking about they're gonna get themselves a white. They're gonna be Olivia Pope, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, yo, do you understand? You're like 75, overweight, everything like that. You ain't gonna get no white man. People were serious.
The delusion in Black women are such at a astronomical high rate. You get what I'm saying? Like you'll have a chick that look like she don't swallow the whole Nissan Maxima in her stomach, is sitting up there saying that she want a man that got 100,000. You get what I'm saying? They can take her on trips, who gonna goddamn support her kids, and they gonna ask her no questions.
She's gonna get a high value man.
And think she deserves it. You get what I'm saying? And then the funny part is that the funny part is, Carla, is that all joking aside, it just seems like only Black women don't understand math.
Right.
They don't understand math. They don't.
You know what's coming down the pike? I believe if Black women believe if Kamala gets in office, they're gonna have legislation requiring white men to, you know, that's how extreme these women are, man. They really think they're gonna force white men to marry them.
Yeah.
By law.
Howard, do you remember that thing when Obama fucking clown ass? And I'm telling you, man, I will stand by this to the day I die and say I am one of the few Black men that didn't fall for that Obama shit. You know what I'm saying? I never called him a Black man. He's a Kenyan American. That's what he is. Raised by his white mama. And you are.
Before you get back to that, let me get focused Dave on. Get him in there. Hey, Dave, what's on your mind, brother?
Yo, good evening, Hustle Smart. Good evening, College
Hey, I
Genesis.
be vouching for you, Dave, man. I be telling Colin to let you talk. You get what I'm
Yo, good
saying?
love, bro. Yo, good
David's
love,
got to
bro.
talk up more, man.
No, they just got that slow flow Snoop Dogg, and then
No,
and
I'm here.
your
I'm
engine.
here.
Oh, when you get Dave going, you can't stop him, man.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
I'm here.
Dave is like that Cadillac Eldorado. Colin's like the Bugatti. So if you ain't saying what you got to say fast enough, Colin's like, all right, I get the gist. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and put it in sixth gear. You know, Dave get it down to third gear. Colin already in sixth gear. He already don't bit the curve. You know what I'm saying? So
Dave,
I talk.
you saw that video I sent you with goddamn what you call with George Ware. You see how George, somebody in the comment section. He's on.
Yeah, man. I saw that
It makes
video,
you want to
man.
abandon Liberia, don't you? It makes you want to.
I don't know. They, you know what I mean? It's the people behind them. They want them to run again, so they could benefit.
And they basically put them up. I like, look,
Uh-huh.
Liberia's the only place where people have no agenda, no means when that the guy can't even speak. George Ware, I've never even seen him read anything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to myself, what do you got? All it is, Dave, is the native people want to see their own kind in power. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, that's all. You know what I mean? That's all. You know what I mean?
That's all
He's
it is.
not.
Feel
He's
good
not
about it.
qualified. He's not qualified at any level
They don't
to be
care about that,
president of
And
Liberia.
what's sad is you got two
Bro.
things going on. You have black people from the West now, black Americans, American Liberians, and civilized Liberians who are trying to get back into Liberia, build a society, when that. But yeah, then you got this other part of Liberia that's from the hinterland, primitive people, and I know how it feels. They
Let's all be real now. And a lot of people, they get mad at me when I say it. Tubman was right, man. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Democracy right now in Liberia, it's a slow thing. It don't work. That's why he sat there for 27 years.
Yeah,
Like,
the
you
bottom
know what
line,
I mean? It's not,
I
you
would
know?
do in Liberia is go like I said. I'm thinking about this hustle smart. Think about what I'm about to say, right? And I know a lot of people. I know I'm gonna get beat up by Nakmeezy for saying this, right? I really think the South had something right when they had the literary test of the poll tax. I look at how the South turned out right now. If it was up to me, man, I would go back to that shit. If you don't know what you're doing, you can't read or write. What the fuck are you voting for? You know,
Right.
the South, they knew. They say, "How you gonna get
He was
X?"
right, but he was right.
You
He's
know,
like,
when you look at it.
you know what I mean? You gotta look at it, hustle smart. Like, you're like, man, I ain't going nowhere. Let me sit down here. If I tell you, we get democracy at this time, it's too early. It's too
Yeah,
early. You
but
know?
that's what happened in Liberia. You got people out there who freaking are functionally illiterate.
You see, when the native people talk, let's be real now.
Yo,
When the, when
you
the,
see
when
one guy
when
that be asking
when
questions.
the when the free African Americans came back, they didn't want to assimilate and learn. They didn't want to learn from the African American, the free slaves and stuff. They're gonna look at them as different. And they was like you said, Kyle, all the time. Those are the best minds of
We had
Black
the best
America right
minds
there.
in the
The
black
best
world settle on Liberian shores.
Black world. You know what I mean?
The
So
best minds in the black world settle on Liberian shores. That's what you
it's
have.
like you got to get down with how they doing things, or it's not. It ain't gonna work. You
Yeah.
know?
So either we go back into primitive nature
Yeah.
or we just
So
force civilization on them. We force civilization on them. And so history, like I said, you drive through Liberia, we won. We won that argument. Because the natives didn't want cities, they didn't want none of this shit that we were talking about. They just wanted.
time period though, Colin. And you think if you go into the hinterlands like and build schools, everybody gotta learn English. They're gonna be burning them schools
They
up.
were. They were like they didn't want to
Burn them
build schools.
schools up in
Burn school down.
1840,
You know.
1850s.
So they didn't want education. They didn't want none of this shit. They
Heart of the
but
slave
what they
trade.
did want, Dave, is they wanted power. No means or no don't know what they're doing, but they just want power. They think power just sitting up there with a gavel making decisions and whatnot. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like I said, it's like like the monkey kingdom. That's my analogy. The Rudyard Kipling's The Monkey Kingdom is like this. The Bangalore were a monkey kingdom that took over an abandoned kingdom, right? High up in the hills, right? And they would take on some of the clothes that were left behind, and they start giving themselves titles and stuff like that. And the way Rudyard Kipling wrote it, they were silly, foolish, ignorant and stuff like that. But they gave themselves titles and like there's some great kingdom and whatnot up in the hills, whatnot, And the king was king, but they always want to be like the humans, Yeah. So you read that book, The Jungle Book, man. It's really good. The Monkey Kingdom, like that was just describing a lot. Rudyard Kipling said with his description of a lot of third world countries at the time. They always brag about their civilizations, but they're backwards.
Yeah. Dave, me and Carla, we was talking today, and it's just that it's at some point we got to stop pandering Black people. Like we always talk about how pandering to women. No, we need to stop pandering to Black people. It's like we originated this and we started this. It makes us look bad when we say that we originated this, we started this, and we created it.
I used to say that like 20 years ago.
The thing about it is, I never said that. Just like when they always talk about Jesus is Black, it never made sense to me. So I was like, you should call them for what Black people don't went through. It would make us look bad if Jesus was Black. Like I'm telling you straight up, this is no joke. Like I would be pissed off if Jesus was Black. What happened to what's been happening to Black people for the last 600 years? Because that wouldn't make any sense. The only way that would make sense if Jesus hate Black people, if he's Black. It make more sense because he's white. Now let me tell you, Dave, I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't believe in I don't believe in devil. I don't believe in, people always say that. People always say that to me when I say I don't believe in God. They be like, oh, so you believe in the devil. I'm like, if I don't believe it's a God, then how the fuck do I believe it's a devil? I said that I don't believe in neither one. But what I'm saying is that that's what I'm telling you about. Logic and math goes over Black people's head. Because if you say Jesus is Black and he let that shit go on with the goddamn slave ships, he let that shit go on with Congo, he letting the shit go on with Black people still to this day. And white, so you mean to tell me that white people do all the evil shit that they can to Black people, and all they got to do is fall down on their knees and pray before they die, and they get to be rich, authoritarian dictatorship, and still go to heaven.
But it's worse though. They get heaven on earth right in front of your face. Why you suffer?
That's what I'm saying. So that's what the thing that me and Colin talks about. I talk about how always Black people take things and we take it to the next level. Just look at sports. You know what I'm saying? Before Black people got into basketball was real basic. It was real fundamental. Black people get in there and take it to the next level. Now it's mostly Black people. But just like the NFL, when it was all white, it was just one way. It wasn't no celebration in the end zone. It wasn't no twerking.
Also Black people won't start the halftime show.
Yeah, Carla, my point is that Black people are like just to me, Dave, and I'm gonna be all the way honest, because it's no apologies in me. I just see the Black people like the jester, like if you the court
jester. Yeah, the court jester.
Like the court jester, we just there to entertain Massa, and Massa throw up.
And that's the worst position, bro.
The worst position to be in,
bro.
The worst position to be in, because even the NBA and NFL players that make all these 50 million, it's a white dude that's sitting over there. They like that battle stuff. If you watch the movie Django, how all those rich people, like that's some true shit. The Mandingo fighting. Yeah. Like they're paying big money to come see Black dudes jump up in the air, spin around, fight, about to kill themselves, and they just sitting there loving it. They sit up there paying $15,000, $30,000 for a ticket just to be close, so they can smell the Mandingos, so they can smell the LeBron James, so they can smell the Carmelo Anthony, so they can smell the Kyrie, so some sweat. They love it when one of them basketball players fall in their lap. They get to grab onto the Mandingo.
When you see the same thing, our sweat on the plantation was like a pheromone for them. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were running up and down the basketball court.
I ain't never look at it like that.
Oh yeah, I do. You know,
that's saying
everything. I'm like this. Oh, it's like people try to argue me. Like say, I said, look, when you guys the immigrants come over here, they're trying to get crumbs. We're saying, damn, there would be no NFL without us, right? There'll be no NBA without us. How come we don't have a certain amount of teams? How come we don't ownership? You know? And so we're trying to break down that doors and get that. But unfortunately, the white man already preempted that, right? They said, we're going to string somebody like Meek Mills and Jay-Z along. If worse comes to worse, you know, if our arms are tough, we're going to give Jay-Z 2% of a team somewhere. And that's going to shut black people up.
Yeah.
You know, they already got it. You know, so I don't expect nothing. We've already being played with this Jay-Z shit. You know, they're gonna be like, okay, you know, you talk about black ownership or not. Jay-Z is now owner of the thing. Then next thing you know, we can't talk about ownership in the team no more because Jay-Z got 1,000,000% of a team. You know, and him and Beyonce got box seats.
But Dave, check this out though. See, you never thought about it this way. Have you ever been to an NBA game?
NBA game.
Have you ever been to an NBA game?
Yeah, I've been to an NBA game.
So you never see the players when they come off like they take off their sweat.
I know, no, but I never the white psyche. I never know they looked at it like that.
Oh yeah, they look at it because they can't see the thing about it is when a person is
still reminiscing on the plantation.
Yeah. So think about it like this. Think about it like this, Dave. If you playing basketball, you take off your jersey and throw it to me, I might shoot you. You take off your sweaty jersey and try to hand it to me, I might shoot you in the kneecap.
Yeah, that's just,
a white dude is gonna grab that jersey and put it on, sweat and all. He's gonna hold it and fold it.
You're gonna resell it.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's a weird thing. The thing that gets off white dudes. White dudes get off on the weirdest shit in the world. Just like all that sexual stuff.
They're gonna resell it though.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. Hold on, Dave. This is the funny part. When they sell it, they make sure they let the people know that they never washed it.
Yeah, it works.
Don't try this.
So you got black women that's online selling their panties to white men. And the white men are telling them don't wash them. Put them in a bag and ship it to them.
How smart. You know, remember American Pie, Shannon Elizabeth?
Yeah.
They said 1 week she started her, you haven't seen her for years, right?
Right.
She started on OnlyFans. She made $1.2 million her first week.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is insane, man. You know, the OnlyFans shit. We live in a world that, like I said, like Nat could talk all he wants, right? Black people get their morals from white people. If white people say OnlyFans is okay, and white people be co-signing you ever notice they co-sign all this ratchet shit in Black America?
All of it.
They co-sign all the stuff like that. So when you see these black women acting like that, all they look at is white people, and if white people ain't saying nothing, they're gonna continue doing it.
Do you know the real reason why they promote black women to be on OnlyFans? Do you know why?
What's that?
Because they don't have to go in the hood to look at them. They ain't got to go to the strip clubs. They don't mind. White people don't mind paying $8.50 a month to watch a black woman get on that. And then on top of that, they can send messages and get the girl to make do private the content videos, say they name and all of that.
Yeah,
We
like I
don't
said,
just give them directions. With them,
we have a
they,
situation where look, the black family. Look, this is why
hmm,
I say listen to this carefully, right? There's a I hear a lot of women, black women nowadays, right? They're falling behind white women, right? They're like,
hmm,
I got a condo, I got a car, and stuff like that. What do I need a man for? They could go on TikTok or Instagram, start their OnlyFans shit, like
hmm,
even like people who do TikTok all day, right? And they
yeah,
get donations and stuff like that. You got look me. I can struggle all the time. I got 1.3 subscribers, right? Thousand subscribers, right? A black girl doing twerking, right? She'll have a video with like in one day 500,000 views.
yep,
So therefore, there is no incentive for anybody to settle down. She could take that money and get with her thugs and have the fun she wants.
yep.
That's what I'm trying to tell Nack Meezy. He's acting like we're still living in the Ozzy and Harriet America. That's not it, man.
No, not me. That's what I'm saying. Not me. Is talking about one section of black women, and what I'm saying is that you got women that are not hood, that are not in the streets, that are living in nice houses and nice condos, and they turning that camera on, and they're making more than they're making on their job. You get what I'm saying? Because white dudes fetishize black women. You get what I'm saying?
And then not only that, you got the fact of the matter is the black man, right? Despite all that, women only need men for money, right?
Hmm.
Take that away, the black man's not needed, right? But a man still needs a woman, right? So these same men, you know what they're doing? They're getting their passport.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and so therefore, these same people who are bashing brothers for being passport brothers, right? Well, you left them with no other options because the women in the hood, like they got the welfare, they got the state, they got the city, they got the county, they got child support. Now they could on their spare time they could do OnlyFans.
You know this. Let me tell you something. When men not me's a lot like they probably don't know because this was like last year of 2024. Men not me's used to do a Friday show. You get what I'm saying? And he said something one day. He was like, "Man, am I being too hard on black men?" I said, "Yeah, not me's because they did. You're expecting for black men to have your mind frame to sit up there and let black women talk shit to them and they just ain't gonna say nothing. You get what I'm saying? Like
That's
some
what
people is not, some people ain't gonna. It's not that being emotional like a woman. It's just that black people are emotional. Period. Black people will cry black people will get ready to kill you, Dave, and be crying. Black people have tears and you get them mad enough, they'll cry. You think they weak and they finna get ready to kill you. You get what I'm saying? White people are totally different. White people are totally different. White people will kill you, Dave, and be sitting there eating a ham sandwich or go back like they ain't did and then go back to normal. White people will kill you, then go back to work.
Yeah, like I was telling him that it's not about me getting angry or whatever like that. It's just the fact that if I'm doing all the right things in life, right? And somebody one thing everyone wants to do is clear your name, your reputation, you know?
Right.
You got nothing else. So if a black man says no, that's not me, whatever like that, defends himself why are you calling him? It's like you damn you do, you damn you don't. You got all these people. Why do you care I care what people think about me?
Right.
I do. When I walk into a thing, look, how smart my business, right? Relies on my appearance and what they. I don't want people coming in my office thinking, oh, and believing the worst thing about all black men and whatnot. You know, I don't want that shit.
Or just because it's a woman, you think she like the collar. I never forget this with my first my first wife. She was from Trinidad, and she was on her period or something, and she got them was making all this noise, and then it was her sister them. They was like, but I was like, listen, I said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. What I do not play. I do not play you trying to use the excuse to be a bitch. To act like you wild and uncontrollable. I don't give a fuck how much blood coming at you. I don't give a damn what type of metamorph. I'm talking about to be that way. It's just like how somebody get drunk and all of a sudden they go to get loud and violence. That is there because I don't drunk plenty of liquor, Dave. I don't drunk white, brown. I don't mix them up. I don't drunk play every type of beer thing, and it has never made me want to fight nobody. It just doesn't do that. I think it's a choice. And I think that you with your choices that you want to do when you get drunk, they get like me. I have a tendency where I'll say, well, I'm done drinking. Some people can't check themselves when they get inebriated. So it's different type of people. So I had to explain to not me. I'm like, no, you're expecting for black men to think like you. And a lot of black men are not logical. Because if black men was logical, no black man would vote for the Democrat Party or be in these churches these days.
Yeah, we look at people like Jamal Bryant. I want to know more about that mall, that thing, that
Black Wall Street.
Yeah, it was a Target building. You said
it used to be a Target, and it's right behind the Stonecrest Mall. Man, Colin, let me tell you something. You walk up in there, it wasn't nothing but a bunch of shea butter selling, incense. It looked like a goddamn flea market. It was and let me tell you, when the Target had it, the air was flowing. It was hot in there. It was musty in there. You know what I'm saying? Like you can hear your footsteps up in there. It was not designed good. They have nothing to eat in there. You get what I'm saying? They have nothing to drink. The bathrooms was not clean. And nobody went to that shit. When you pulled by that Black Wall Street, you might have saw 6 or 8 cars. And most of them was the people that went in there.
Yeah, so what you call
They had no variety. They had no variety to compete. Then right across the street, you got Marshalls, you got TJ Maxx, you got Home Goods, you got the mall. You know what I'm saying? You putting it in a place.
These are the people who keep telling us how to build a black community.
Yeah.
Everybody do everything half-assed, you know? Probably black women started that, you know? Half-ass shit, you know? Like, dude, man, come on.
How many goddamn dashikis? Yeah, and there was a African chicken there, 2 or 3 of them selling dashiki. It looked just like a fucking flea market. Bootleg shit and
everybody can't sell shea butter and whatnot. You know, we got other things to sell and do, you know?
I mean, Colin, they didn't have no type of restaurant, no type of eatery in there, you know, no type of lounge. Like, I'm like, y'all ain't even.
You know, we're like that. You always have an eatery in there. We could sit down and eat, have a pizza at least, you know?
Yeah. With all them black people in there, African people in there, with nobody cooking, and it just had a stale smell in there.
So they had a whole mall with no food, no food.
They had a Target with no food.
It was a Target. They turned into shops, right?
Yeah,
a bunch of shops. You know,
they just said, so you don't been in a Target.
But hold on, hustle. I know the Target that was there before had a food court.
Yeah, the Target had a Starbucks in there.
Why? Why didn't they use that old food court as the restaurant spot?
Because when Target left, they gutted it.
Yeah, but they could have put it back there.
Because black people have this thing to where they gonna do the bare minimum.
It's like we already have it's no excuses. Hustle, you already have
hustle smart until they really engage the black men in the community, right? Engage the whole entire black community instead of the Pookies and the black Punquishas and the strong black women, educated black women running things and whatnot. It's a coalition between
those
Mamula types.
If you're saying it was an old Target, you just emulate what they had at the old Target and just do what.
But the thing about it is they didn't have any funding. This is what they did, Dave. It's just like they said, hey, I'm renting out the Target and the vendors come in there and they set up and they pay rent. That's how it is.
All they had to do was all they had to do was incorporate the place and let people buy shares, $5 shares, and do a
but they have to be but that's in order to do that, it had to be a corporate type. It wasn't even built like that. It wasn't even
but they wasn't thinking.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that, and nobody went to it.
They
Like
could have
Eric,
had, they could have had people from California just buy a $5 share.
the,
That place would have just been
the,
up.
the, the the
Up.
thing about it is that they
Yeah.
put it in an area where it was a mall. It's a mall directly across the street. Stonecrest Mall across the street. You got
Oh no.
you got goddamn, like I was saying, you got Stonecrest Mall across the street. Right next to it, across the street, you got another plaza. They got TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Office Depot, you know what I'm saying, Olive Garden, goddamn 5 or 6 Mexican restaurants. It made no sense why they put it there. They should have put it over there in the in Old National somewhere in the hood or something. That like that's it just looked like a flea market. It was nothing professional about it at all. Like that shit could have been outside.
Damn.
That's sad. You know, sad.
And I went in there hopeful. And I went in there and walked past that shit. I'm like, nobody.
But Hustle, what happened to all of the black elites of Georgia? What happened, bro?
They talk a good
What happened to
game.
all the black elites? They should.
Now
So
they hey,
that's what happens
they
when
rather go to Magic City and buy 10-piece wings for goddamn $25 because that's how much a 10-piece costs.
when you do not have strong black men in power and everything like that. You know, that's what it is. You got to be able to mobilize a community for something like that. That everybody on top. You should have had the top level black businessmen there.
Yeah.
You should have had Robert Smith come by, bless it. You know, David Stewart. You know, maybe some black entertainers. You know, call on something. Like I said, one day I want to be able to summon everybody in Black America, right? If I can ever do that, man, we can get shit done, right? Hey, you know, your community needs you, right? And when you come down here, you're being here with your brothers. You know, this is a brother thing. That's what Knack don't understand. I want to talk to my brothers, right? I don't want nobody that's coming to me that figured that was elevated by fucking these hood rats or these ratchet ass black women. You know, like what do you think about what I said about Polite? How's Smart?
Oh yeah. Polite,
What you
goddamn
say about
Dr.
Polite?
Umar and all them, they make their money. They make their money from pandering to black women. Even
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So
yeah.
why and I say this all the time. Why would they stop? And we was talking about
Can't
Yada
stop.
Awakening.
How you gonna stop? Every time, every city, Umar got somebody in every city. Do a lecture, get his little 10,000. You know what I
Yep.
mean? You know.
Yeah, he's living a life, man. He's living a life. Ain't nothing to
Just get
stop him.
home cooked meat sometimes.
So and because
Oh man.
you know he put the whole Ashley Janae on where black women wanted to be on, not on the white man. He put that on black men.
Oh.
And yeah, Dave, it's your fault. It's Hustle's fault. It's my fault that she got.
But Kyla, he's gonna get checks for that. Cash shots are coming in, and PayPal's, everything's coming in.
Yeah, he's saying what they want to hear,
Right.
and that's what it is. And that's why I did this show tonight. This show says we're putting an end to that shit. You know,
It's
I
your
know
fault.
the problem is see,
Is Hustle Smart fault? Is Dave fault? Is College Genesis
Measy
fault?
had the mistake of jumping the cliff. Like I was attacking black women. No, I'm attacking the problem, the Pookie. You know, and the black women who elevate him. That she's just a side note, right?
Yeah.
You take the Pookie is the problem, right? When I said when I get ready to debate somebody, or when I'm gonna be challenged on this African thing. I'm gonna get challenged. I know it. It's coming. You know, I'm gonna watch who's. I know for a fact real black men are gonna support me, or they're gonna be like, I'm not really against it, but hey, if you gotta do it, it's gonna be the Pookies elevated by these nasty ass black women who don't want nothing but to be next to white zaddy in America. That's gonna come after me. I know.
DK, you are 1,000% wrong that think white supremacy give Dr. Umar Johnson money, bro.
No.
Dr. Umar Johnson get 99.9% his money from wig, weed wearing, wild hyena, hood rat, uppity twerk monkey from Southeast DC, aka Husky Hyena, aka Stacey Abrams stunt double, single black women with multiple kids or multiple cats.
You know what we gotta do, Hustle Smart? Let's say we hook Umar Johnson. Let's test his love for black women. Let's hook him up and Leslie Jones up.
He ain't going for that. Yeah, Umar Johnson say he wait for his polygamy. He want two women polygamy.
Hold up. He can get with Leslie Jones and Lizzo.
No, he ain't finna do that.
Not doing that. You know he's not gonna do that.
Why not?
You know what? You know one thing about Umar Johnson, I'll say he'll be like, you know what? These women are so beautiful, but these women are not for me. They just not for me, but they need to be somebody else. They'll make that's how he talks. You get what I'm saying?
Umar, man. The bottom line is he could have been with that girl Precious by now. He could have been with Lizzo. There's so many things Umar could have been with, you know, women on his level. Right? I don't know what the hell.
David, do you know the new dude that's out now? His name Yada Awakening. He looked like
the short guy with the glasses.
Man. He's been around for a while.
I'm just saying he's emerging now because he went from the teaching to pandering. I'm saying he rebranded to pandering. And he sit up there saying that if a black man don't give you 150,000 for every baby boy, he ain't like, see what I'm saying? Like that's that when that they use real man loosely. You know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of black women there, like where yeah, we need man just like you. That you wait for your woman hands and feet. Like you want her to take all your money and all that stuff. And he like, I'm proud that she takes all my money. I'm proud that I give her 100,000 a year.
Black women are cloning these clowns.
He has short man syndrome, so
he has short man syndrome.
Yeah,
but the thing about it,
he feels he got to do those things to, you know.
But Dave, the problem is that black women will be sitting there looking like Nell Carter from Give Me a Break. That might be a little too. You might be a little too young for that one. You might not know who Nell Carter is.
Give me a break. You know,
yeah. Hey, Dave ain't gonna know who that. He gonna have to Google that. Looking like Nell Carter, but y'all sit up there and say you deserve a man that's gonna give you 150,000 for every baby you push out, and then give you a 50,000 a month allowance, and then she'll be sitting there like, yeah, but let me buy one of his products. I believe in this. I'm a manifest this. So you only got black women that manifest the impossible. And then they talking about Shark King season. Now, it's some black women I be looking in this chat when they be like, give me a Shark King. Black women don't take no short men. Black women do not want no short man. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they sit up there and say that shit online, and they'll be running right up to me, and I'm 6'3". Black women like something they can look up to. They don't want no man they got to look down to. Cause they don't black women don't take short men serious. They just don't. Even in our community, we don't take short men serious. We just don't. Two things that we don't take serious. We don't take our intellectual serious. We don't take short men serious. We all call them angry men. White women are deal with you know what I'm saying? You see these billionaire white dudes, they short as fuck. There's only a few of them that's tall. Jeff Bezos short as fuck. But they have a commanding presence. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they billionaires. They'll sit up there like, I'm short as fuck, but look at this 700 million yacht out here. And they have their women in check because their women is status symbols. In the black community, our women are not status symbols to the broader spectrum. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
It's just it's just how we see them. However your girl is, that's just how you see her. She doesn't represent you at your job. Like you go to your job, most people don't even know who your girl is. But white men, because they go in these social circles where they work at, Dave, their women are presented.
That's true.
You're white, but let me tell you something. I worked at this job called Case, and this dude, man, if I seen him when I stopped working there, he was like married and everything. I'm like, damn, yo, I didn't even know you was married, bro. Wife never came up to the job. He never even mentioned her. But white people present their thing because they do a social thing, Dave, and we don't do that as black people. We don't socialize. We talk shit and shoot the shit. We don't socialize.
Women like to say hi to each other.
I tell that shit to Carla all the time. I like it. We get off line. Now, I say, of course, me and you, because you know my voice and you know how I look.
Yeah.
But most of the people, if you saw them offline, you wouldn't even talk to them. You wouldn't even look at them.
Mm-hmm.
I said this thing about, I used to work with these people to where white people, one thing I noticed when I worked with white people knew somebody. It was in management, somebody that worked this job before. They got somewhere they got contacted on, went to school. And I never forget, this white dude came on the job and he was like, do you know such and such? He was like, oh yeah, I went to school with him. I go to church with him. And the dude said, man, they call him up. And they called him up. And the dude, he ain't seen this dude in 15, 20 years. When that white dude asked for him, he was so happy to talk to him. They're like, yeah, man, come by the house, man. Let me have a cookout. And they was excited about that. Call a black person you ain't talked to in 10 or 20 years. You know what I'm saying, Dave?
Man, oh man. They mad at you.
Man, think you trying to set them up.
They mad at you.
You know what I'm saying? Are you see another black person in public you ain't seen in 20 years, you're like, oh my God, I hope that nigga don't recognize me. Hope that nigga don't say, that's how we are to each other. And it's a thing about us. It's something wrong with us. It's something innately wrong with us, Dave. Of course, we got some good parts about us. Of course. But is something wrong with black people to the point that we can never get it together? But we got all these great war stories. We got all these fables of grandiose, and Mansa Musa was the richest black. Well, how the fuck anybody can tell?
What do you think about How Smart? What do you think about the debate we had about Black Wall? I said that was a total loss. We got massacred, you know?
Yeah.
Did we fight back? Yeah, we branded some guns, but we got wiped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we did nothing about it. They walked around, they took our property, and they never paid reparations to this day. The last willing survivor, I think they gave her a little bit of something, you know, a couple of years ago. You know, but the bottom line is this: they wiped the whole entire community out. That was prosperous out of envy and jealousy, right? And we did nothing. 100 years, we did nothing about it.
Carla, the one thing that I have against FBA is the same thing that Thomas Sankara that had a problem with getting aid. He said, I watched that today, and they just when he said, I done heard him say it plenty of times, and he was like, the white man asked him, he said, Thomas Sankara, why you don't want to take aid? He said that when black people, he said when people take aid, then you make them a perpetual beggar. You make them a beggar indirectly. He said, but what we want from them, he said that it'll make he said, if you give us aid, if you give us flour, you give us meal, you give us rice, then that's going to make the people not want to farm. So they're just going to sit here and just have their mouth open. He said, but what I'll take some bulldozers, I'll take some boreholes, I'll take some equipment, and we can feed our own self. And we'll teach people that if you don't feed yourself, then you don't eat. But see, that's the same FBA mentality that if you're not going to force them to give you something, you just look like you're begging.
Right.
You can say that they owe you all day. Of course they owe you. But what are you going to, if you ain't going to take nothing, so you're going to sit up there and beg the white man, then you're going to come break into my house. You're going to tell me to get down and lay down, but you ain't going to tell that to the white people, though.
Well, They won't dare. You know.
You ain't gonna put the yop in their face, but you gonna put the yop in my face and take $80 from me. You talking about these people owe you 36 trillion. You ain't gonna breathe on a picture of them,
No.
but you'll get frustrated with them and then come attack me. It's something. It's something just like Pastor Manning. something is wrong. Something is wrong with y'all niggas, man.
Niggas, he said niggas. So wrong with y'all niggas.
Man,
It's
be
so wrong
wild.
with niggas.
Something is wrong with y'all niggas.
There's something wrong with the black man's mind. He goes, you couldn't even hold on to Harlem. You couldn't hold on to Harlem. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. You can be mad at me all you want, but I'm telling you the truth.
And all we talk about is, boy, Dave's to this day, year 2026, and we still talking about we shall overcome. I was watching videos in the 40s and 50s, black people singing the same goddamn song. We shall overcome.
Forever. I think it's time to overcome, you know, and say, look, like I said, I just believe, like I said, you know, we got nothing to lose by starting off new, because the bottom line is this. And like I was telling Nagmeezy, the white man in America, right? I know he's the hidden hand behind this shit, you know? It's just too neat, right? Black women, basically, no other group of women have been convinced to hate their own men.
Yeah.
No other women. That's where other people have their own culture and stuff like that, you know? Black women in America, right? I mean, the stuff I've been hearing, man, like the Ashley, Janae, whatever, the stuff that bitch was saying, you know? About black men of this, black men of that, and whatnot. Black men are no good, and when I'm like, and then the Shira 7 chick, the sprinkle, you know, popsicle and lobster and all stuff like this.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You basically what you're saying is black women should turn to prostitution to get an easier life, you know.
Right.
So that's what you have. A lot of these white guys got fetishes and fantasies, you know?
Yeah.
About black women and slavery and stuff like that, you know?
But Carla, they getting these women that you're talking about, they getting black women to not look at it as prostitution.
It normalizes.
They're looking at it that they teaching the black women, the young black girls, is to use your feminine energy as leverage. And if that comes with giving up some pussy, make sure you get paid for it. Make sure it's worth your while.
That kid, you know, don't open them legs and you're gonna get something out of it. They tell them that all the time. That pussy is your ticket out of the ghetto. Your ticket to, you know what I'm saying? See, man. That's why a young boy in the hood. Don't tell me about the hood, right? Because the hood nigga is the least motherfucker getting pussy. Because that pussy's on reserve and it's on lease, you know. So don't tell me about the hood. You ain't getting laid. Them girl 13 years old. She's already planned. Her mother already got her pussy program planned out. You know, sometimes women use their daughters as leverage. You know, they bring a man around. They got money, whatever like that. And, you know, and she's loose with her daughter. That happens all the time. Why'd you touch my daughter when you knew that dude was no good? You know you left your daughter alone with that dude, you know, for hours at a time and whatnot. You knew you saw them flirting around and whatnot, you know. And then when it happens and whatnot, you know, I see women like, why would you do that to my daughter and whatnot? What would you do bringing this nigga in your house with a teenage daughter? So, but you can't say nothing about black women, some of these black women, right? Because you'll be accused of hating black women. Anytime you criticize anything that's going on in the community like you don't like, you're freaking accused of hating black women.
Yeah. But like I say, I still say that's black men's fault, because as soon as a black woman tell you that, black men automatically go to apologizing. See, that's one thing. This is one thing I respect out of black women. Black women don't sit up there and apologize when they talk shit about black men. They don't apologize damn time. It's the man that's so weak sit up there apologize. I think it's the most weakest thing to hear a man constantly apologize.
Yeah.
It's constantly.
I stand with black men, you know, in this battle of the sexes. I'm pro men. Let it all bounce out. Women got the state, they got white America, they got the white man, they got all these support systems. The black man ain't got nobody. We only got each other.
They got the city, the state, and the federal government.
State, federal government,
and the black church.
You got the church, they got child support, they got all kinds of things that help black women out.
Yeah.
So, and not only that, a lot of black women got families that people say, "Oh, I got 3 kids." Half the week your kids gonna be at your sister's house, your mama's house, this auntie's house or whatnot, and you got all the time in the world because one thing you can do is make a cute baby. If you got a cute baby, now you got some ugly children, that's a different story. But if you got a cute baby, a black woman, that's all they want to do is have a cute baby so they can pawn them off with everybody. Oh man. I see it all the time, man. Oh yeah, my sister got my baby. Well, your baby's been gone for a whole week, Oh well, yeah, she's with her nana, whatever like that. And I'm saying, that's what it is, It's like that's how. But yet they say, oh, black women, like Umar said, black women, y'all holding the community down. You're raising. No, she ain't doing that by herself.
No,
grandpop, pop, grandpop. Got the grandma. You said one where the grandparents were like, "Nah, man, we had them last week." You see that?
Yeah.
The grandparents like, "Hell no, we were just here last week, man. You gotta take your kids." They're gonna try to dump them up on grandma and grandpa. The grandparents like, "Hell no."
Turtle Bitcom say this is a continuation of slavery doctrine, divide and conquer. Let me explain something to you. Turtle Bitcoin 2025. It's just like how they say, well, the Jews are behind the movies. It still have to take a willing participant. Exactly. All those movie roles, they don't walk to the set and then get the script. They already took the script home and read it. They saw where it say that you got to act like a pimp or act like a prostitute or do drive. They know those roles. Black people are willing participants in these type of things. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a market for that shit. It's a market for it, just like OnlyFans and all the other stuff. They make out a market for it. It's the same way if it was if it was only white dudes in the NBA would not be popular. Yeah. It's only popularized because you got 6'7" and 6'9" guys that can move like ballerina. And I'm telling you, as a guy 6'3", they make it look easy on TV. It is hard to be that big and that tall and be able to jump up in the air and come down on one foot. That's not easy. You got to be blessed with some magical kneecaps, some magical elbows, and some goddamn some cartilage made out of angel clouds.
You gotta have some fast twitch muscles, man. You gotta be athletic as fuck.
You got to be super. Let me tell you something, DK. Let me tell you something. Let me turn out the truck. Let me tell you something. One day I went to the Hawks game. And I'm sitting there right behind. I'm out the trap. I'm booming. I'm making about $3,000-$4,000 a day. I think I'm the shit. I got my custom-made Hawks jersey on. You know what I'm saying? I got my Jordans on. I'm in there. Fred got money. And I'm sitting out there. We right behind the San Antonio Spurs. I'm just talking shit to Tim Duncan. I'm calling him a bum. I'm calling him a 7-foot sissy. All type of shit. Let me tell you something. I'm looking at his feet, and I'm like, God damn, them shoes don't look like the shoe we buy at the store. They shoes are custom made to their feet. His feet look like a bubble. His shoes look like a bubble. Let me tell you something. This dude caught the ball, DK. Caught the ball from an inbound pass. Somebody tipped the ball. He grabbed the ball, ran in the corner, saved it from going out of bounds, took 2 dribbles, split around, going out of bounds, falling away from the basket, threw that bitch straight up in the air. Nothing but draws. Nothing but net. Didn't touch the rim, anything. I just shut the fuck up. Because
Yo, when I played,
DK, hold on, DK. I said to my homeboy, I said I can play basketball, but if my whole family life was on the line and I had 100 chances to do what he just did, all my family would be dead. He had 3 people over him. He couldn't. I'm looking dead at him. It's
and
3
that's the
dudes
NBA.
covering him.
That's the NBA. Hustle smart. I played ball in high school, and I'm 6'5". But I used to play pickup ball with dudes that played at like a local university, like Fayetteville State.
Right.
Not big time basketball, college basketball. And let me tell you, they ran circles around us, bro. And this is just a small university, not like ACC or anything like that. Like
Right.
the athleticism is just night and day, just from high school to college. It's
Yeah.
night and day.
But see, that's why people they try to put it at like slavery to say like, yeah, like they breed, like they sit up there and they got all these type of tests they do. You get what I'm saying? So you got some guys that like we had this dude called Rico Whipple. And he was just like Kyrie Irving. You get what I'm saying? But the thing about it, the one thing he didn't have he didn't have the stamina. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He didn't have the stamina, but all the moves, and he's one of them people that everybody like he could have made it. It's so many people that's like that would go out there and you think like, God damn, why this motherfucker ain't in the league? Because they are that 1 in 10,000. You got some black people that are physically gifted. What you call it, DK? You call it twitch movement? What you call it?
That's twitch muscles, yeah.
Yeah.
That's twitch muscles.
I'm telling you, bro. I went up and dunked one time, DK, and my wrist was hurting for goddamn 3 weeks. That swole up. I'm talking about rock that bitch. My wrist was swollen for 3 weeks.
I was all right. I wasn't no damn like Tim Duncan, no fucking what's his name, Dwight Howard. That motherfucker's a freak of nature.
He's a freak of nature.
Let me get DK's opinion on a topic. So, what do you think about what I said? Do you hear the debate between me and Nagmeezy?
Yeah, I was listening. And I can get both your points. I get Nagmeezy's. I get his reasoning that the black man.
Nagmeezy's whole thing is any sort of criticism of the black woman is. I don't know if he's not living in America or he's not paying attention to what's going on. The culture has changed. This is not the 60s and the 70s.
And I agree with Nat, but like this Ashley Janae situation, it kind of made me think, whoa, what's going on? Now we got black women defending white men. It's like they're defending white men and blaming black men for her murder, saying it's black men's fault.
Yeah,
like,
and that's what I'm talking about. So at what point do black men are allowed to defend themselves?
Yeah.
So it's like we have not made any advancement, right? Everybody else in the world have had human rights and they had a will to express themselves like that. But the black man in America, the only people that's not allowed to say how he really feels.
Right? Yeah, but and one thing Nak said that's true is that black men are hunters, but at the end of the day, the women pick the men. They pick the men.
And all of that, it should be like that, right? But women are the predators right now. That's why it's all backed up. If men were the hunters and women the pursued, yeah, we have balance. But we have a situation where men can't hunt because they don't have the power, right? Men hunt because they're bringing resources. They're trying to rescue the woman, and it's up to her to pick and choose. Now you got the state, the county, the city, you got child support, you got all stuff like that. You got the stripper pole, you got OnlyFans, you got all stuff like that. She got options, she got like 4 or 5 simps giving her money and whatnot, You can't hunt that. That woman's a predator.
Yeah.
So you cannot hunt that. You can only hunt DK a virtuous woman. A woman that's chastity. Because I know there's women out there still that's 40 years old, that's still virgins that go to church every Sunday. Those are the type of women you could pursue, because they're like, okay, I want to be with a man and have a husband or not. But if you got women that man just just running around with different types of men, you ain't hunting that. Let's be honest with ourselves. And that's a good portion of our black women and white women in America. That
Yeah.
society.
And then be girls, those be girls with like who have degrees in corporate
Yeah,
America,
I know. I said that. I said that.
working for the
they,
government.
they think we're talking about the girls in the hood. I seen women that got degrees, they got this, that, the other thing, and they're still 304s running the streets.
Hey DK, I gotta be honest with Kala. When we see the difference between the way Kala debates and the way Not Measy debates. Not Measy was being more general. Kala kept taking it back to him. You get what I'm saying? He kept taking it back to like how he was and what he's about. Not Measy was being more general. Kala kept taking it more like, hey, this how I was raised. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
At the end of the day, just keep it general, Colin. Because the thing about it is, we know that you're the stand-up guy. Do you get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that when Not Measy was talking about the women in general, he was only talking about one section of black women, the virtuous one. So he's talking about the virtuous woman, but he's still talking about a group.
We can all agree on the virtuous woman.
Right. But what I'm saying is that every time he said that about the men, you brought it back to you. You brought it back to you personally.
Yeah, I
See,
said
Not Measy never brought it to himself. You see what I'm saying?
But
Like that.
He kind of took a shot at me talking about you don't have kids and all stuff like that. That's why I brought.
I kind of get where he was coming from because it's like you wouldn't know unless you had kids.
I know. Right. Hold on, but I still could say what I see. So in other words, he was saying that I shouldn't be talking about black women, right, or families, or the black people because I don't have. No, it don't work like that. I live in a so-called community society. I can talk about what I want to talk about. And now if you could say, if somebody said how to rear a child, no, that's not my place. How Smart got a son and he got chosen. He could talk that. I can't, right? But when it comes down to our community as a whole, I know right from wrong. I know good and bad.
What DK did you hear when I stepped in and I had to break it down to him and I had to tell him like, far as the nuances like of telling Not Measy that yeah, you're looking at it one way, but at the end of the day, that in the black neighborhood, in the hood, black women are the ones that's holding the drugs, holding the money. You know what I'm saying? That's where they go meet up at. That's the chill spot. That's like their safe haven. Like the woman, she'll be in there cooking.
I said that. I said the black women provides a sanctuary for that nonsense.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Colin, you just didn't get what I'm saying is I guess because I'm from the trap, you know what I'm saying? I just broke it down like when you say a sanctuary, like most people ain't gonna really know what that means. You get what I'm saying?
It's like, like I said, the black church has become a sanctuary for
that's true.
Too. Jamal Bryant, that's all black women there. That's a sanctuary for black women's nonsense. The Democratic Party is a sanctuary for black women's political nonsense.
Yeah.
And so you have all the community, the Democratic Party, the black church, whatnot. They're all sanctuaries for black women, female dysfunction.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to tell Matt Measy that and how their partners are these dysfunctional black men. That's their partners, right? And all I was saying was, if I'm going to build a movement in the future, right, that's not going to be. And then he agreed with me at the end. Yeah, we need a movement of strong black men to take black America. But that's all I'm saying.
Right. But what I'm saying, he kept trying to push the point to about the absent men. See, right there, that's when you should have said that's true for the men. That's only that woman. Just like when I came in, I was like, Not Measy. That is true, but that only deals with the woman that has baby by one black man. And if that black man left, yeah, that's his fault. But what about the woman that got 4 kids, 4 baby daddies? How can all those men be there? That it's impossible.
Not that, but what he didn't answer was the fact that about 30% of black men make like 60% of all the babies.
Right.
Yeah.
And
so therefore, when dudes like they feel no chance, but they get their passport and they go overseas. Now people are bashing them brothers. I don't like I said,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't bash brothers who date out. I don't bash brothers who are passport brothers because, like I said,
You
even
know
though
what, Todd? You said one thing about if Kamala got into office, they put a law to make it that white men.
Yeah, I died.
But you know what I think?
I really feel the energy come from black women. That
You
was
know what I think they would put it realistic. I think they put passport restrictions on black men.
Yeah.
That's coming too. They're gonna try to stop black men from going overseas. Try to keep you trapped here. You know, they're gonna try something. You know, these women are these black women are something else, man. You know.
Now I ain't gonna take it that far, that extreme, but I know one thing that it would have did. It would have definitely gave black women to think like, okay, let's go after Jewish men and think like all white men. You get what I'm saying? Because she was went around, you know, me and my daughter was having a conversation, DK, and I was like, she gonna lose. I said, why do you say that? I said, because white women is not gonna like her walk. Because I said, because you know, most of these presidential relationships, you don't really see the wife that much. You get what I'm saying? Like even with Barack and Michelle, you didn't see Michelle that much, you know, till she came out and started talking about the school lunches. Now Melania Trump, she's on the forefront because she's like a model, you know what I'm saying? She's like want to be like Kennedy wife, you know what I'm saying? So she want to make a mark. Like, you know, some of those wives go in there and design the White House and design the Air Force Ones. Michelle Obama didn't do none of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I rarely see Melania speak or give like talking shit. I really
She did a whole documentary on Netflix.
Movie.
Oh shit!
She did a whole movie. She does the bro. She does the fashion. She got a Be Best movement. But what I'm saying is, it's for the upscale millionaire women. Like it's for like Jeff Bezos' wife, you know, ex-wife or girlfriend. It's for the millionaires. It's like she's for the millionaire girl. Like she rocking hats that cost $20,000. Like she's a fashion icon. Michelle wasn't like that. She wasn't like that at all. Michelle was just sitting at the White House hanging with her goddamn mama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So my whole thing is, like I said, you know, if black women get the chance, like I said, and people understand something. People know me. I'm not talking about all black women. Obviously, I'm not talking about people like Mary Shai and Afro Theory and people like that. But the women who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about, right? Because, and like I said, when I was with the first BIO group, How Smart, I started seeing it back then. You know, we let a bunch of people in, right? And I started learning some things, right? That, okay, this one chick was like, yeah, you know, she was a black by nation, but she said, yeah, that's why I don't date white men no more. I said, you dated white guys? Oh, yeah. She showed me a picture. I said, this. The dude she with some rusty looking white dude, you know.
Did he have a bald head?
No, his hair was receding, but it was like unkempt and everything, kind of like reddish. I'm like, I look at the dude, man. Dude, I was like, what the hell? And she was kind of cute too. It was Diane. I said, what the fuck do you see in this guy? You know, well, where I was living at and whatnot. Look, your environment does everything. You got black women who live in these areas and whatnot. And I see it all the time. They get with these white guys and whatnot. They know better, but they get with these white guys. And then I said, if that's what they want to do, fine. But eventually, they want to come back to us and be like,
after they've been ran through and don't got all these diseases from these white dudes.
It's happening with black girls with the thugs and the Pookies.
I think that one black chick that always on Dynas's show, I think she was with a white dude before, engaged to a white dude. I think
what female is this?
I don't know. Black something, like black. I forget her name. Like
Black Beauty.
I think so. Yeah, I think she was with a white dude.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Hey, let me answer Afro Theory real quick. She said no, the passport bros are gonna get dealt with by the men of those. Let me explain something to you, Afro Theory.
Why do people hate the passport bros so much?
Carla, watch this for a second. Let me explain something to you. when the American dollar goes to any country, the men don't give a fuck. It's only us in America that we think sex is some type of sacred thing. They don't think like that in other countries. A goddamn African dude will give you his girlfriend if goddamn he can make some money. They don't think like that with the way we are. Like that's my girlfriend. Like that's my property. We get that, man. DK. Black
You
people
know
in
what it's called?
America, we get that mentality from white people.
You know what that's called? That's called scarcity mindset. They be like, "Oh shit, I can't let this one go." I mean, they
Yeah,
don't have that overseas.
like
You know?
they're dying. Like you got black women in America that will hunt a man down and kill him or kill the next girl. Black man will go to prison for the rest of his life about a chick. African men, especially the men in Philippines and Thailand, they don't give a fuck over there. They're like the American, because the thing about it is they understand that the way the society is, there's no safety net over there. So they welcome you to come there. Matter of fact, if you go to any of those bars and clubs on there, go over there. It's 90% available Philippines women just wait for you to come in there. And the men over there are gonna welcome you in. They're gonna be like, hey, you can get this one. They don't sit up there and be like, these our women. Only that's an American way to say our women. You go to Thailand, you'll never. I want y'all to research this. You cannot go to the Philippines or to Thailand and listen to the men talk and listen, do they ever say our women? They say our people. They talk about the society as people. Only black people that in America, in white, the American society want to take ownership of their people as if black women are ours or like we black women. Even sometimes Carla say that. Carla says black men belong to black women and black women belong to black men. That's American way of looking at it. Cause they damn sure don't act like that way in Kenya, DK. Like the black families, Kenyan families encourage those women to go out there and get a white dude. Send them to the hotels.
Only
You want to
exception
see?
would be like
You want to DK? You from Nigeria, right?
my family's from Nigeria. I'm born
You,
and raised here.
you go to them hotels. Them women are sitting outside of the hotel, fully dressed.
Yeah.
At the bar.
Only exception would be like some of those like Middle Eastern Muslim countries.
That's it. But nobody ain't going over there for travel. That's not a travel. No Muslim country is a travel destination.
No.
They don't have no red light district in Afghanistan or goddamn Iran. But go to the Philippines. Them women out there ready. They coming from the village, ready to the red light district. They're trying to make money. They don't see sex the same way how we say in America, like your body is a temple and God looking down. They don't believe in that shit that we're taught over here. So we think sex is sacred. Just like Namizi was saying, like women are in a vulnerable position. They don't think like that in the Philippines. Them girls are sitting up there like, shit, I'm finna get some money. I'm gonna cook for him. I'm finna milk him from everything he's gonna get until he go. I'm gonna make he ain't gonna have to lift a foot. You know what I'm saying? They cater to you. They're not catering to you. They're catering to the money, but they're taught that to get the money, just do whatever the man wants you to do. It's the black woman that want to be contentious with you and still want you to give her everything. She want to argue with you, DK, but still want you to give everything. She want to question you about everything, tell you what you can do and what you can say, catch an attitude about everything, and still want you to buy everything.
Worse off, Simp. When you say you've had enough, you want to go overseas, they follow you there.
Yeah. It's that old saying to that, you want me to leave? Or she's saying, I'm finna go. And then she's going to be like, you ain't going to stop me from leaving? I'm like, hell no, get the hell on. I'm finna get the hell on. But where you going? It's that, I'm telling you, DK, man, we as black race, man, we got this weird thing to where that we're not happy unless it's some drama. If everything is going good and to a black people, that relationship is boring.
Well, hustle smart. I used to not agree with you, but I gotta agree. What from all the shit I see around the world for black people, we doomed. We're
We
doomed.
doomed this. We doomed
We
this fuck based on all of the stuff that's a detriment. It ain't just one thing. It's just like it's like we're in a detriment circle. And you can spin around in a circle, DK, and say, this thing detrimental to black people, this thing detrimental to black people, this thing detrimental. And then you're standing in the circle like, well, it's still hope. It's impossible.
have a glimmer of hope. And
This is the thing, DK. I see us in a pit, and I see the black race in a pit, and surrounding us is some hungry hippos, some snakes, some lions, some bears. They all standing around us, wait for us just to tire out so they can just eat us. But they just sitting there watching. They looking down on us. We looking up to every other race of people. Every other race of people look down on black people. What race do black people want to look at in America? You got the LBA want to look down on the Africans, but the Africans look down on LBA. They both looking down at you. So who's winning? Every other group of people work in unison to bring down the black race. The black race, we talking about Africans and black Americans. We sit up here and we eat each other because nobody else pays any attention to us. We beg other people for jobs, and then we come home and then I'll attack you, DK, and you attack me.
but we got that, we got that shit from Africa. I tell you, that's where we got it from.
I say it every time, and I'll never change my way. The Africans is the original fuck niggas, and we descendants of the fuck niggas. You get what I'm saying? Just like Africans was amalgamation of tribes, in Black America, we try to act like we together, but you can tell we different.
Yeah.
See, we try to make Africa, that's one thing that I saw in Nigeria when I went there. Because see, in America, we're taught to think all black people are the same. I saw that when I went to Nigeria, they're not the same. They're just in the same carved out space. Do you get what I'm saying? They're in a carved out space called Nigeria. These people are fundamentally different.
Exactly.
And people don't want to. And Black American don't want to see that into them. And then, Nigerians are screaming that shit out. We're different. We are different. But since America, we taught that all black people, we be one. And we sit up there thinking like that's how Africans don't see us. So why would they see us like that?
See, Eternal Bitcoin. It's not being used by white people. It's being used by black people. Everyone's pushing.
We using like turn a Bitcoin. Let me explain something to you. Right now, black people got the whip, and we whipping each other. We don't took the white man can just sit back. He just sit back doing Bitcoins and getting all the resources. He don't gave all the whips and the chains and the guns to black people. He ain't got to come in our neighborhood and kill us. We killing each other. That's not true. Those women are doing that because of poverty, and some of them are trafficking. That's the African goddess. You know what? That's just like when black people try to sit up there and say that all goddamn the women that was fucking with white people was raped, and that's just not true.
Yeah,
that's just not true. And African goddess, I actually like you, but that's the thing that black women don't take no type of accountability. You sit up there and think that only women that's broke sell pussy, and that's just not true. Nope. It's women up there. It's just that women. Let me explain something to you, African goddess. Me and Carla was having this conversation, DK. It's a reason why 99% of all stores in the mall are geared towards women. Women are compulsive shoppers. They will spend their last. Why you think in America, DK, they'll give a woman a car note quicker than they'll give a man? They'll give a woman a credit card quicker than they'll give a man.
Yeah.
Because she's gonna max out that credit card. She's gonna date me, you, and Carla, and all of us gonna mess with and give her $40, $50, and she gonna be paying off them cards with that and still shopping.
Yeah. Exactly.
These women are not broke, they're just money hungry. And in Nigeria, they Naira hungry. They're Naira hungry, and they just want trendy what they call it, materialistic. That shit is heavy in Nigeria. I didn't understand it, DK, because I'm like, how the fuck y'all so materialistic? And you know what I'm saying, y'all materialistic, but you're going to the market to buy some yam and some spaghetti and some palm oil and some crayfish or some starfish, and you make it like a $3 meal, but then you out here trying to get an iPhone 17.
That comes from slavery, man. They were selling slaves for mirrors, just nigga trinkets, like muskets, some gin and brandy. That's when they started.
I can just only imagine when they brought the mirrors on there and those African people saw themselves in the mirror for their first time.
If I would be a fly on the wall just to see that.
Boy, he was like, oh, I can see myself take 100 of them. Because DK, the thing about it is the reason why it was so easy for them to give away black people, because the way that those people in charge was looking at it like, that's 100 less people we got to try to feed.
Yeah. And they weren't like smart about it. It's like, oh, why don't you build me a ship so I can sail around the world with some shit? It was like, nah, just give me all that gin and brandy and beer.
They didn't say, let me get a ship so we can go visit our people. They just be like, man, them bags of guns, that bag of salt, that honey. You get what I'm saying? That fire water.
Yeah.
Give me that.
Give me that Hennessy.
Yeah, the Hennessy, the brandy, the hooch, the blankets.
Sipping on that Hennessy, shooting each other, man.
Yeah. They got a gun in their hand. They was like, take 100. Like, how many can you get on a ship, and when are you coming back?
Man, they weren't like, hey man, this guy's a doctor. We can use him. Like, fuck that nigga. Get on the ship.
Like, no, hey, let me explain something to you, DK. Now, after 50 or 60 years, now none of them people sit up there and say, you know what? We ain't heard nothing for them people that we got rid of 60 years ago. And you know what? Let's just send 1,000 more. Nobody's coming back. Nobody's coming back giving us no information. You know what I'm saying? But look, we got some more mirrors. We got some more umbrellas.
They never thought, hey, where are they taking these people?
Yeah, never crossed their mind.
Even though I hate Charleston White, what he said is kind of true, man. He said one ship and come and get us.
Yep.
You're funny, man.
And that's just like I tell anybody, especially when I'm on Dinah's platform, and I sit up there and be like, we such magical and creatures. Like, why we Wakanda? Why we ain't stick them Wakanda? What they call them? The little thing you throw the spears. Why we ain't stick them Wakanda spears in their ass when they came out there? We outnumbered them.
Yeah.
They came on one ship. It was millions of them. Millions of black people.
I don't know, man. It's like, hey man, they come on the ship. Why they where are they taking these people?
Well, why they come? Hold on, DK. This is one of the things that I hate about being black, because when I hear white people say this,
more important, it's like Where'd you come from? Like, where you come from?
Not only that, let's break it down to this minute, to the
How the hell you
smallest.
find us here? Like, you didn't ask none of these questions.
Because this is the one that always gets me, and it make me. I hate being black when they say this. If you already got a boat, you got food, you got mirrors and all this, why are you bringing it to a people that ain't got shit? Why would the people that sit up there like, we ain't got shit? What do we have to offer them? They got everything. Nobody in Africa said they got ships, they got uniforms, they got swords, they got guns, they got medicine, they got flour, they got bags of stuff that takes us months to grow. What do they need from us? Nobody. Oh, they just coming over here to share with us. Oh, they some nice people. They so nice. They're coming over to share. And then you had the women out there. They were just ready to set up camp. Set up camp. Left. You see, that's the part they don't talk about. How when those white dudes came onto the shores, those people in the kingdom left like so many women out there. So
they don't talk about that. They don't talk about that, Sim.
They don't.
When you see all these light skinned women in the coast on Africa, they're like, well, it's just we got light skinned people. Well, how did they get light skinned? Like,
see now Collar talks about it a little bit. He'll say that Collar talks about it a little bit. He'll say they set up encampments on the shores, and then they married and all that. See, Collar talks about it like it was some like virtuous marriage. No. It was goddamn some. So all the men on them ship weren't virtuous. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to know how they was back there. A lot of them dudes that was on the ship, if they weren't in charge, they was some rag doll, syphilis carrying, nasty motherfucker. They ain't have no.
They were so grimy. They're basically pirates.
They were basically the people that wasn't in charge, the people that worked below deck. They had to roll the they was sitting down there shitting and pissing on themselves, had to roll that shit.
For like 6-7 months with no women. You get to Africa. What do you think you're gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do?
BK, they had no bath, they had no water to bathe with. They wouldn't allow. See, these are the things that's not talked about. These are the things that I study. I study the nuance. Only people, when they swarm closer, only the people that was in charge, like the leaders, would lead, because the other people had to stand guard while the people in charge took baths in the water. They didn't let everybody on the ship, because they had to keep the boat in offshore. Only the people who was in charge would go to the lighter, shallow water and take a shower and come back. They had no running water, they had no toothpaste, no toothbrush, and there was African women out there like, yeah, I'm gonna lay.
Hey, Sim, you know the woman that named Nigeria, Flora Shaw. I always think like for her to have been on that boat for 6-7 months, her coochie had to been stinking. Goodness. Be on that ship not washing for 6-7 months,
and you can't bathe with salt water.
Ooh.
You get what I'm saying?
Talking like that, though. Yeah, back in them days.
I do know what the poverty rate is, African goddess. Only thing I was saying was that you just cannot. I'm not saying that it ain't broke girls out there, but you can tell the broke girls by the way they dressed out there. You can tell that immediately. You can tell the broke Ashawo chicks. Them chicks got bad skin. You know what I'm saying? But the girls that's hanging out at the hotels, the big money hotel, them women are dressed up. They got on heels, tailored dresses, and everything. They're trying to catch a baller. Those are little shawo chicks. Them the ones that hanging out in the goddamn bars and shit. Those the broke chicks. The broke chicks are not hanging out at the hotel, in the hotel restaurants. I just listen. African goddess, I'm from the hood. I know the difference between a high class hoe and a broke hoe. I know the difference. You can tell the difference in the hair, the way their hair is. And you know what the giveaway with Nigerian girls, DK? You can tell by the phone they holding in their hand. These girls that got Infinix, Redmi 13C12. These girls got iPhone XRs, iPhone 6. The girls that's hanging at the bar got iPhone 14s.
Those phones are more expensive in Nigeria if you buy it there than if you buy it like in America. So
let me tell you something, African goddess. It is nothing regular about me when I step foot in Nigeria, because every time I hop off that plane, I got 60 million naira on me. I got 60 million naira on me. It is nothing regular about nobody that got 60 million in Nigeria. You're in the 1%. I'm in the 1% when I step off that plane. And when they see it, and even if I didn't have the money, it's just because I don't talk like just because I don't talk like that, the chicks are coming. Just because they hear American accent.
And they can tell you when I roll, they can tell just by the way you're dressed.
They can
just by the way you're dressed.
They can tell by the way your luggage look. It's so sad. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, the only point to what I was saying was that they think that the men have a problem with that. No, they have a problem with that shit in South Africa about Nigerians. Oh, yeah. South Africans don't give a fuck about Black Americans coming over there with money. See, when you're on the bottom, it's just like crabs in a bucket. Because now they always talk about Nigerian men being got all this money. Nigerian men are cheap as fuck. They watch they'll give a chick 30, 40,000 and they'll sit up there and tell her to go to the market and get some food and sit up there and try to fuck her and eat all her food up. Yeah. That's how it is.
With those Nigerians in South Africa, they like to floss, man. And that's pissing them South Africans off.
But what I'm saying is they got a competition because they're trying to. Once you run a business there, that means that your status goes up. That means you can hire people. See, when Black Americans come there, we're not over there trying to get a job. We ain't trying to start a job. We just over there to spend money. So it's a tourist vibe they get from us. So we don't get the xenophobia. They actually treat Black Americans the same way they treat white people.
Yeah.
They treat us
look up to Black Americans.
Yeah, especially if they know you coming over. Let me tell you something. One thing that I noticed when they talk to a Black person that lived in Nigeria and a person that was they treated us different. They treated the Black American that lived there, they treated them different from tourism because this is how they look at it, DK. They already know you don't spend 4 million naira just on the plane ticket. Yeah. Just to get there. And listen, you 6'5", I'm 6'3", but I'm bigger than you. So I have to pay for the extra. I got to ride Comfort Plus. My ticket is 4 million just to get there. And if you're staying in a hotel, we ain't staying in a hotel that's off of Gabi Road, that's 30, 40K. We're spending at least 150 on the low end. 150. The hotel I was staying at, the Legend because I got a Hilton American Express. The hotels was 275, 300K a night.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
So you stay there 2 weeks. If you're staying at a hotel, you're gonna spend $4 million in a hotel. You're gonna spend $4 million in a hotel for 2 weeks, and you spending $3 million to $4 million on the plane ticket. That's $8 million. That's 8 million Nigerian naira just for the plane ticket and your lodging. You ain't ate nothing. So they know if you don't spend that much, they treating you different.
Yeah.
See that now you see what I'm saying. The legend is not cheap. I wish that I could pull up my Hilton American Express, and a lot of people don't know Hilton. That's the only hotel that's connected to Hilton. It's the Legion. And matter of fact, that's when I saw that boy. I saw Ruger, because it's like the private airport is right there. I seen Ruger, but to me he's short. He's short. He's short to me. I saw him just walking through. But you can, like, if you're in the restaurant area, you can see the planes. Okay. Yeah, 4,000 pounds. That's what I'm saying as African God. You're right. But that's what I'm saying. They saying that you don't spend that much money and you ain't even bought nothing to eat. That's just your travel. Travel to get there, not traveling around Nigeria. See, what the point is that what makes Black Americans look bad, DK, is when they spend 6 million naira to get there, and all of a sudden they want to goddamn get on a keke or get on a bike. Now you want to get to Nigeria. You want to talk about you want to immerse.
They want to act like one of them white backpackers.
Yeah, now you want a backpack. You want to get on the minibus. It ain't no, you can smell the minibus from the street.
Well, I can't do that, man.
I ain't getting no. Listen, I talk shit about the bike because I'm not homophobic. I just can't sit behind a man on those bumpy ass roads. And I'm sitting behind her. The roads are it just don't look right. Damn sure no manners ain't finna sit behind me. And that goddamn minibus, you can smell it. They have the doors open. You can smell it. Ain't no air conditioning in them minibuses.
Well, that ain't for me, man.
When the last time you been over there, DK?
It was like 5 years ago, man.
Man, I'm telling you, on day 3 is when I stopped even mentioning Pan-African. I saw it right there. I'm like, nah, I tell that story, they all think like, oh man, you just so quick to give up. It's like, no, I'm not giving up. It took me 3 days to see that there's no Pan-African over here.
There's none, man.
Zero.
Man, that's just stupid, man.
That is
most of the people preaching it have never been to Africa or fucking gay like Shaw, that guy Shaw. They just some goofies, man.
And sit up there talking about what we need to do and help. And I said that on Dinah's show. I said, y'all sit up here talking to this faggot, and if he was in your country, y'all be ready to put a tire around his neck and set it on fire. But y'all on here kicking it with this faggot, and he doing research about a country that he ain't gonna never go to.
African goddess, man. I was born and raised here. What do you want me to do? Go fetch some water? Pound some yam? They want
you to make some puff. They want you to make some puff under the bridge. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man. I'll never forget. I watched that speed stream in when he was in Nigeria. That big old buff nigga asking for $5,000. I was like,
sit up there bending that little bending thing, and then be all that muscle and you know what it made me think about, DK? Is it made me think about next Friday. Not next Friday with the real Debo, the one the clown Debo, the one that played in White Chicks. What's his name? The black dude that played in White.
I forget his name. What's his
name?
Terry Crews.
Terry Crews, yeah. That's what it made me think about when I saw that built dude. When then he started begging for money like that, I'm like, bro, just come on, man.
Be a security guard or something, man. Begging this kid for $5,000.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I tell Colin that all the time. And
You said this. You said this. It's the men who beg.
I
It's the
tell,
men.
and boy, they got sold. They've been on me about that for the last. And I'm telling them people, it ain't that I'm just talking shit.
There's a video out where guys like this is what black women be bragging about. Like they're trying to marry. He said, "Man, get the fuck away from me, man." I'm like, "God damn, I ain't got no money for you." The motherfuckers like, "Come on, come on." I mean, I don't know if somebody start touching on me like that and pulling on me like they want money. Is that desperate? I get back on the plane, man. I said, "Fuck them. My life is in danger." You know,
DK,
like,
DK, I
Yeah.
tell you, man, and this is no offense to that Nigerians. I don't know what type of soap they use. I don't know what type of deodorant they use. I just know when I got back to that hotel, I smelt like everybody that walked past. You get what I'm saying? And it was just like I took a shower and I had to take a couple of showers just to get that smell off of that constantly people rubbing up to you, rubbing up. You get what I'm saying? Like, because there's no personal space, especially when you go in those little market areas. You know what I'm saying? It get crowded.
never talks about shit like that. You know. I'm like, damn. I mean, what we supposed to just forget our hygiene and all that shit? Just to, like I said, I hate the Africa worship shit.
If you notice, Dynas, he actually take people on the outskirts. Like he going to those places where they making the palm oil. That's on the outskirts. That's not in the city part. He's not in Lagos. He's really out there in Osun, Ogun State. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Man,
Ogun State.
I'm just surprised no one's gotten sick because he's been taking them to eat at those food stalls. I'm like,
I know
Well,
that's
"Damn."
what I'm saying. That's coming. You know.
they get sick. They just don't come. They just don't complain about it. You get what I'm saying?
Well, one lady did get sick. Diane told me about it, and she said something about it. He said he called me and said, "What should I do?" I said, "I don't really know." I guess me personally, I don't eat everybody's food. I definitely don't eat on no road stall shit. You know, I don't even like buying fruit on the side of the road unless I can go home and watch it.
DK, they
I
was
saw
all sitting up there drinking palm wine at the same motherfucking cup.
Oh man.
I didn't get that part. You know what I'm saying? And people like, and I don't have just like Carl, I had palm wine. That shit is
I mean, well, you always go like this. Okay, I'm trying palm wine. I mean, what's the first year I was there? Then the second time I get there, I said, "Nah, I don't want none." It's like you
You
saw me
see, you see
that video.
when they go to. Oh, sorry.
No, everywhere
I was
video.
gonna say,
My boy they were eating fufu. I didn't eat it. I said, "No, I don't want it." You sure you want nothing? No, everybody digging their hands in one bowl. I said, I can't do that, right?
I can't do that, man. That's
I can't do that
disgusting,
shit,
man.
man. That's just I
Don't
said
be westernized, though. Fuck
I
that.
can't do. I can't dig my hand in sauce with a bunch of people, you know, and stuff like that. You know,
yeah, it ain't no community eating.
It's
I
like
can't do no community.
you take them. I'm not hating on Dynas, man. Do your thing, but you take them to those shoe festival. You're like, hey, man, let's get in this dirty ass water, man. I'm like,
Oh, they drinking it out. See, I see you don't be seeing it because I get on Diners about that shit too. I'm talking about, man, you sitting on there drinking. Everybody got their feet and shit. This the same like they wash their clothes in. You get what I'm saying? You out there drinking that water like it's special and shit. I'm like, man, they gonna get typhoid or salmonella. You know what I'm saying?
this
Like,
is
like,
you do not want typhoid, bro.
and like malaria is rampant over there, bro. Like they got them killer mosquitoes. Like people thought I was joking about the mosquitoes.
They wear typhoid by the water.
Yeah,
You know?
stand in
you
water.
don't want typhoid in Nigeria. You
You don't,
get
yeah.
sick.
Well, so
That's the worst thing because then
Africa will kill you, man. It will kill you. You
I
know,
remember my first trip as a kid. I got sick there. We basically had to leave. We had to leave.
She
We just
says,
flew
Step,
out.
while you walking through the local market, you drive through with your driver, the vendors bring the goods to you. It's called Big Man. Because I because I want to just go through there and I want to see the hustle and bustle. I'm hustle smart. You know what I'm saying?
the only thing I buy from the local market is fish. That's it, and it has to be caught that same day. You know?
But let me tell you, Carla, I have never. I was shocked when I tasted the pineapples in Nigeria. They are the. I wouldn't. I'm talking about.
Nigeria has the best pineapples. They're
I was.
sweet. It's unbelievable.
I haven't bought another pineapple in America after I had the Nigerian
You
pineapple. They're
know,
bigger.
you know the pineapple got 50 cents. Well,
Yeah.
big ass pineapple, 50 cents. You know? I'm like, damn, man. So you cut that thing up, man. Have a bowl of that shit, man. That's oh my god, man. It's just unbelievable. African pineapple's so sweet, DK, man. God damn.
It's great.
But I'm gonna tell you the one thing I couldn't get with the place they were selling all the ground nuts and the peanuts and they all had them in these old Aquafina water bottles and I just I couldn't get with that, man, because I'm like, y'all just drinking water and just taking a bite. No, they ain't cleaning them well because then you got to sterilize them motherfuckers. I I used to work for a bottling company. You can't just rinse them off with water. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to bake those. You have to bake that plastic. You know what I'm saying? You have to heat it up and clean it like that. You can't just take those empty.
So,
They got
hustle smart. Last time I went to Nigeria, most time we just ate at home. We just ate at the crib.
yeah.
We just ate at the crib. We ate at Mr. Biggs. that was
That's the safest thing.
that's basic stuff.
Safest thing. Any restaurant I ate at, several restaurants I ate in Liberia, but I eat at home or there's this one place called City of Chihuahua. It's a Lebanese pizza parlor, man. That shit's good.
We ate at a Lebanese restaurant.
Lebanese and cheese.
Bruce Leroy, I would love to know what being, because this is what I talk about all the time. When people say they go to Africa and make money, they're real vague with that information. I would love for you to tell me how you make money.
I would love for him to come up here and tell us how. I want to learn how you make money in Africa.
I want to learn.
I just don't see it. I really don't.
Like I say, the only way I can see you making money if you're like have a mercenary company like Blackwater.
No, what I see, what makes money, right? Let's be honest with you, DK. You got to go to Africa, get yourself an NGO, right? Have like a project you're gonna do. Like I said, I could build micro dams and contract whatnot, but I gotta have the money, right? The money gotta come from somewhere, right? I don't see anybody getting rich off the private sector in Africa because it's not organized yet. The infrastructure.
And are there any black people actually getting government contracts in Africa?
Mm-mm.
No. Most of the contracts go to foreigners, man. So it's like agriculture is good, but you got to have a market. You got to have people understand something, and this I don't understand. People don't understand when you do agriculture. When you have a harvest, right? You got like at least 4 days to get that harvest to market, right? And the market is big enough. You can't.
That's in America, Colin. They don't play by the rules over there.
Yeah, but hold up. You got to market, right? And that's why people go starving. You got to market. Let's say you what grows in the market? Some cucumbers, whatever like that, right? You just have a big harvest. Now you got buyers that's going to sell that stuff in this perishable a few days, or are you going to chop that up and put that in cans so it can be stored and whatnot, then distribute it, right? That's what Africa has worked out. To do that, you need proper electricity, refrigeration, clean water, safe water, and stuff like that. You need industry, right? You can't just say about agriculture and you do not have a distribution system set up,
So African goddess, are you talking about like a small scale chicken farm, or are you talking about large industrial farm?
Yes, if you talk
about she said she got pineapples and mangoes, so it got to be like some fruit shit. You know what I'm saying?
Stuff goes bad really bad. You only got a couple of days to sell it, whatever like that. You got to have buyers. A lot of times people sit in the market all day, don't sell nothing. So people always say agriculture. What you have to do is you have to get where you're processing stuff. Like there's this one Ghanaian guy that my boy Nee knows. He's a Ghanaian guy, right? Well, he's been in America, basically black. But he has a pineapple juice. Juices they put in the little packs. He makes pineapple juices, right, in America, right? He imports pineapple. No, I think he manufactures in Ghana. He got a contract with Walmart, and he's in several Walmarts in the Baltimore area, and they order his product, right? He has a warehouse. He imports it. Like now, if you can get your product from a raw state to manufacture, where you're doing cannery and juiceries and stuff like that, that's how you make money, and that takes capital.
I don't know. Did they do that in Africa? Canning,
No.
canning, like
You know what,
fruit
DJ? You know what the problem
and
is?
vegetables.
That takes actual hard work. That actually takes business.
when
You
when
know?
you
Yeah, it's
say
no
the
canning.
Africans are lazy, you say
Yeah,
Well,
they
no,
ain't doing no canning. I ain't seen
Africans have a short attention span. You know, like
every, every
it's gotta
everything
be
that was in the can had an Italian face on it or something.
yeah. So the bottom of cannery and stuff like that, that takes time to and planning and stuff like that, and a long term. And then you got to get the thing manufactured. You got to have buyers already lined up. You have to have a supply chain set up, where to ship it, where to store it, stuff like that. That's a lot to it. A lot of times in Africans, man, in order for you to do that, you have to have organization. You got to
So
have
African Goddess, do you have a channel that shows all your all the stuff you're talking about for your farm and stuff?
okay. She said small scale direct. Now that's a good idea, right? For Africans to sell directly to hotels and restaurants. You can look if you can grow stuff to if you got like 100 restaurants in your country, and you say I'm going to supply you guys with all your hot peppers. I'm gonna grow them. That's a good business, you know,
Yeah,
for a local person. But I can't see an African American coming over there
yeah.
and doing. That's a difference, you know. That's what I would like to see Africans do, you know, because I look at all the hotels in Liberia and whatnot. You know, I said you could grow the food right there in the country, the fish, everything like that could be grown right there. Everything you serve in a restaurant in Africa could be grown right locally. That's how you make money. But the
you know
thing is,
that'd be a
I don't
good thing
see
because
how
don't African Americans can food? Haven't they been canning food for what
Black
decades?
America we've been canning food, right? But
Yeah.
a lot of canned foods in Africa are imported. You know, it was before it was the
Yeah,
French,
it's definitely important.
and now it's the Lebanese. The Lebanese they be having a Islamic markers on
Oh,
cans and whatnot. You know, they got Liberia got a couple of products that are local. Liberia make. Liberia got their own cream of wheat. They got several other things that they make. Sugar that's manufactured locally and whatnot. Sugar cubes, like they got a few products that are manufactured in Liberia. They got a wine. They got a wine liquor. They got a liquor there. Like I want to buy a called white label liquor. I meant to buy that while I was there. You know, it's really nice. You know, and so they got several liquors and stuff like that. They got club beer that's manufactured in Liberia and whatnot. You know, so they got a couple of things going on there. If they would just basically understand, all they have to do is just manufacture for the local market. But then again, in Africa, that sounds good, right? But you will have people that own the hotels, restaurant. They don't have no nationalistic pride. They ain't gonna say, "Oh, this is Liberian owned. Let me put this on the our menu." It's not like that. So there's no guarantee, even if you manufacture, that people are going to distribute your thing or buy your product, put it on their shelves. The Lebanese, they do have a lot of Liberian products in their stores. I give them that. You know, like the fish, you go to
that's
when you go buy fish in the Lebanese markets, those are locally caught fish by fishermen. You know, and they got a lot of stuff that's from local farms. So Lebanese actually do more to help out small scale businesses in Liberia than the
so.
average Liberian does.
Oh, you said they should make a Lebanese citizen now?
Well,
Patriotic.
I don't think about citizenship because my whole thing is that everybody in Liberia knows one thing. What it is they know that if Lebanese or white people become citizen, whatever they enjoy in Liberia is over with. You know, because what happens is you give people the right to own property and stuff like that. Liberians will know they'll be marginalized as second class in their own country. They know it. You know, Lebanese already got a lot of power and stuff like that. Same thing with the Indians and stuff like that. So the only thing they don't have is they don't own property. You know, like that they lease. You let everybody own property. They're already trying to get around it because what they do is it's another thing about the topic tonight. There's a lot of foreigners moving to Africa by beguiling and getting with African women. They're marrying African women as a way to circumvent the law and get property and stuff. It's happening. You know, that's a loophole. You know, that's a loophole. If you marry no, it should be a foreigner can't own land even if you marry a citizen of the country. You know, what they do is they keep it in the lady's name. You know, if they marry local women, yeah, The bottom line is this: in a generation or so, your country could be owned by these foreigners. But if that's what you want to give your country over to these foreigners. But I said women don't care. Women don't care. You think they care? Was the Lebanese own their country or African? They don't. Women don't care.
Hey, African goddess, what city or state that you're in Nigeria? And DK, when you go over there, what city and state region are you in?
I might stay in Lagos and Imo State.
Imo?
Imo and Anambra.
Okay, I know you're talking about. Hey man, you know what? They got some cute girls, Imo State, man. A lot of the emo girls is kind of cute, man.
I mean, they good. We look good, man.
I will, Kyla. There's one thing that I noticed, and maybe maybe they're just anecdotal. Mostly the lighter skinned girls was in Emo State.
Like that's like in the Delta, right?
No.
Delta's more like what's this thing? Like Port Harcourt.
Yeah, it's more like it's close to the River State.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
She said she lives in Lagos, but she farm in Ogun State. So she's in where they go to the festival out there. Man, I wonder if they go to that shit out there, man. All the people that
if you could farm, you can never go wrong. If you got a product you're gonna sell and you can sell to restaurants and whatnot, selling to restaurants, you can't lose.
But that ain't no short trip though, African goddess from Ogun to Lagos. How do you get that? How do you get it from Ogun State to Lagos? You get what I'm saying? Like, you take it by car or do you? Because that's not a short trip, Colin.
Yeah. But like I said, you have to have. And I look at Liberia and whatnot. They got nice hotels, constantly popping up. But you still get this. Only up into Buchanan, I think you got a hotel in Grand Bassa. You literally got like 2/3 of the coastline unoccupied and undeveloped. You got all that coast, even Elvis's home.
That's right.
Grand Crew, completely empty. You would think Elvis would be like, something? Why am I in fucking Minnesota? Why the fuck am I in Minnesota? Let me go back to my homeland. I know I can get land over here. Nothing stopping them. They can own land. They a lot of them got land. But the mind.
If Elvis was smart, he would have done what the Somalis do, like open a daycare and funnel that money back to
you give Somalis that. They even though the Kenyan, Kenya seized all that money, right? You know that? They bought a bunch of buildings in Nairobi. The Kenyan government seized it and turned it back to the United States.
The Liberians do not work together. At those cities where Liberians at, they do not work together. Because there's a dude that work at the rail yard here from Liberia, and he told me straight up, he's like, no, Liberia, because I was asking him, because we have a community called Clarkston in Atlanta, because they over there cracking down on them too. But the Liberians do not work together. Colin, you know what? Now I understand what you're saying. Some of the Liberia Americans, they do act like Black Americans. They don't work together. They're not coming together. And, so even Jamaicans come together and they buy from each other. The Liberians kind of act like Americans when they come here.
Yeah, so they got that. It's all about envy and jealousy, because I don't know what it is, because it is they simply don't work together.
They don't work together, nah.
The whole thing is sad. You try to put them together. The only time they get together is when I'm around. And I get around the next, everybody start talking all this like love for Liberia and Pan Africa and whatnot. I said, y'all have to work together to build your country. You have to trade with each other. But Liberians that connect. But the bottom line is this: everybody's just doing their own thing, and the kids, the future Liberia, they don't got no future now. Like me and Dave was talking about, you got people out there that want George Weah back. President Weah, they think they're gonna TikTok their way back for George Weah getting back to power. And so what's happening right now? I'm gonna tell you right now. There's a lot of Black Americans that are in Liberia right now. More to come.
George Weah, man. Isn't the guy his son, his old son, would rather play for the USA soccer team?
Yeah, get this. There's a whole
You can't
thing.
be president of a country when your son
We
played
have
for another nation.
what we have in Liberia, right? The ugly side of Liberia is we still have these native people, right? They feel whatever you do, like they feel marginalized, right? They feel, and the bottom line is everybody that lives in America is now considered a Congo person, and they just angry that they want to feel good about themselves. And how do you feel good about yourself? It ain't by developing a country or business, right? It's having somebody that you know is like them, like George Weah. They say is an indigenous man. He's a pure African, and all stuff like that, right? The ultimate symbol. If he's in power, we're in power. That's the mentality you're dealing with. You know, they're not thinking about issues and policies and stuff like that. And so you get to the point where why are you wasting your time? Hey, look, I am not going to waste my time, in a people that's backwards. I'm not going to do it. I'm like this. I'll work with Liberia right now, but if I get the impression that these clowns will come back to power or whatever like that and come into power, I'm just going to cut my losses and say, yo, fuck it.
I mean, I give George Weah credit. I mean, he could run like a motherfucker on that soccer field.
Let him be a soccer player.
We don't want him to be president.
Now, after I said people feel what marginalizes them? What marginalizes people other than the fact that they got low self-esteem? They don't have to be in Monrovia. They can go back to their villages and start. And they have plans. They claim that some of them got education, right? Why can't they go back to their communities and start building roads, building schools, building all these things? They got NGOs out there that can friggin' help them out and stuff like that. Maybe Focus Dave can tell us. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, what's good, Colin? My bad. I had to reset my computer, man. It was had a lot of
So what do you think I just said? I said that all
it's
these
all
people.
symbolism. It's just like Black America symbolism.
Yeah, it's a symbolism. By the bottom line, George Ware represents the native man. The native.
He's not qualified.
It does not matter if he's qualified.
Has no public
You
speaking
think these people care?
skills. He has no economic skills, no statement skills.
The whole time he's there, he didn't bring one.
He has no charisma. He doesn't have a plan.
Colin, did you say you saw George Weah roll a blunt? That's what you said.
No, this was my Uncle Charlie, right? He said he worked with George Ware when he first got in. He said George Ware, man, he could shoot pool one night. You could smoke a blunt with him and whatnot, because he like getting high. His wife's Jamaican. He likes getting high on the weed, Jamaican weed, good weed and whatnot. He said he could party, you got to do shots with him and whatnot. But when you start talking about politics, he don't know. They say literally.
No collar. Head to toe. He don't know rock about that shit. Man, he don't know.
So with the body, what it is, DK? He has people handlers around him that do all his speeches, talk for him. The whole time he was running for office the first time, he didn't give one speech or participate in one debate. And he won. All they know is George Weah, the pro-poor, whatnot. And then by 2023, I went there. Oh, we suffering, man. I wish my Ellen was back in, Yeah, I said, well, next time you vote right. And then enough of
if they bring George Weah back, will you just finally say I'm done with Liberia?
Probably. Because I know a lot of us people that's in like the Val Thomas and whatnot, they'll probably stick around, but look, the bottom line, it's hard enough getting things done in there right now. But if you get an in-depth government in there, because right now the government's working with the tourism industry.
Colin, these guys are willing to tear the country apart, sabotage the current government for this guy.
Yeah, they're trying to sabotage. If they could go this,
they're willing to sabotage
to get back in power. Whatnot, they're gonna bring all the incompetent people back in, and so it's all about them. So whoever getting power to eat, everybody in Liberia, like in 2003, DK, they literally impounded a criminal enterprise called the Government of Liberia. Ellen Sirleaf. They brought a bunch of warlords in there and whatnot, and everybody's promised a piece of the pie. You know, that's what you really have. You literally have warlords running a damn country.
They want to add. Then they want to add 12 more legislative seats. They want to add 12 more seats.
So they got a legislature. You know what Senegal did? They got rid of their Senate. They said we don't need a Senate, you know, to cut the size of the government down. Liberia, yo, look, Liberia don't need a fucking full ass Congress like that, you know.
But they expanded it, Kyla. They got there and expanded it.
And so they expanded the government.
They
Whatnot, you know.
expanded
Only
it.
thing that pays DK in the country is the government.
That's not a country, man. That's
Not a country. It's a banana republic.
Yeah, so it is what it is. So, you know, like I said, we pray for Liberia. I love Liberia. When I think what the one thing we could say now, everybody knows a point was made. Our ancestors came over there, built civilization. The natives took it over and fucked it up. At least now that's the story. Everybody
You
knows.
got a lot of natives waking up too.
Yeah, a lot of you
A
see
lot
that
of natives are waking up.
you see
They
that
looking
one
sideways.
Hey Dave, you see that one native girl on TikTok? She was like, "Look, the people who came from America created Liberia. They called it Liberia." And people say, "Why people are arguing about that? This place was not called Liberia until they came here, right?" And then said, "This place had no name, right?" And then somebody said that it was called the Pepper Coast. I said, she goes, "It was called the Pepper Coast by the Portuguese and Europeans. Liberia's never had a name for that area. It wasn't even an area until the people from America
So
came.
the natives are waking up. They say,
Yeah, they
"Hey,
realize
man,
they're
we
waking up.
living like the Congo people. Well, they wasn't so bad. Hey,
Yeah,
what's going
they're like,
on?"
well, they look at Africa now. They look at, for God's sake, they're not going through what the Sahel's going through. Sahel is going through a problem because of the history of French occupation. Liberia was never occupied. That's why Liberia is
Yeah,
only
they're free. Tell the Liberian, you're free. Stop bitching. You're
yeah,
free.
they're free. And so you got people
Shut
running
the
around.
fuck up. You're
Oh,
free.
the Congo people are coming. You're the only free people in
You're the
fucking.
only, yeah.
So it gets to the point where you're just like, you try to get through to them. I said, look, you guys got 13 counties. You can own land and property and all. A lot of them got land, Dave, in Bong County. And so, like, you know how many people have like 20, 30 acres of land, 100 acres of land here, whatnot. DK, you got motherfucking Liberians that be having hundreds of acres of land. That's unbelievable. They can easily turn all that land into deeded property, right? And get rich, right? They could build factories on them. They can do whatever they want. That's they got the mind. I said, I will never feel sorry for anybody, even my boy Sam, right? He spends his time in Ghana. He owned 14 properties in Monrovia, 14 buildings.
Yeah.
I said, you think if I had 14 buildings in fucking Ghana, in Liberia, I'd be in fucking Ghana? I would have figured out a way how to get the money to renovate those things, rent them out and whatnot, and open enterprise and whatnot. But they don't even value what they have, you know?
I don't care about Liberia.
Like I would say, if they don't got the mind, I ain't got the time. So peace out.
So I'm like, hey, look, you know, it is what it is, you know? And we coming over there, a lot of Black Americans coming over there, like, they're like, you know, when they see us involved with like interest in Liberia, they're like, what's so interesting about this country y'all come to? And now they only start to appreciate it because we're coming there, you know? They're like, oh, okay, I guess we got something here. You know, and like I said, I made it clear. I'm not trying to take your country from you. I'm not even taking your land. Well, I'm not one like that. I just want to see a one Black country that my ancestors built, right? Stand on their feet. That's all.
They scared of the cash, man. It's like, oh man, you got cash.
Scared
You
of power.
coming
They
in,
scared
you
of
know,
power.
you coming in, you're gonna take over, man. Monopoly.
What you call it, and the African mind, all they know about is how to rule. We got native rule. They don't know
You're
nothing.
gonna rule over me. You wanna rule over
They
me.
want to rule. They don't know nothing about
Yeah.
administering and governance, you know, administering governance for share responsibility and to serve. They don't know nothing about that. They have no idea what government is all about. They think people are elected to rule.
It's
To
from
rule.
that feudal mindset where they have chiefs who
Yeah,
rule.
Yeah, so that
Everything.
all that stuff got to go.
you gotta
In the
go,
bottom, I
man.
tell people all the time.
Put Dollar Bill always say, you gotta put it in the museum, man. Just put it in the museum.
Yeah,
You gotta go. All of that has to go in the museum. When you go to Japan, we don't see a 17th century samurai walking around
they
in
come. They
Japan.
why because they decided
They're
they
in the
want
museum.
a modern world, so they put the shogun and the samurai in.
Yeah, in the
Africans
museum.
still talk about chieftaincies.
Yeah, put
Like
put
part of
put
the
the
world that they
chief.
talk about chieftaincies and whatnot, and they wonder why Africa's so backwards.
Yeah, put the
You know,
chief in the museum. What's wrong with that? A museum is a very decorated place.
yeah. The bottom line, you put that stuff in the museum and get down to building real governance. Like I said, who was telling me the other night? Well, the chief does this. Somebody was saying on the show the other night. Who was
I
telling me
don't
that?
want to. I don't want to see 17th century Bassa man. No,
I
no.
don't want to
We
hear.
don't want to live. We don't want to live like that.
Who was on the show like last night talking about that
I don't
chieftain?
want to see an 18th century Yoruba.
Who's
No,
who's listening to the show last night?
no.
Somebody was on the show last night talking about trying to explain. Well, the chief makes the fine. I think it was Kidola. I don't know who it was. That's what the
Yeah,
chief.
Probably Condola.
And it
Might
was
have
like
been.
chief makes the decision. I said, look, if you're talking about the affairs of state,
People still want to live like that, Colin. Why people still want to live in medieval Africa?
because they think they're being African.
Yeah, DK, you understand that? People to some Africans today still want to live in medieval Africa, the times of medieval Africa. I don't understand.
The problem is, some of us, a number of us Africans, don't understand what culture is. Like they think culture is having a chief or having some type of village elder rule. That's not the case.
Yeah, so I've been saying to myself, why these people think like that and whatnot? They can't do it. And every time, West Africa has most of the world's conflict over land. Really,
Really, Colin? I didn't know that, man.
like most of the world has moved to modernization and stuff. It's everything stuff. Modern, like, using common sense, education, reason.
You got what? Almost a 500,000 people in West Africa. They're not on the grid.
Yeah,
Gotta
so
get
but
on the
you
grid.
build the grid because somebody owns this land over here, whatever. And who was saying it? Oh, Zongo. Zongo was like it was Zongo saying, yeah, I said, look, this is how I would do it when we do get our land and whatnot. Let's say some chief happens to be there and whatnot. We'll say, hey, Chiefy Weefy, right? We got to build a road right through here. We're gonna do it. But okay, and we'll compensate you, whatever like that. Oh no, this is sacred land. But guess what? We're gonna do that sacred land, we're gonna dig it up, and we're gonna build something on top of it. How about that? Progress rates for nobody. And by the way, you got so many people like this. Look, I'll be like this. There's when you look at the map of the world, do you see anybody's name carved on any land in the world? So what entitles people to a particular land? Because you occupy it and you utilize everything, but the whole thing is you still got to make progress. Somebody else could move there and build something. Hey, that's what it is. But Africans feel entitled to land that they don't friggin' are entitled. They don't. They're not entitled to or not doing anything with. You got people like you got Grand Cru, Dave. That whole county is empty. Have you been down there? That area down there is empty or not. You could go down there and start all over, build everything like that, but you got people down there that's not doing anything with the land. But yet, if you say, look, something.
I said, but nobody wants to live in Grand Cru.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
why?
water.
Because they don't want. They don't. They swear that Liberia's theirs. I told this little girl Wayne that was on the bus. I said, "Why don't you guys? You're the crew lady. You brag about being a crew lady. How come you don't go on crack crew? Why? What's down there and whatnot?" I said, "You could be around your crew people." I said, like the Crom people, y'all go to Grand Gita, you know? Why don't y'all go to the Grand Gita? I don't want to be like. So these people want to bring their problems to Monrovia, you know, with their tribalism and all that kind of freaking nonsense, you know? It is what it is, you know? So I tell people all the time, as I said, I don't want to listen to none of these people got to say, you know, all these people abandon their homelands, everything like that. And now with this new government, they could be out there saying, "Look, we're going to help clear roads." You know, I spent 15 years in America. I got my own excavator and bulldozer. I shipped back to Liberia instead of trying to build a house, you know, or importing $70,000 Rubicon. Why not import a fucking bulldozer?
You're saying too much, Dollar.
Yeah, so why not build? That's my mentality. If I had to import something to Liberia, it's going to be a tractor. It's going to be a bulldozer. It's going to be equipment, you know? I'm going to spend tens of thousands of dollars for a car over there. I get something cheap, you know, whatever, you know? And I'm going to get a truck. And we're going to get to work, you know? That's what I believe, you know?
Yeah.
But people don't want to do that. They want to ride around Monrovia in nice cars and whatnot. Ain't got no tractor, no borehole truck, no excavator, no nothing, you know? All these things right now you can be doing and you could be making money. You know? You can say, "Hey, look, you know, I hear y'all building this road up there, but you know, how much it costs? Tell me what to do." "Okay, I got an excavator. I'll clear 5 miles of this road. How much you'll pay me?" "Well, I'll pay you this." "Okay. Okay, that's 10. That's a fraction of what the Chinese want. I'll do that. I'll level that road for 5 miles." You could do that.
Huh?
You helping build your country, and you're participating in the development. You know what I'm saying? So if you had a system like that, and that's what you know who does that? The Asians. They take the initiative. You know, they have tractors, they have excavators, they have bulldozers, they have things that they could build stuff with, you know? And then when they have that, they just wait for the government.
So they like to do a lot of reverse engineering too.
What's that?
Like, you know, like they'll take the tractor apart, study every part, make their
Oh
own
yeah,
tractor
yeah. And then they make it.
trailer.
Then they'll take
Yeah,
the tractor, and then they'll take it apart. They get all the specs, and they'll eventually start manufacturing their own.
yeah. So they like to
You
do a
know,
lot of stuff,
and
you know.
that's how Asia did it. You know, so when people start telling me, "Well, Asia," I said, "Why? How did Asia with no natural resources, right? How did they get to a
But
certain?"
wait, Kyla, too. I want to know too. The Asian man still has his culture, but still is modernizing himself.
Exactly. Look,
And
Japan.
The African still has his culture, but he's not modernizing. What's
But check
going
this out.
on?
This is the
What's going
problem, right?
on?
Japan is the most modern country in the world in Asia, right? But yet Japan is the most indigenous culture. They're modern and advanced and indigenous at the same time. So this idea that modernization means
But then why the African can't follow some of those
because
models?
the bottom line, Africans don't believe in education like that, you know? They think education means being white or being Western, you know?
So maybe that's how. Maybe hold up, Carlos. So with Liberia, how do you know the natives didn't think like that when the settlers came?
Well,
Probably
native.
looked at them the same way too. Like guys look like white people, they're acting like white people.
Yeah, so the bottom line, the thing is, they take people think that the way you dress and all, and that was some of the part of it was the settlers' problem, right? The fault because it was like a package deal, right? You had a top hat, suit, and all and everything like that. You got educated, so native man. He initially to be Western, you had to look like them. They start wearing the top hat and the suit, and they look awkward. Some of them didn't, even having shoes on, you know? And so, yeah, I'm not trying to clown it like that, Dave, but they're walking around with top.
But they didn't have to do it like they should have learned, do the basics. Read, write,
Yeah, yeah. So, but the main thing was learning how to read, write, and
read,
everything.
write.
And also, what we should have did was we should have told them, right? Like, oh, look, y'all got to do this, right? We were satisfied with the outward appearance of the native people. They're wearing top hats, or even though they're walking around with pants on, with no shoes on. You see the pictures?
Yeah.
Native man had no shoes on, but he had a suit on. You know,
Huh?
they were still walking around barefooted. You know, and so, but we accepted that because he was trying to be so-called Western. You know, whatever. You know, what should have happened was the native people and the Congo people should have had a common ground, should have had common clothing and everything like that, that both groups of people could have identified with, right? That was neutral, you know? It
Yeah.
was like a real shock. You're wearing Western clothes and you're in Africa, right? Nothing wrong with that, right? But the native people basically just took it as if I wear these Western clothes, I'm like the Congo people, you know?
No.
That was a problem, you know? So, but they didn't think the education was important. They thought just dressing like them and worshiping like them in church and whatnot was going to be enough, but no, you know, you got to give people education. We get for the and also when you do that, let them keep their
At
tradition.
least, at least basic reading and writing. At
Yeah,
least,
we gotta
at
have
least that. At least
a
that.
mandatory compulsive education across the area. That's what it should. It should have been a mandatory compulsive education across the thing. And then everybody would have been on the same page. There would have been no jealousy or envy or something like that. So it is what it is. But yeah, that whole George Weah thing just made me upset today, man. I'm like, shit.
Yeah. This guy, I like George Weah as a football player, but not as a president,
Yeah,
not as a
it's what
political
comes
figure.
along with him. It's what comes because what happens is this. The whole time he was president, he didn't bring no investments to the country. People
But
just
his
waiting.
supporters don't talk about that. The supporters
Yeah,
don't care about that.
sure,
They don't
bring more
care.
investments to the
They're not
country.
going to talk about it. They don't care.
And so the bottom line is this: if all these investors and stakeholders pull out, man, Liberia's finished. They don't even care. They don't even fucking care.
They don't care.
Okay, but I tell you what, the ones that are doing something right now or something like that, you just gotta hope that because they like this. That overpass is like it's almost done.
Yeah.
Tubman Boulevard. I was working on when I was there. But when that gets done, right, and the traffic is easy on Tubman Boulevard, stuff like that, you can get from Painesville to to uh to downtown real easy. You don't have to go through all that traffic and everything. And then you got people remember this Monrovia Mall, which
Yeah.
malls are out of date to me, but I guess everybody likes it, man. They're happy, man. We got a mall. And it's
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
on.
Let them have them all, Kyla.
Yeah, let
Step
them
by
have a mall.
step.
That's what I say. I ain't,
Step by step.
so I'm saying to myself, okay, they got a mall, and they're looking at all these things that happen. The road from RAI Highway is completed. They're looking at all the stuff, and they're gonna make a decision. And what Wade's gonna say? These are all Wade's projects. And, that's what they say. They lie so much, and so it's like a battle of minds and whatnot. And people have to understand the people like that want power, the George Weah people, all they want is power, you know. And the people like the Elvises, whatnot, all they want to see is their side winning because they're trying to prove a point about who runs Liberia, whatnot. But they can talk all they want. When you look at Liberia, you drive through Liberia, right? That was every bit of the black people's mind. Like you go to Buchanan, right?
Yeah.
Only an African American mind could have designed something like that. The ditches, the streets, everything like that. It's like you're in the fucking rural South.
Yep.
You know, it's like a duplicate of the rural South. I'm like shit, like this. everybody knows that was a Black American colony. You can talk all you want, whatever. I don't care if you are the majority. You know, the country was put by. You can't change that. You know, the Masonic Temple. You know, you could try to change. They would love to friggin' look at all these things, whatnot, and claim it for themselves, rewrite history. But that's not happening.
Want to rewrite history, Kyla.
You want to make it seem like they built the Masonic Temple, they did all this and whatnot. You know, you would if you let them, they'll think you would think like people. Somebody wrote on my timeline from last night's show, the other night show. They said FBA's ruined Liberia and came back. I said, look, how? First of all, they weren't FBA's, and second of all, they came there and built the country. When they people say the America ruined Liberia, they're the ones who were Liberia. You know.
You got to understand, some people probably didn't want to be Liberian. Some people just wanted to be in their tribe.
Yeah,
so they don't tell you that part too.
They don't tell you that part. They think that all these native Liberians were chilling being Liberians, and we came and interrupted them. We pulled them out of school and all. I don't have no idea, man. You know, but they're trying to rewrite history. But that's a lot of like native Liberians were saying, no, that's not what happened. You know, before these people came here, there was no name for this. We had no civilization. We had nothing, you know. And once people get to that truth, right?
Yeah, get to that truth.
That's the truth, you know. Ain't no like me bragging and like that. That's just the damn truth, you know. These people came here and they civilized you. As simple as that. And I said, "What about America?" I said, "I agree." You know, the bottom line is, man, we weren't shit. You know. And we almost like we were blessed to be fucking in this country, you know. Like Black American women have nothing if it wasn't for. It is what it is. Sometimes you guys just fucking just tell the truth, you know, even if it hurts. You know, but Liberians don't want to do that. They're like, oh man, blah blah blah. When you accept the truth, whatnot, you get somewhere. You know, they're like, okay, the American Liberians did this, they built this and that, but what have we done for the last 45 years? Nothing. You know, nothing, you know. So you got the country now. You got the legislature, you got the presidency. It's all in native man's hands. What are you gonna do? Why are your kids still on the streets peddling fucking water instead of being in school? You know, is that the American Liberians' fault? You know?
Yeah.
Is it American Liberians' fault that the kids aren't in school and they're gotta be out there? You know,
it probably is there. Yeah, it's their fault. It's their fault.
The Congo people,
1847. 1847 is their fault.
1847, the Congo people, you know, it's their fault or not. You know,
no, since them.
So, like I said, when people play the blame game or not, it just gets old. You know. Anyway, Dave, let me go. I gotta go to bed.
Man, good night,
You
man.
take care, brother. Peace.